everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh my gosh. Woo-hoo-hoo. The ABSE Summit is kicking off with a bang. I hope you guys really enjoyed that intro video that I created for this. That, I just want to get everybody pumped, y'all. We about to do this, okay? So with all that said, I just want to read my introduction. Please forgive me. I'm going to have to read it off the paper because it's kind of long and I want to make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. So everyone, please, thank you guys so much for joining in, attending. You got to let me know where you're from in the chat. Let's get some conversations going. Let's start networking. Let's start doing all that because this is going to be powerful. I am so excited. So without further ado, let me read my intro so we can get this party started, okay? Okay, so I have a little bit of butterflies, but I'm going to push through that because perfection is not required. My name is Joy Fennell. Let me introduce you to myself first. Welcome to my first ever All Black Everything Summit 2020. My name is Joy Fennell, and I am a makeup artist based in NYC. I am also the founder of The Joy in Beauty, where perfection is not required, but growth is. The ABE Summit is my pivot from my IG Live series, Conversations with Global Creatives. But now I've decided to delve into my passion, which is helping Black creatives create. Besides being a makeup artist, I also went to the University of Maryland, College Park, and got my degree in African American Studies. And I attended during a time when the Benjamin Banneker Scholarship was being challenged and protested. While there, I helped to found the first Saturday morning mentorship program called Freedom Schools. So there's no wonder that in this moment, I've decided to fuse my passions together: photo, film, makeup, and my love for my community. That's where you all come in and why I was inspired to host this summit. I kept wondering how we as creators were going to make it through this moment in time and beyond this quarantine and pandemic. This pandemic is impacting us in a disproportionate way, which is not a shock. What I want to do is come out of this with a plan of action. I want us to come out of this inspired, standing in our power, and with the ability to do what we want to do in this world despite obstacles, just like our ancestors. We are going to continue in their legacy and tradition. I want us to stay inspired and know that creativity and community and love for community are intertwined. I want us to realize we can stand in our dreams and creativity while staying inspired and pressing forward versus shrinking in our desires. The goal is to show generations after us that we did not just pull through, but we thrived. We created makeup lines for all ethnicities. We created barber products that we are proud of, jaw-dropping artwork, and amazing movies. We stood in our power and we kept going. I appreciate each and every one of you all for tuning in today. My heart is so full right now. One of the things that allowed me to keep going was the ability to secure a sponsor for this, a Black-owned entertainment company. We are creating, y'all. And so Pierre Outlier Entertainment agreed to be my first sponsor. Thank you guys so much. Please follow and support them, and because they are doing big things at Pierre Outlier Entertainment. So do me a favor and watch this commercial of their digital series, Rhonda Mitchell, MD. Watch how we as Black creators are creating legacies.
Life's been good since I took over my dad's clinic.
Brian don't work here no more?
Oh, what the hell is going down there at that damn clinic anyway?
My friends are supportive.
Still stinky Rhonda.
My patients love me.
I thought I felt the draft.
I think it is time for us to get some help here.
I'm out.
And my sex life
What kind of sex y'all have?
has never been better. Yeah. Life is just
I got this.
awesome.
So wasn't that amazing? Really funny show. Take a moment to eventually follow them and check out all the offerings they have going on. Amazing things coming down the road. There's also a list of people I want to thank for allowing me to actualize my dreams. It literally took a village. It is so true, y'all. It literally took a village. So I want to put this up. So I want to thank Joy Fennell Media Group, my sister, for helping with everything and listening and contributing without an attitude. Thank you, J-Dot and Ben from the J-Dot agency for creating some bomb-ass graphics and for the production side. I want to tell the truth in saying that if they didn't agree to help me with this, I really don't think this would be going on right now. I really appreciate their support, and it was amazing. Karen Culpepper, if it wasn't for her and her encouragement, I just don't know, y'all. I'd be balled up in the corner somewhere. My cousin James, a speaker who is also representing our family. Imani Hamilton for creating the intro video. Thank you so much, Imani. I want to put her tag up as well. And then also I want to thank, so Imani helped edit the intro video. She's definitely one to watch. You must follow this Black creative and you must follow her now. Monique Turner, who surprised me with a heart gift that made me keep going because I knew it was bigger than me and actually said Happy Mother's Day to me yesterday. I truly appreciate, on Sunday actually, I truly appreciate that. Because she said I was birthing my baby, and I surely am. Michael Street for always supporting my dreams. Richard Pelzer for reading me the Riot Act with love. He's a Virgo, so I get it, okay? Because I'm one too. My mother for sponsoring this broadcast and really wants me to tell you guys that her baking business, MacArthur Park with a C, is coming. And okay, she wanted me to read this ad, this ad as well. So she said, accolades to my awesome daughter, Joy Fennell, on the launch of her All Black Everything Summit. Love, mommy. MacArthur Park. Someone left the cake out in the rain. It took so long to bake it, and I'll never have that recipe again. It's a quote. My grandmother and grandfather and all the ancestors that watch over me daily and guide my steps. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Thank you to everyone that loved, shared, or liked the post. Thank you to all participants, to each and every one of you guys. I truly appreciate it. And thank you to all the brilliant panelists that showed up to give the people what they want. Last but not least, shout out to Albany, Georgia, where my family's roots lie, a major hub in the civil rights movement, and PG County, Maryland. Yes, I'm from the area. We are beyond measure, and we got this. And in the words of the immortal Lupe Fiasco, you would never know if you could ever be. If you never try, you would never see. Stayed in Africa, we ain't never leave. So there wasn't no slave ships in our history. We're no slave ships, we're no misery. Call me crazy, or isn't he? See, I fell asleep and I had a dream. It was all black everything. So sit back, relax, pull out your papers and pens, stay hydrated because we are going on a ride. First up is my homegirl, Karen Culpepper. See you guys in 2 minutes. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I want to introduce one of my really good friends, Karen Culpepper. This segment is called Laying the Foundation, I'm sorry, setting intention and grounding your space as a Black creative. That is so important for us, especially now to have that happen because we have so much going on right now. Let me read just how dope this sister is. Karen Culpepper is a clinical herbalist and licensed massage therapist in the DMV area. She is the founder of the KLCC Collective, a healing art that is a container for us to reimagine what healing, wellness, vitality, and reclamation can look like for everybody. She works in Maryland and holds space for herbal consultations, runs a closed-end apothecary, and is the creatress of a small batch organic herbal product line that keep folks in our communities and movement spaces empowered. So let me bring on Karen Culpepper. Hello, Karen. Welcome.
How are you, love?
I'm well. How are you? Thank you so much for agreeing to participate today. How are you? How are you?
I am well. I was just reflecting when you were speaking in the introduction, and I was like, we've been rolling deep since about 97.
Yes, yes. It's been a while. Yes, yes. So thank you so much. I mean, like, you are truly my sister. So let's get started. I know that you mentioned that you want to start with some breath work.
Yes.
And may I ask, what is making you want to start in that space?
I feel like there's the butterflies going on, right? One, butterflies going on. Two is I was reading your, we made it. Like literally, we made it today. We're here sharing breath time together. Not everyone woke up this morning. You know what I'm saying? So I see breath. I mean, that's how we come into this world. That's how we leave this world. In addition, let's just get grounded in our bodies because we're talking about setting intention.
Mm-hmm.
How can we be grounded in our bodies? And when I say bodies, I mean our mental body.
Yes.
Spiritual body, right?
Yeah.
So I learned this. I was on this webinar the other day, and I usually do box breathing, right? It's usually equal breaths, right? So you pause for 4, inhale for 4, hold for 4, and exhale for 4.
Okay.
And I think there's a lot to let go in this moment. So I'm going to suggest just pausing for 2, and I'll just count us down. We'll do 4 breaths together. So I'll just say it first, and then we'll do it together. So we're just going to pause for 2. We're going to inhale for 4, pause for 2, and then exhale for 6. And we'll do that 4 times. 4 is the number for foundation. So let's move from this solid foundation.
All right, that sounds great. I would love for everyone at home to participate in this as well. So we're going to get some. This is about healing, y'all. Let's do this.
Yeah.
All right.
And if you can, just whatever feels comfortable in your body, whether that's if you want your eyes open, closed, you're in your space. So we're going to pause. 1, 2, inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hold, 2, inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hold, 2, inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last one, hold, 2, inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wow, that was great. That really that helped me a lot. I really feel it. I feel like, it's like I feel great. Like that helps.
Yes.
I hope that helped everyone at home as well.
Yes, and it's a tool that's accessible, and also in this moment in time, let's fortify our lungs, y'all.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. I love that.
What are we letting in? What are we letting go of? And how are we building capacity?
All right, so I would love to add, this is my first question I would love to ask because one of the things I really want us to do is like is to come out of this with a plan of action, or at least be able to lay a foundation that will allow us to strive for better things in the future. What are some of the ways in which Black creatives can hold a solid foundation when the future seems so uncertain?
The first thing that comes to mind, Joy, 2 words: truth and assessment.
Okay.
Right? So truth meaning not, hey, how you doing? Girl, I'm good. How are you really doing in this moment? What is alive for you, no matter what that is, right? Like, I have a meltdown every week being an herbalist. Something, whether it's like medical racism, like I have to stay in the truth so that I can heal from it. If not, I'm gonna sit and fester. So I think this is a moment to really do some assessment. Like, how am I really? How am I doing really? Right. And I saw this post and I'm like, don't let me mess this up. And it's like the universe is responding to the real you, not pretend to be.
Oh, okay. That's a word.
And for the back, the universe is responding to the real you, not you're pretending to be. So in this moment, I think we're not only seeing the core of who we are, we're seeing the core of who other folks are, whether they're big businesses, right? Really, Amazon, not people the things that they need.
Yeah, true.
For the money. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're seeing people
That's crazy.
values, and I mean that as individuals too. Folks, when spirit knows the thought behind the thought. So you front and perform your life all you want to, but truth is truth.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. Truth is true.
Yes, it is.
So how do we then, so separate from them, like how do we now shift and make it and lay our personal foundations and then like live in a with integrity in our lives?
Absolutely. And I think that's the assessment piece. I think some folks aren't doing the assessment. So figuring out what your truth is, 1. 2, if ever there was a moment, especially as a small business owner, like I give thanks for all of these plant allies behind me that I'm able to sustain myself, because the bodywork side is completely shut down. And that has been my bread and butter. And now more than ever, seek out like who you are choosing to support and how you are choosing your energy, but also your financial energy, right? Like your coins. Are you supporting small businesses? I think they want to be entrepreneurs, and it's tough. It's hard, right? But where are your values, right? I'm putting my money. I've had so many beautiful conversations with growers, so I don't have to support a big company that runs out of herbs and shuts down. I can make a personal phone call in this moment, right? So it's life-giving to see like support. I saw Black and Green the other day, and it was like support small businesses by every means necessary, especially us.
Yes.
Right?
I love that.
Pegged into, money doesn't stay in our communities. We're not supporting each other.
I love that, because that is like, that supports our healing as a community and ourselves.
Yes.
What are some examples of intention setting within the community, or Black creative community? What about representation as an intention?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think in this moment too, Joy, we have such a clear sense of who our people are. Like formation, like I think we are in formation.
Okay.
Into on the regular. Who are you checking in with? Who are you like, child, you need some toilet tissue? You hungry? You need $1?
Yes.
I think we have a clear sense of who our people are. And I think there's also Adrienne Marie Brown, who I love, love, love. Like, we got to move at the speed of trust, right? How do we be in formation, be in alignment with our values, and like dream collectively. What's our collective dream? But then that's back to truth. What's our individual dream?
Okay.
What's our truth? What are we dreaming up for ourselves? And not in some small way with our human limitations. Like, dream so big it scares you. Dream so big you don't even know how the resources are coming through, right? So big that no one can say no to you. Everything is yes, right? Dream so big, I want to go into manufacturing. I don't know how a loan is going to get. I don't know where the loan is coming from. I don't know where the land is coming from, but I dream from my own limitations.
Yes.
So connected in this moment, like the little air we breathe is connected.
Ooh, yes, that's a word right there. The air we breathe is connected.
Is connected, right? So literally, there are folks still not putting their mask on. Right. So we're so connected. And I feel like I love the word magic, right? Through magic, you never know how spirit can move because things can be expedited. Prayer can be expedited. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's beyond. So we got to dream beyond our knowing and understanding. And I think dreaming is such a beautiful resource and tool, right? And you mentioned integrity as well, which is one of my favorite words. Like, two of my favorite values are integrity and reciprocity.
Yes.
Those are so important to me. Like, how are folks moving in this world? Are they moving from a place of righteousness, right? Or friend Christina, I'm wondering if Christina's on, but Christina, who is like, in my presence, I want folks to be changed. I want folks to be like touch, move, and inspired when they leave my presence.
Yes.
That's righteousness, right? And so here's another word, and folks are scared of it: obedience. Obedient to your dream. Breathe your dream. Dust that thing off and breathe life into it in this moment.
Wow.
Reciprocity is so important. It's not always take. Like, give and receive. That's the flow, right? And folks think, and that's how money works too.
That is so true.
Money is the servant. It serves us in service to us, right?
This is like, but one of the other questions I have with like what you just said was pretty amazing. Like, I want to know, how can people who right now might, because I get this message where some people just aren't in this space right now to kind of like shift and because it's a lot going on right now. So how can we encourage them to continue and to stay, or to how can we support them?
Yes. You know what? One of the things I love when you say this, like, I'm not looking to my right, I'm not looking to my left, I'm looking forward.
Yes.
And there are moments you got to take a knee. You might have to lay down, right? So it serves you in your moment. So back to the truth. What is your truth in this moment? Because it may not be, I don't have the capacity, Joy, and I give thanks for you for taking this on and how brave you are and being so just in alignment with your purpose and your vision. I don't have the capacity to put on a summit. That's not in my watering well right now. So I'm like, give thanks, right? But that's being in truth. Because if I put your dreams and expectations on me, I wouldn't achieve that. I don't have the capacity.
Gotcha. Okay.
The time, the capacity, or the vitality, and that's okay. And that's the truth, right? I think that some tools, right? Like, that's one of our things, right? What are the tools? It has to start with us. What are you needing in this moment, right? So waking up, I know for me, I wake up and I pray. The first thing I do is when my eyes pop open is thank you.
Yes.
Immediately give thanks because I got through the night. And I think folks take that for granted. One.
Yes.
I think this is also a moment, and I'm so curious to see what collective grief looks like.
Ooh, wow.
There is a loss right now that we don't really comprehend or have an understanding of, right? And I'm literal loss. You know what I'm saying? Like Mother's Day happened, and it's some mamas that aren't here.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
As a result
Yes.
of this moment in time, this pandemic, right? Some folks calling it a plague, and that kind of sounds about right. So there's that piece, right? How do we grieve? And I know a lot of folks, it's as an herbalist, initially it was, how do I support folks in their immune systems?
Mm-hmm.
Where we have moved into, how do I support folks with their mental and emotional bodies? Because the grief is real, the anxiety is real, this feeling of like overwhelm and feeling paralyzed, just very real for folks. So how do we nourish ourselves and nourish our spirits, right? So tools is rhythm, right? I hear from a lot of folks that are like, oh my gosh, my sleep is off.
Yeah.
My dreams have been off the chain. Like much as we can, like the body craves rhythm. Our organs crave rhythm. Night is the time to repair. That's when our body repair. And that's why sleep is so important in this moment. Sleep and rest. And I love the nap ministry.
Okay.
And the nap ministry was like, yo, y'all folks still reaching out, wanting me to be on podcasts and this and that. Like, we're really not getting how important rest is. I mean, like sleep in Black and brown bodies as liberation.
Ooh, sleep as liberation.
Yes, that's how important it is to rest. That's how important it is to sleep, right? Joy and pleasure as liberation in this moment, because it gets to a point, a healthy, right? Healthy bodies are able to cycle through all the emotions. It's just when we get stuck in one, that's where it just festers, and that's where disease processes manifest, right? So I'm so curious, like grief in this moment as a seed, if we don't through it, however we need to through it, right? Is it talk therapy? Is it herbal medicine? Is it sister circles or brother circles? Right? What back to truth, right? What is my truth? And what am I needing in this moment? Like this is the time, everybody home, the majority of folks, right, are home. It's way more accessible than they have been. This is a moment to disrupt.
Disrupt, yes. Disrupt.
The other day, I was like, child, why are you sitting at your desk eating? Home. Get away from your desk, go sit at the table, and have yourself a meal and focus on breathing and chewing and not nourish your bodies. And I think this is a time to disrupt all that busyness, all that frantic energy. As we both know, right? We're the New York and the DMV.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a busy industries too, right? There's all this busyness, and it's like we still want to be busy.
That is true. Yeah.
Still be productive, and we don't even realize. I ain't even going to see. It's like preaching. We don't even realize that's rooted in white supremacy.
Oh my gosh. Karen is she, y'all heard that? She was like, yes, like she is preaching a word, y'all. This is like this, like this is what the summit is about. Like I wanted to bring the real. Like I really want us to heal, collectively heal, and actually bring it. And so that we can create and keep creating and changing the destinies of our future and healing from generational trauma, you know? I feel like this is a moment in time for that to happen. So yeah. So guys, Karen, I think we have a few more minutes, but I just want to know, do you have any final words?
Yes. You know what? I think I was really writing down, like this morning, I just jotted down some notes, right? I think dream big, right? I always feel like in industries, there can be this gatekeeper energy.
Okay.
That's getting disrupted.
Yes.
That's the old way of being.
Yes.
Create like your people, design from a space of solidarity, integrity. And there was one more word, but I just lost it. Like, move from that space.
Yes. Yes.
Big, move from that space. And then and then also, one of the things was around success, right? Like, how do we name our success? I'm gonna keep baking bigger pies.
Yes.
Interrupting that this pie is but this big. I'm gonna continue to bake bigger pies. We got to continue to lift as we climb. And one thing I always tell folks, no one can take your dreams away from you.
That is so true. Yes.
Now, folks might take your ideas, but they can't take your dreams away.
Yeah.
At all. Right.
I love it.
And just knowing, if I could leave on one note, it is just abundance and success and vitality. I am claiming for all of us, like that is our birthright.
Yes, abundance is our birthright.
Yep. So I bring success. May spirit bless all of your dreams, your businesses, your endeavors, your ideas, your families. We got us. We have to. We are seeing systems crumble in this moment. And that's where we step in, because we already have our fingers on the pulse of what's going on.
All right. Well, y'all, I hope y'all y'all know or think that this summit is off to a great start, because that was everything. One of the things that I really wanted to say was that, I'm setting up I'm building my own table, and I'm bringing chairs with me, because like you said, that gatekeeper mentality, I'm not for that, so I really want to set up the table and build chairs and bring some chairs, and everybody is welcome. Okay. So Karen Culpepper, I appreciate you for being on. Thank you so much. I hope everyone enjoyed the first segment. Okay. So y'all get ready, because we are coming back with even more. Okay. This is a word. We about to do this. So up next is our Delina Maheen. Delina, don't kill me for saying your last name wrong. I know I said it wrong just now. And Alana Wright. See you guys soon. Bye. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Yes. How much is everybody like dancing before that intro video? Okay, Imani hooked it up. Okay, Ryan Little did the track. I want to send them some shout outs because you know what? We are all about crediting our Black creators today. Okay, yes. We're going like, hey. Well, look, y'all, we got, I hope y'all really felt inspired with that first segment because it was powerful. It was really powerful. And I felt like it sent a really good tone and set the tone for this summit. We're all about bringing in abundance. Okay. And you know what? Black creators, when I say creator, I mean Black creators, hair, makeup, styling, manicure, like photographers, artists. I'm talking about everybody, everyone that's like out here like creating dope content. And I really want us to stay inspired in this moment because that was what my concern was. I was like, I don't want us to not create, to go back and shrink. You know, we got to uplift and we got to climb and we're going to keep pressing forward because why? Because we are powerful beyond measure. Okay. That's what I'm saying. We are powerful beyond measure. We are here because of what our ancestors did for us. And so I'm like, how can we pay that forward? We can't like let that go. It's so important. So every time I think about that, every time I think about what our ancestors did for us, I get so shook up and I get so inspired. Thank you, Hey Nelly, for it was a perfect start. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love the on timeness. Well, I am a Virgo, so you know, Virgos, you know, it is what it is. Publicist, journalist. That's my sister, y'all. Send her some love, okay? Hey, Christina Henry. She's saying hey, Tania. Hi, everyone. Look, y'all. This that was just the beginning. We about to like. I'm telling y'all, I'm here to get into the word, okay? Get into the word. But first, let me tell y'all, this Black creative entertainment company, I noticed in the first segment that I cut off their commercial just before the ending. And I really want to show it again because I was really taken back and happy that they decided to support me in my dream. And it was my first time ever getting a sponsor, y'all. How about that? How about that? Okay, I got me a sponsor, y'all. I'm so excited. So, well, also my mom's sponsored too. So I got to give her love too. But I was really happy and just honored that somebody said yes to my dream. So I want to show that commercial again because it's so cute. It's so hilarious. And please, guys, follow them, show them love, just like they showed me love. Okay. I appreciate that. So I'm about to get into their commercial. Take a look at this new web, well, it's season 2, so it's not new, but it's new, okay? Because it's coming from Black creatives and we are doing our thing, okay? So take a look at that.
Life's been good since I took over my dad's clinic.
Brian don't work here no more?
Now, what the hell is going down there at that damn clinic anyway?
My friends are supportive.
Still stinky Rondo.
My patients love me.
I thought I felt the draft.
I think it is time for us to get some out here.
I'm out.
And my sex life
What kind of sex y'all having?
has never been better. Yeah. Life is just
I got this.
awesome.
See, wasn't that so cute? I loved it. Yes. Okay. So I gotta send a shout out to them, Pierre Outlaw Entertainment, for supporting me, for believing in my dream, and yeah, that was real, y'all. That was real. So yeah, y'all. So guys, we have an amazing segment coming up. Okay, 2 of the industry's baddest makeup artists, okay, are stepping into my summit to talk to you guys. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with their work or anything, but they're dope. They're really dope. And I just want to give like a shout out to them, Delina Medine. Hopefully I said it right, and you ain't gonna get me, girl. Okay, I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. Okay, I am from the South and the area, Maryland. Okay, what? And then also Alana Wright. Okay, I want to give a little bit of a background on both of these artists because they're doing big stuff, and I really we're gonna put up all of their handles and everything and talk to them. It's gonna be like about an hour of conversation, and then you guys get your questions ready because we're coming at you for a Q&A at the end of our conversation. But first, let me first bring on my girl Delina. Delina is a self-employed makeup artist based in New York City, and she's also a beauty blogger. Now, when I first learned how to say the word vlogger or vlog, I used to say vlog, and people used to be like, what are you saying? And all y'all millennials would laugh at me, and I'm like, okay, fine. So I finally learned how to say that word, so vlogger. She has a strong passion for enhancing natural beauty. Delina's work has been featured. You guys have probably seen her everywhere. She's been on the Wendy Williams show. She's been in her work has been on MTV, HBO. She works a lot with Dope Queen Thieves. Delina has collaborated. I can't stand that. I'm a Virgo. I can't help it. Collaborated with a lot of different beauty brands. So she has personally been on camera for Wendy Williams and Amazon show Style Code. So I am going to bring Miss Delina into the room. Hey.
Hi. How are you?
Okay, guys, Delina hosts her show and she does an Instagram live tutorials before, and hers start at 11. And get into this face. Okay, get into the face. Okay, how about that? How about absolutely gorgeous? Okay,
Thank you. I had to come correct for you, Joy. This is your summit. You said all black everything. Make sure you come correct.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I want to also bring in Alana Wright. Now, Alana, I mean, I don't even know how to really describe Alana's work, but to say like it's just absolutely flawless. I mean, like when I see the way she does skin on especially Black people, I mean, her work shows out. When I see that, like, I sit there and I'm like, what did I just see? Okay. So I just want y'all to know that Alana Wright is in the building. Okay. So let me give you guys a background on her. Alana is a New York City-based makeup artist with over 17 years of experience. She's worked with some of the leading fashion photographers, brands, publications, and influencers. She's an expert at perfecting skin, which is so true, and creates supple-looking complexions for all different tones. Her clients include Elaine Welteroth. You guys have probably seen her with Elaine because she does a lot with Elaine, and Aurora James from Brother Velez, as well as Nike and Express. So Nike had this huge Black History Month shoot, and Alana was the makeup artist for that shoot. So I am so excited and happy to bring in Miss Alana Wright.
Hi.
Alana. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing okay. My first or second, live. And I'm so excited about your conference. I'm really happy to be a part of this. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies. Do you guys have Delina, I'm gonna start with you. Do you have anything opening that you want to say or give a little bit more background for yourself?
I feel good. I mean, I'm really excited to be here. Alana and I are actually, it's not only are we on a panel, we are actually friends. For real. Yeah. So it's so cool. I'm in the middle of two people I really love. So this is really exciting. I'm so happy everybody's here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting. And yeah, let's get into it, man. I'm excited to go.
Yes. How about you, Alana? Do you have anything you want to add to your bio that I said or,
well, I guess I'm bi-coastal now. So. Okay. I'm based in California and in New York now.
All right.
Yeah. And now I'm a quarantine expert.
Okay. Okay. Well, look, guys, I really want this to be a powerful conversation. And because we're all Black creatives, You know, you guys are makeup artists as well as other things. You guys are also artists, you know, and I really want this to really inspire our community and keep us pressing forward and not shrinking and just like, and I was like, how can I do that? And I was like, I got to get my dope friends together. Like, I have to. So I want to start out by asking you guys, because this particular panel is called "How Black Makeup Artists Change the Celebrity Fashion Landscape." My first question to you guys is, how were Black makeup artists changing the fashion and celebrity landscape pre-COVID? Alana, do you want to go first?
Yes, I had some coffee. I shall go first.
Okay.
Well, I think that we have helped change the landscape because, you know, culturally we've been on tap since we've been here, you know. Gradually we've been changing. Culturally we've been on tap, you know, in this land since we've been here, you know. So we've always been a part of you know, the landscape, so to say, since forever. It's just about, you know, getting proper credit, proper pay, proper positions that, you know, are deserved for a lot of people. But as of late, you know, Black youth culture has basically taken over, you know, every aspect of marketing every single thing to every single product to everyone. So, you know, people turn to look to experts on these things. And I think that has helped usher in a fresh perspective that had been lacking for a long time, as far as, you know, on the executive side and behind the lens. Now you have all these brand new, not brand new, but, you know, as far as the fashion world is concerned, just new photographers who are budding and up and coming, and social media kind of helped create that democratic setting to allow people to have a voice that weren't heard before, or not as loudly, you know.
Yes, I love that. I love that. Delina, what do you think? What do you think? What were Black makeup artists changing before COVID?
I think that like we've become a lot more visible, especially in the past, like maybe 4 or 5 years. I think that, like, to be honest with you, I think there was a big shift in terms of people looking for our voice, as Alana said, after Fenty Beauty came out. I think that was a very big pivotal moment within our community. And it's not because Black people weren't already spending money. It's not like we didn't have $1, right? Because we did. But what happened, I think, is Rihanna made it visible on a global scale that we have impact and we have voice and we have, you know, influence. She had, not only did she have influence, but we have influence, right? And so I think things started opening up for artists in terms of like more contracts started to become more available for artists. We're more visible. Like just on Sunday, I did a collaboration with Clarence. Clarence doesn't really have that many Black women that they've worked with in the past. And I definitely think that that's part of that, right? Like, I think that we are in a place now where people are looking and saying, you know what, how can we collaborate and how can we make artists more visible? And I think that that's a really exciting space to be in, right? Because it's not just like, do you want visibility? It's like also with that comes money, right? Because we need money too, right?
Now let me get some skincare, girl.
Right? I got you. Hey, I got you. So I think we're becoming more visible, and I think that Black makeup artists are also mirroring the trend of Black actresses and Black. Like, I think that they are getting more opportunities, and I think like looking at what Elaine is doing with Alana and what Issa has been doing with me, like it's kind of like when they get opportunities, they bring us in, and when they do that, they create opportunities for us. And so I think that that's been a really big game changer too.
I love that. How what can you say? How would you say we can continue to make that happen? Because right now, our, you know, like brands, are they, you know, like during this time, I don't want brands to now be like, oh, we have to go with what we were already doing first. You know, like I don't want these opportunities to go away. So how can we continue to keep making strides even after this?
I would say just, you know, maintaining a close network with one another as well. You know what I mean? Collaboration amongst each other also helps with that. You know, I'm always going to consider myself a budding person. You know, I haven't haven't jumped up to me. Like there's always a hurdle ahead of me, right?
Gotcha.
So I don't have the expert answer on that per se, because for me, it's a journey, it's like a journey,
Yeah.
So for me, I'm hoping that people will continue to look for Black perspectives, because we're not a monolith, different kinds of perspectives as far as how we view beauty. We can help change that standard, because that standard, it's right there. It's about to go over that hump, but it needs to be a global standard. And that really can't happen without our voices, our perspective, our work, in my personal opinion, because I feel like we need to be able to tell our own stories in editorials, whether it's celeb or model driven, or if it's an advertorial. I think that it's important for Black artists to be able to be a part of those stories. You know what I mean? You can't tell a Black story with a Black perspective. So I can only hope that continues, and having Black creative producers or producers that understand the importance of having a Black creative team. Shout out to all the the production companies that saw the importance in that so far that I've worked with. And it's still fairly rare, but I'm hoping that, especially in the midst of COVID, people have to be more creative in how they reach their target audience anyway. The run-of-the-mill thing that they have been doing, possibly it might not work after this thing is over, and so they have to get, have to bring new people in.
That is so true. What do you think, Galina?
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with Alana. I think that I feel excited about where we're going, but I still think there's a lot of work to be done. And I think that's a constant conversation that I have with you, Alana, like even offline. Just like, I think that there is still a lot more that like we need to do in order to make sure that we're not just hired for just the Black thing, right? It's like we're considered that, because a lot of times as a Black makeup artist, you have to know how to do every skin tone, right? Like it's not like it's not like you walk in.
Black artists are always demanded, and especially if we want to have like kind of like a career that's all encompassing, we always have to kind of learn every skin tone. And I don't always feel like it's the opposite around. Like like if we want that, then we have to do this. But it's not like the opposite where everyone has to learn our technique, and I saw that a lot on shows, where it's like, oh, the Black person could do the Black girls. And it's like, and you're sitting there like, but I can do the Black girls and I can do the white girls too, So how is, like,
it's interesting. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. What about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Galina, but continue.
That's okay. I think that we're like, it's a little bit, it's kind of interesting that is the case, because I feel like the true definition of an artist, right, is to be able to do anything, right? You come there, you should have a kit that fits everyone and that you can do everyone. Like obviously, I mean, I think it's a little bit limiting when you do that, because you're basically saying that I only have one skill set, and that's not right. Like that's not accurate. We're not trained like that, to be honest with you. I mean, most of the time, if you're working backstage, I think backstage was a perfect example. I've worked for key artists before that just weren't prepared. They had a Black artist on set do everything because they literally didn't even have the colors in their kit.
Oh wow!
The key artist.
Wow.
that to me is, and you would think that you'd be surprised by it, but you're not. You know, over time, you just kind of, I think we have a few artists right now that are being spotlighted, but there aren't enough. There's a lot of Black makeup artists, a lot of Black hairstylists. I know we're focusing on makeup artists right now that assist really talented white hairstylists and white makeup artists. And they do the entire thing. They do the hair, they do the makeup, they do everything. And they are considered assistants for years. And some of that is because you don't know how to speak up for yourself, and it gets frustrating. You have some people that that literally will just be like, you know what, forget it. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do the cover of Vogue and not get credit for it. You know?
Yeah.
So,
true. I think that is so true. That just brings me to my next question: is what kind of obstacles do you see, or do you see any obstacles getting in our way in terms of us continuing to grow and to take this industry by storm? Delina, that question goes to you. I keep forgetting I have to shoot it out to somebody.
Could you say that one more time for me?
What obstacles, or do you see any obstacles getting in our way of how we can continue to take this industry by storm?
I think right now, everybody's looking for a way to pivot. I think it's really, it's a bit of a scary time, right? Like, I think that all of us are excited to use our hands. My personal love language is physical touch. So I'm in a bind, you know what I mean? Like, we want to touch people and people don't want to be touched right now.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out how we can kind of pivot and figure it out. And not everybody is designed to create social media content. Not everybody cares about that or wants to do that, right? Like, they got into the business of being an artist so they could be an artist. So I think that, like, it's like figuring out ways to be creative right now. I think that sharpening the sword is gonna be a really important thing. I think that if you're home and you're a makeup artist, I think you should be practicing how to do makeup. I think it's really important to practice. It's not like you don't just, if you are a professional soccer player, professional basketball player, what do? You practice all the time. And so, before you get into season, there's preseason, right? And right now we're in preseason. So it's like, how do we get to a place where, because people are gonna need makeup again. Like, don't worry about that. That's going to happen. Like, that's guaranteed. True. Nobody's walking on a red carpet without their face beat.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just not doing that. So, like, it will happen again. I think we just need to have some hope. But I would say the pivot right now is figuring out how you can build your personal brand through this time, and sharing who you are as a person. Because I think people are really looking forward to finding out who they're going to be working with. Right? Like, we're not looking for complaints. We're looking for action. We're looking for excitement. Like what you're building right now, this is creating a whole new environment for people to be able to share something exciting and be around, like, exciting things. So, yeah.
Wow. I love that. Alana, what do you think? Like, how can you continue to keep going?
I'm just, the hurdles for me, honestly, are health wise, you know what I mean? Because I'm compromised. So even as things open back up, I'm thinking about, like, how that's going to look for me per se. Am I going to have 2 masks on and field? I'm joking. I'm not going to show up. Like, honestly, the challenge it has, because I'm not a social media person. I post memes, then I'll post my work. Memes work. Like, that's usually me. You know what I mean? So the hurdle for me is, how can I convey my authentic self and still, maintain my presence as a makeup artist, online, to be totally honest and candid, this whole pandemic and this quarantine has been about, the betterment of my health, per se, as opposed to, focus, anything career wise. As you know, I was hospitalized basically the last half of Fashion Week. Some other major projects that I was on because I'm a newly diagnosed type 1 diabetic. So I have been just trying to get, my life together this entire time. But I am looking forward to getting back to doing work, because I'm a creative person. I've always been creative, and I need that outlet, a 3-dimensional outlet, preferably. Should I take up oil painting right now? Like, what should I do?
In there. I know you like that too.
What should I do? But I honestly feel like this is also a great time to fortify, relationships that you do have with other artists, because honestly, moral support right now, I think, is needed amongst each other to know how long this thing's going to last. Delina, you're a science girl. This, we don't know.
We don't know. We really
don't know. Yeah, very true.
I'm fascinated with how everything is moving right now, and how some of these states are opening back up, and it's to me, it's actually kind of scary, but honestly, I've been leaning on other artists for support, and that's all I can do is like a day by day as of right now for me.
That's true. So guys, I want to kind of go and shift just a little bit, because I feel like one of the things for us creatives, makeup artists, or just somebody who wants to have a creative career in general, I don't know about you guys, but a lot of times families aren't as supportive in the decision as you would like them to be. how does family factor into the decision-making process of becoming a makeup artist, especially a Black makeup artist? Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm from the DMV area, and it's always about getting a good government job. Okay?
Girl, I went to Howard. So
yeah, so you're like, girl, you gotta get that government job, that good government job. With the
I almost did. I literally got hired at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office as a chemical engineer and patent examiner, and then the bailout happened, and they took my hiring package back.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Wow.
So, please, I don't want to get this like misconstrued with anybody. I'm not talking anyone having a good job. I'm not saying that.
Right now.
What I'm saying though is, or what I'm asking rather is, what if you do want to branch off into the creative part of your life and try to secure the money, secure the bag? How do we do that? How do we go about doing that, especially with Black families, or just families in general that might have a hard time understanding that, like it's money to be made out here. And, so I'm going to shoot that one out to Delina first. And what she thinks, because I know you have a rich background, and I would love your response to this.
Well, I mean, I think this is I think a lot of people know that my mom was not very supportive when I first started doing makeup. She was just kind of like, what is this? I mean, I went to school, similar to Alana's, like I went to school and like I finished school, I graduated in chemistry, and I was like, cool, now I want to like go work at the mall and like do makeup at MAC. And my mom was like, oh. She was like, excuse me?
I know, same with me.
Right?
I see you out there. My mom is looking. Mommy, I see you. Go ahead.
Right? So you know what I'm saying. So it's like, when that happened, I think that she was just very scared. I think that like now that I've realized that like moms and like dads and family members are people too. Yeah, I've understood like, that comes from, that's a place of real fear. Like they're worried. They're worried about you. They want to make sure that you can take care of yourself. I always felt better when I personally felt in control and I knew what was happening in the revenue of my own company. Like I always know what's happening, right? As the CEO. Versus like if you work for a bigger corporation, you don't know what their books look like. So it's kind of like, if you think about it, I feel like you're actually like, as an owner, you do have a little bit more of a say of kind of like what the direction is and where things go. And so I always feel very empowered by it. But I mean, we're very cool now. I think honestly, I think the time that it takes for your parents to get used to you doing something creative is really just, you have to dig in deep and like literally surround yourself only with people who believe in your dream. It's going to be hard. It's definitely going to be hard because you want your parents' support. I think most people want their parents' support, and that's normal. And that's totally like, that is totally normal. And I think that like the more we understand that that's what we need, but don't necessarily like stop that from getting what we want to get done, like getting our passion done, and I think then like you'll feel better. But understand that like it's like your parents are not haters, right? Like it's not like get the haters out. Like it's not like that, right?
They have your best interests at heart. That's so true.
They have your best interests at heart. And honestly, if you cannot overcome what your parents are telling you, it's going to be really hard for you to chase your dream, because there's going to be a lot of people saying exactly what they're saying outside of your family. So you don't want that to break you down.
Yes.
What
about you, Alana? Did you struggle with that as well, or?
I struggle with it, but in a very slight way, because I'm a very stubborn, strong-willed person.
Okay, I love that.
Had my mind made up. Hey, Ma, I know you're on here. Thank you, girl. Thank you, girl.
Hello to all the moms.
Huh?
Hello to all the moms.
Yes, hello, Mom. But so Detroit is an automotive city. You know what I mean? But it's very centered in STEM, in science, math, technology. They basically indoctrinate, kids from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade to basically pursue a job in STEM. And that background that I had, I've always had support, that could be whatever I wanted. So I took that literally, you know what I mean? But it was thanks to this one substitute teacher I had in 11th grade, Mrs. Abdullah. Hey girl, I don't know where you are in the world, but I went to a college prep high school called Cass Tech, and you basically decide, what your major is in school. So mine was chemical engineering in high school, and she was like, you can go in. She was mean, but she was like, you can go into makeup with that. I was like, for real? And she was like, then you go into like manufacturing and all that. I was like, oh, noted. And that one day that she taught my class, I never forgot that, and ended up going to Howard University, majoring in chemical engineering. But I always pursued my degree with the intent of going into the cosmetics industry. It was never automotive, chemical, or whatever for me. I was like, no, I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way. People are like, did you do an internship? No, I worked at Mac. Every summer throughout undergrad. I was working full time. By the end of my senior year in college, I was working full time at Mac, and I was going to school full time, and I had a consortium class at University of Maryland as well. It was insane. And I think back, like, what was I thinking? This was whatever. But long story short, I graduated, and it was closer to the bailout time, of like the bailout. It was approaching a couple of years before that, and it was hard for me to find a job in my field anyway, even on the product development side. And that goes back to the whole point of your summit, is that it's a very exclusive community within product development for cosmetics. It's not that diverse. It's not that easy to get into. Well, back then it was, and this is like a long time ago. But I'm sure it probably still applies today. But it's not that easy to get into. In fact, I had, because I worked for Mac for so long, I sought advice from a high-level executive about transitioning to the executive side with my unique background in chemical engineering, with my degree and customer experience, artist experience. I'm thinking like it's a no-brainer, but he actually told me that I had to either graduate from an Ivy League school or, enroll in a program at FIT, the Cosmetic and Fragrance Marketing Program. Lucky, I might get permanently placed. So I'm like, I didn't take that for an answer. I ended up working for Mac for 7.5 years and just pursuing the artistry side. But in the midst of it, I did apply for a government job, girl, because I was like, okay, ringing up the customers.
Yes, it's real. I really
anymore. But I tried. That didn't, and it fell through. It was like it was a sign, as opposed to looking at it as a failure that I didn't have this chemical engineering job. I took it as a sign that this was the prime opportunity for me to ultimately pursue what I really wanted to do in life, and to pursue my passion, which was makeup, artistry. If it ends up becoming more than artistry, then okay, great. But I'm gonna do what I want to do. And until the day my grandparents died, they were asking, "So did you are you gonna get an engineering job?" And I have all these things that I checked off my list, and I'm proud of. But they always ask, and I never got offended about it, because a different era.
That's so true. Yeah,
exactly. But I just feel like in this century, at this time, a lot of young Black artists, a lot of young Black people have just been making it happen for themselves in untraditional ways. And I guess I was one of them, trial and error, but I was just determined. And to this day, I don't regret anything. I don't regret.
I love
through man, those classes are hard, but you apply that same process, that same critical thinking, artistry. There really is not two separate worlds when it comes to that.
That is so true. So I have two things. First, I want to say, so if you do decide that, you want to go into the creative field, and, and your family isn't as supportive as you want them to be, I say just get that one credit that you could show in that magazine. That small, it could be a small, 1-inch picture. And I swear, once that happens and they can brag about you, then you have made it. Because once they can say, show somebody your work, then it's a whole nother ball game. But then the other thing I was going to say is that, actually, I forgot what I was going to say. So let's just move on to the next thing. Oh, I just remembered it. The only other thing I was going to say is that when I went to college, and then I finished, and I got my degree, and then I went into makeup. I feel like my degree is the most expensive makeup artist degree I've ever gotten in my life. because I literally became a makeup artist, and I was like, okay, so I could have gone around and done something else, but it's all good.
No, but look what you're doing right now. Look what you're doing now.
I don't regret my degree at all. I love the fact that, you know, like, I think for me, it was important for me to get my degree, and I'm so happy I have it. So,
Yep.
So life takes you in so many different turns, and that's why I want to. That is one of the reasons why I really want to encourage Black artists to just really straight up go after your dreams, because you know the time is now. You know the time is now. And we're creating legacies here. Like, this is what you want to do. You want to create your legacy. Okay, that is. For me, that's what I want to strive for, is a legacy. Like, what am I leaving? How am I leaving this world in a better place? So let's do that. Let's stay encouraged, guys. All right. So so Delina kind of sort of brought this up a little bit earlier about in terms of like money. In terms of rate, is there any advice you would give artists on how to negotiate rates during this time or after? Especially, I feel like, especially Black artists, because Black creators, because I feel like a lot of us don't ask for what we're worth, you know? And, or what, or we're a little nervous. I would say Black women artists too, even more so, because, and then I like the fact, Delina, you brought up about business. We don't really look at this as a business. Like, we don't have the books. We don't have, like, even like during this time, a lot of us are scrambling to get paperwork done so that, we can get certain like benefits and stuff like that. How can we now channel that and come out of this and demand what we're worth, and demand and negotiate contracts and stuff like that, and negotiate, period, and get the most that we could possibly get? I'm going to start that with Delina. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I love, both of these girls know I love talking about like negotiating. I'm like, girl, you need to raise your rate. Like, my favorite thing to tell my friends. So
Yeah.
Delina, you can start. So yeah, I get really passionate about this, because I think that like a lot of times it's like you're very, when we're very talented, sometimes we're also worried about, and like, keep in mind, right? Obviously there's a pandemic going on. So I want everybody to understand that you have grace. Listen, if you're accepting something that maybe is a little bit less or a little bit different than what you may normally accept because you need the money, do what you got to do, boo. Like, you know what I mean? Nobody, don't necessarily think that like it needs to be kind of ego driven. At the same time, if there are any brands in here right now, don't ask people for less because we know you're selling product. We know, like, you know what I mean? So like, like it's like pay people also what they're worth, right? So it's like, it goes both ways. It's a respect street. So I think that it's really important to learn how to negotiate. And I think that one of the best ways that you could do that is like, Alana, you and I talk about this, Joy, you and I talk about this. If there is something that you're working on, there's a project you're like, girl, I just don't know exactly how much I should charge for this, or what have you charged for this in the past, or like, hey, what do you think about this? I think coming into your inner circle and understanding that they, especially people you respect and aren't going to be like, tell your business or anything like that, because people get very nervous when it comes to money. Even when you work in corporate, right? Like, people say, don't say what your salary is, don't tell anybody. And the reason why is because a lot of you guys would be doing the same job, but everybody's getting paid different amounts.
That's so true.
But the reason why is why? Why do you think that is? It's because people negotiate different amounts, right? So it's like, sometimes it's not even based on your experience as to why you're getting paid for something. I'll give you an example. I walked in on a set like very recently, and I had it was for a job where it was with a magazine. So a lot of times people know editorial rates are very low, but now this new thing that's happening is a lot of editorial, like, Elle Magazine, Vogue, all of them are doing sponsored ads now, right? So they're working with brands. So they're doing like advertising budgets with their name on the call sheet. So you have to be very careful here, because what's happening is they have a bigger budget than for a normal editorial that would run into a magazine. So you can actually negotiate it. So I remember I came in and I had an assistant. I knew these are two questions I always ask. I always ask, where is this content going to live? Very good question to ask. Always got to ask, where's it going to go? Look, because you don't want to walk outside and realize that your work is on a billboard and you did not get paid billboard money. Right. That is not okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's on a billboard and you're like, wait, what? hold on,
Yeah.
nobody paid me for that, right? Because we don't get
Oh
paid
my
on usage as makeup artists. So you always want to ask, where's the content going to live? And then you're also going to ask certain things like, how many people are going to be on set?
Yeah.
Right? Like, how many people are going to be on set, and how many makeup changes are there going to be? Like, really understand the scope of project, right? The SOW is like the statement of work of what you're actually getting involved in before you actually.
Okay,
Okay.
She's taking abbreviations. Okay. Okay. SOW.
Right. So just understand.
Okay.
So understand what you're getting into, so that way you can say, okay, now I can really accept it, and then really start to build trust. I mean, people randomly, send me messages all the time and be like, hey, like, what do you think I should charge for this? Or, you know what I mean? And I will gladly talk to you. I think you have Crystal coming on at some point in the All Black Summit. Yeah. She is a wonderful negotiator. But just be a little bit, I would say, just encourage you to be bold, to ask for more than what you think is comfortable. It's always better to overshoot. The worst they can say is, no, actually, this is what our budget is. And sometimes you can work other things into even if it's a little bit outside of the budget, like travel and those kinds of things, just so you're comfortable. So there is always room. And I'm really serious, you guys. Every single brand I've talked to has money right now. People are buying products. They are buying products. Don't let them.
Okay, she's talking, like, seriously.
Okay, so don't feel like, oh, I gotta come carefully into this conversation. Nope. People are home and they are buying, and when they are buying, that means things are converting. And one thing I just thought about too, Alana, you were saying, you're like, in terms of not doing social media things, I think consulting would be an awesome thing for to jump into right now, especially somebody like you, where you have this like background, you have this experience, you worked in these types of places, you already have the portfolio, and you can like maybe jump into having consulting conversations with a couple brands, especially some new ones, maybe.
That Delina, let me just tell you, Delina has been helping me.
Right? Delina, like, got all the
before I got signed to C Management, I was still out there wading in the water, trying to like negotiate and stuff like that. Man, Delina was a beacon for real.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, a lot of Alana, actually, I do want to ask you about that, because you are a signed artist. So how does that how does that flow?
It's definitely helped me a lot, because I don't consider myself a business expert like that. My thing is like, I know what I want. I know what I want the trajectory to be. I want to get from point A to point Z, or is it point whatever. I want to do that. I want to accomplish these things. Let's figure out an action plan to do so. And so far, I'm really, really pleased with my experience at C Management, because, it's a collaboration. It's like, how can we achieve X, Y, and Z goals, and I still also, market myself, post my own work, yada, yada, yada. But it's been great. It's been helpful to not have to have, that pressure to negotiate, and things like that. But I still, hey, Angelique, I don't know if you're watching, but hey, girl, that's my agent. But I'll text me and Angelique. We text anyway because we're friends, and I'm like, hey, girl, so maybe we should push a bit more on this rate, or tell him I'm only flying first class. Like, I'm joking. I don't.
Delina, you better ask for all the coins.
I know, but Delina will do that and not blink. Like, yes,
right.
First class.
Yes, I'm here for it. You deserve.
Thank you, girl. Even though I still have an agent, I always think about Delina, because she has been that everyone business woman. About getting what she wants.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, okay. I heard an echo, and I didn't want people to miss out. But now I think it's gone. But that I think is super important, because I feel like a lot of people, and luckily your agent is amazing. I hear a lot of people though that, and I just want to reiterate that to people, that at the end of the day, this is your business, and you guys can work in tandem and together, but at the end of the day, this is your business.
Exactly.
What are you going to do to make sure and ensure that you are bringing in income too? So it's not an opportunity just to sit back and just let them do all the work. You have to put the work in too. It's not, like, oh, I got an agent, let me wipe my hands.
Oh no.
No.
Absolutely not.
It doesn't work like that, So we gotta keep building, and we gotta keep going and keep securing our own projects, especially now.
Yeah.
Now is the time, because more than likely people are coming straight to y'all, asking y'all questions. Now it's like, how can we build that and make that happen? So yeah. So,
that's what I was saying earlier, about us maintaining and nurturing our relationships among artists across the board, from photographers, stylists, whatever, who you happen to be friends with. Whenever they get jobs, they reach out to you. You know what I mean? And then you bring, if you have an agent, they manage the business side of of those things. But honestly, friends have kept me alive and kept me afloat in this business. I honestly would not be anywhere without genuine relationships that have been fostered since I've started freelancing.
So true, guys. We're starting, so we got 15 minutes left in this portion. We're going to do a Q&A at 1. But one of the last questions I want to ask is, how do we pay it forward within our community? Because I feel like a lot of us get into this whole well, I had to struggle, so everybody else had to do it too. You know what I mean? So how do we pay it forward? How do we get out of that mentality? Or what do you guys think? Alana, I'm gonna go with you first on this one.
Well, I'm definitely traumatized by that mentality, because a lot of my professors at my HBCU had that mentality when it came to teaching these extremely hard courses that were for my core classes for chemical engineering. We didn't have a TI-89, so you're gonna do this exam this way because I had it hard. That kind of thinking limits people. Want to quit, makes you want to drop out. It discourages people. So it honestly doesn't get anyone anywhere, and it even hinders that person that thinks they're dropping game. That hinders you in the long run, because people notice those things, and you never know when you're going to see someone again anyway. So it's always, for your benefit and just the universe's benefit to just be kind in general. So as far as, even though I'm saying that very intensely, be kind, but it's real, So as far as paying it forward is concerned, especially in regards to, why we're all here today in the first place, is assistance. I try to choose people of color. I always try to choose people of color, because I get tired of being the only, a raisin in a bowl of oatmeal, because there's no reason why that should be the case. There's no reason why I should be the only person of color, especially in a city like New York City or LA or whatever. Because we're everywhere, you know what I mean? But especially when I always try to hire women, and I look for a Black woman first. I can't find a Black woman, I try to find a Black man, or non-binary, and it's going to be somebody of color. That's how you pay it forward. Someone who's reaching out to advice to you in, on social media. It could be about anything. I don't keep my knowledge to myself for what? What am I hoarding it for? And when I die, what's gonna happen? I want people to thrive. I want Black people to thrive. I want Black women to thrive, because in particular, I find that is, there's an issue there when it comes to the lack of Black women and their presence on fashion sets. It could be it could be whatever, but it's just that's what I'm saying, as far as why aren't Black people qualified to tell stories of any kind? There's no justification for it. So I always make it a point to share whatever. Anyone has any questions, you can always reach out to me. My handle's on the banner, and then again, just hiring whoever I can whenever I can. And
I love that.
Shout out to Zania Beauty. I don't know if you're watching, but she's on the come up. But I try to choose young people as well.
Okay, gotcha. What about you, Delina?
I also think it's very important that we hire young Black women of color. it's just really, really important to me. I think that like, I mean, I see myself in that too, right? Like I try to create the opportunities that I wish I had when I first got in. And I found it very, very difficult to get onto assistance list. Like, it's not that I didn't do it, but it was tough.
Dude,
you know what I mean? It was really tough.
Yeah.
And then I realized, like, especially women, like, I mean, honestly, like, I mean, I know that this is obviously a very inclusive space, but I just want to be really honest. I think it's a lot easier for men to get assistant positions than women. I've been passed up for things where I'm just like, how is that possible? I sent a specific email.
Yeah.
It talked about your whole portfolio.
worded email, a very nicely worded professional email.
Exactly. And so I think that sometimes it's like you want to be able to, I think you really want to be able to create these opportunities for people. And we're looking for professionalism, right? Like we're looking for people who are interested in contributing, right? I think a lot of times people try and pitch you as an assistant and say they want to learn. And I get it, you're going to learn along the way. But really, truly, and honestly, what I need you for as an assistant, I just did a really big beauty shoot and I had 3 assistants with me, and 2 of them have been with me when I find an assistant that I like, I keep you forever. So it's like literally like I'm not really replacing people. You know what I mean? It's like if that person's not available, cool, then you can come through. But it's like, it's truly like, because, you know, it's a partnership. It's like you start to understand how I work. And a lot of times when you're doing a big beauty shoot, I mean, Joy, you know this, like you have 4, 5, 6 models, you need your assistant to do makeup too.
Yeah.
You're not just going to be standing there with me. So like there are going to be bits and pieces that you grab, but truly and honestly, I need you to know how to do makeup so that when you get in there, if I need to have you, because this is what's going to happen. Eventually the creative director is going to walk up and say, they can do it, right? They can do this while you they can do this, right? And you're just like, wait, right? So
okay,
like,
hold on.
So I'm teaching you along the way because I want you to be able to do some of the stuff that I do. I mean, I want you to be able to have an amazing career as well too, but I want you to be able to do what I'm doing so that way, you can be other places. Like that's the whole point, is trying to duplicate yourself, you know? So, I think that assisting is really important. I think that's a great way to pay it forward. I think that I also do a really, I'm very, very, very good at recommending people for jobs. I always recommend people for jobs. I've done it a lot. I've done it since the beginning of my career. I think for 2 reasons. Number one, because I think it's really important that you find positions and you put women of color into position. Every single time I'm not available, I'm putting a woman of color in position.
Okay.
And
That's fact.
Yeah. So she's like, and so, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm putting you in position so that way that you can be there, because I'm like, if I can't be there, I'd like for you to be there. Right.
Yes. Representation matters. It matters.
Yeah.
Delina, let me tell you, Delina, I'm not going to go into detail, but she has looked out for me in a monumentous way.
I love
For that very reason. She practiced what she preaches.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's important that we all do. But yes, definitely referring, friends, women of color. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, But there's a lot of work to be done in that aspect when it comes to Black women and our. So I know so many. I worked at MAC in DC. MAC, Pentagon City, DC. Okay. We're all Black women. You know what I mean? I'm glad to say there aren't that many that ended up continuing that I see on sets today from those crop of Black women that I worked with. We were all Black women. Where are they at? Why? Because you can't say they don't exist. Yeah. You choose to overlook them. So it really is up to us to make look out for one another.
That's so true, because when I first started in the game, like literally, I was literally the only Black person that would be on set. Like, and it was just, it was wild to me. It was just still kind of like very new, and that's why I'm like, I don't want this to be a trend.
Right. Right.
Ends. I want this to continue and really like push forward. Before I ask my last question, guys, I want everyone, if you have questions for these young ladies, please drop it in the chat box, because I want you guys, like, they're here, y'all. It's time to ask the questions that you guys have. And it's like, first of all, I allotted 30 minutes for the questions. So
you're like, so y'all better fill up the space, okay?
Okay. So ask some questions, think of something, ask, because this is what the conversation, the collective conversation is, how are we going to press forward after this? So I guess that is my kind of last question to you guys until we open it up is, you know, what do you guys want to see happen after this? Yeah, like where do you see the future, and how can we make everlasting changes to this industry, to this world, you know, to our communities? You know, I know that's a big question to ask, but yeah.
I don't want this conversation to end. I don't want to hear from you guys today. That's
It's cool, right?
Yeah. Well, guys, if you guys are loving this conversation, thank you, Reginald, Raphael. If you guys are loving this conversation, make sure you're inviting people into the room so they can hear it too, because this is real. Like, let's all like get people, like, pay it forward. Like, yeah, get them in the room. Okay, so that's the question I have. How can we empower the future so that this doesn't become a trend with Black people just showing up for Black things? You know what I mean? Like, we need to be represented everywhere. Mm-hmm. So, Delina, I'm gonna start with you on that one.
Yeah, so I think that like Alana brought up a really good point earlier when she was saying that we really need to have us in the producer cap, right? Like, I think if there's anybody in here that's interested in being a producer, like being a person of color, wanting to hire more people of color, it makes a big difference. And I think that like whenever you're in a room, I think that like I've experienced this before when I'm in a room with my clients, they might say, hey, I'm thinking about something, have you thought of? And I will always throw in people's name into the hat. I think a lot of times, like, you get to be in people's like kind of trusted circle, inner circle, and you get the opportunity to be able to like talk about people that you've been seeing. Sabrina, who's in the chat right now, works a lot with me. Works a lot with me and Phoebe Robinson, and she is always talking about new Black creatives that she's finding. She's like, girl, have you heard this thing? It's so funny. And I feel like it's really helpful to kind of like bring us a little bit more to the table. I think that first I want to acknowledge, I know everybody's kind of going through something right now. This is a very traumatic experience for a lot of people, myself included. And I think that, it comes in waves, right? I always say that. It comes in waves. Like, sometimes you're cool and you're chilling and you're fine. And like right now I feel great. But then sometimes I'm like, cool, I just want to just sleep a little bit longer, right? Because I'm just trying to forget what's happening right now. So it's okay to like kind of lean into that emotion and understand that it's okay that you feel that way. Everybody's experiencing something different, and that it's totally fine. If right now you don't feel the most creative and you're seeing a bunch of people on Instagram and it's bothering you, I understand. If you're like, I can't wait to get on Instagram and start and create something, then do that, but I think that right now what we have to do is we have to be kind to each other and not shame each other, right? Like, I think that like stay in your lane has never been more important than it ever has been. Like, don't find this time to talk about what other people are doing. Just do what makes you happy and lean into that. And if you have to mute certain people because something is not right in your spirit with that certain thing, then do what you gotta do. Go on a muting spree if you have to.
Is the best. It's like, it's determinated.
Right? I haven't muted anyone. I have not muted anyone.
People probably done muted me because I done posted about this summit every single 5 minutes. And I'm okay.
No. Listen, hey, the thing is like, everything is not for everybody, and it's totally fine, right? Like, everyone's not going to find inspiration in certain times of their life, and that's totally fine. I personally believe in my heart, for real. I really believe that there's going to be sun again, and we will be okay, and we will work again, and everything will be normal again, right? So, like, you know what I mean? There's going to be an adjustment period, just like anything, and then things will go back. Like, everybody wants it to be normal. Every single person. Be back to the way that it was, and that's a good thing. So just keep the faith and don't stress out too much, and do what you have to do. Self-care is really important. Self-love is really important right now.
I love that. Alana.
Well, I'm sorry guys, I'm not I only get serious when I talk about like politics, so forgive me for my goofiness. This is just my personality. I can't help it. I love it. But I definitely because so I definitely agree with what Delina is saying. Is keeping the faith, and it's okay to oscillate between doom and gloom and faith, because the era that we're in right now, But I definitely do see an end in sight. I just don't know when that is and what it's going to look like. Especially for someone like me who's immunocompromised, Anyone that knows me right now, they call me the COVID police, because I'm literally policing
Yeah.
Everyone that I know, I'm knowing every single person I know because I'm like, where have you been? What have you been doing? Who have you been breathing around? Who have you been touching?
Yeah.
You know, because I'm
Yeah.
afraid of,
And
getting
that's real. That's
you know.
real, especially in our community where a lot of us are autoimmune compromised. So yeah, that's real.
And so that is it's natural to be, afraid for the future, but I say definitely do what makes you happy. Try to discover new things, you know what I mean? And if you don't, that's okay too. Being still is perfectly fine. Because think about what our old normal was, our old normal was hustle, bustle, no rest, not eating properly, probably watching too much TV, probably scrolling way too much, so finding a new normal that involves really taking care of yourself, enriching others, supporting others. That's where I find my stability. I'm a jogger now. Who knew that I would become a jogger?
That's awesome.
People.
That's awesome. I love that.
It's helped me really get out my frustrations with this whole pandemic situation. We're people who depend upon touching strangers' faces and being in their faces every single day. And that very position can literally kill us now. You know what I mean? So that's what I think about, or it could definitely kill me. You know what I mean? I think about just how disproportionately, Black people have been affected by this.
Yeah.
And it's important to me to work with people that really value my life. You know what I mean? And value, you know what I mean? That's important. And not just, oh, I'm just a 1099 or whatever. I'm actually a person. So my new normal is going to involve looking at all those aspects. But I just say, and find a way to enrich yourself, stay creative. I even, I don't have any face charts. I don't have any textured paper. I'm just drawing some really Picasso looking faces on paper using makeup lately. And it's been soothing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think that after this, it's definitely we will get back to doing what we love. Most important.
Right. I love that. And that is a great note to that part of our conversation. Like I was saying, we opened it up for Q&A. So we have a question that just came in from Camille. What are your thoughts on how things will change once filming resumes?
You want to take that, Delina?
Sure. I think that there's going to be, I want to say, as makeup artists, I think a lot of us have already learned a lot of sanitary practices, especially if you worked at MAC growing up. I feel like it was very, very intense. You know what I mean? I think that MAC is one of the most sanitary counters ever.
Yeah.
So I think you learned a lot of doing the right thing when it comes to work. I don't know what's going to be regulated, but if I could just say, I think for personal safety, I think a lot of people will probably be wearing masks. I'm hoping that gloves are not required, that I can just kind of do washing hands, because I use my hands a lot when I do makeup, and it would just be it would be really hindering. To just be working with brushes. I'm not saying I can't do it, but I feel like it's just something that it's very innate with the way that I actually do makeup. I think you're going to see a lot of, depending on who you're working with, but I think especially if you're working with high profile clients, you can probably expect that there's going to be really intense measures. I've been already starting to think about maybe I should be creating individual kits for everybody. Right. I don't know if you've been thinking about that too. Alana or Joy, what we're gonna kind of do in that way, or maybe just kind of letting them know, hey, beforehand, this is what I'm gonna be doing for the look. So not necessarily spending as much time in the creative process when I'm there, because that's what I like to do. I have Insta Lives, and I basically let people into my creative process where I'm putting a makeup look together, and that's kind of how I do it. I think as I go. Right. So I'm thinking about, okay, how can I plan out what I'm going to do before I get there and literally minimize it so that it can be coming in and coming out. I also go to a lot of clients' houses. I don't know how much that's going to really be happening. I think we're meeting on set now. As far as film is concerned, I'm sure that's going to be really intense. If you have 12, you're looking at 12, 16-hour days. We're in a trailer with multiple people. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I would just say, think about it also in terms of protecting yourself.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are worried about like protecting the client, but think about you and what you need. And so if what you need to do is wear certain things, and make sure you wear those things, right? Like, this is my new normal. This is what I'm doing for myself. Like, you know, obviously I care about you, but this is what I'm doing for me, right? So I can feel safe and comfortable. But I do hope that transition goes pretty quickly, because I don't want to do all that.
No, man. Like, you know, just like when I go in my kit, I'm like,
same. That's how I think. I'm like,
because
you know?
I make it up as I go. I pride myself on improvising things. I'm sure that doesn't please some people, but some clients, but I improvise, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's a whole part of being an artist.
Yeah, but it's a challenge.
You just fly off the handle and you do other things.
Yep.
We have another question that came in from Carmen. Hi, Carmen. Thank you for asking a question. Alana, can you please share your journey in getting agency representation and any advice to others seeking representation?
Yes. So back to when Delina was talking about not being able to get on assistant lists, you know, a lot of people's trajectories as freelance makeup artists, they first assist, you know, in an array of notable, some not notable, but people who are working in everyday freelance makeup artists, you know, so they get that experience on set or wherever, you know, commercial set, backstage, whatever, and then they build that on their resume, and hopefully, you know, you get a job from the person you're assisting, and based on a referral and so on and so forth. I didn't have that journey. I was never a first assistant. I was never a second assistant. I was never a third assistant. Every makeup artist that I assisted never really needed or required extra pair of hands like that. It was very rare, you know, and they're cool, and I love them, and I value everything I learned from them, but I didn't work with them frequently enough to garner a first assistant type position. But a lot of people would advise you to seek that type of position, but that's really up to you, because there really is no wrong way to do that, because honestly, I'm not a first assistant kind of person, you know. You got to think about what your natural background is. Naturally, you know, like I said, I'm someone who's, you know, my mind's made up pretty early about a lot of things. I'm strong-willed, you know, I highly educated. I'm sorry, you know, so
I have to apologize for that.
You know, highly educated, you know, so that first assistant thing may be hard for a lot of people to adjust, because it's for a lot of makeup artists, they want you to do clerical work. They want you to pick up their dry cleaning, pick up the kid from school, drop off a get well note that their child made for their other classmate, also carry their 100-pound luggage. Like, if that's not for you, that's okay. You can still end up having a fantastic career in spite of you not doing that. So what I did, you know, that's what I mean, like friends. I have friends who were at creative agencies. I have friends who, you know, were in fashion PR. And they uplifted me. And I did every little gig, and I did every single test shoot with some great photographers that are doing fabulous things now. But back then when I was testing, they were just starting out as well. So I recommend, you know, practicing as much as possible. Getting your test shoots out there. So what if it's not, you know, Steve Meisel or, you know, Jamie Nelson? I love her. You know, what if it's not those people? Because it's still your work that you want to display. So the best way to market yourself is to get your work out there. You know, you never know who's watching. There's always someone who may come across your work, and they may make a mental note later on and circle back to you. And, you know, of course, it'll be great to assist people. It's great to reach out to agencies. I would say email as many agencies as possible with your professional emails, like Delina and I did, you know, and keep trying. I saw Sabrina's comment, you know, don't take no for an answer. Just keep trying and beating doors down. Keep trying. And that's exactly what I did as well. It just so happened that on one of the jobs that I've had, you know, on my own, I just got those a lot more frequently than I did assistant work. And, you know, a girl's got to eat, a girl's got to pay some bills. So that's what I decided to go with. And I stopped pursuing that. Not that I thought that, oh, I don't need to assist anymore. I know everything. No, I just preferred to learn as I go on my own jobs,
through my own journey of trial and error and, doing my own thing and meeting the right people, getting a good client base, and working on being the best makeup artist you possibly can be and still treating it and that's why I'm grateful for that retail experience. And then I would say, retail experience is still extremely valuable. I would never, piss on that experience because as you're working with the everyday person, all types of people, you learn how to manage personalities. You learn how to manage your own personality. You learn how to listen to the client, and that never stops. You always have to listen to the client. When you get on a set, that doesn't change. Your client just so happens to be bigger with a huge platform, whether it's advertising or television. So those are gems that you can always, acquire, possibly at the same time. Because when I first moved to New York, I was freelancing in the NARS boutiques. I was assisting, and I was doing my own jobs as well, and I was just, absorbing it all. And eventually it helped me become more of a well-rounded freelance makeup artist. But build your site, edit your.
That's super important.
Yeah, quantity is not quality. Make sure and have your strongest images at the top of your site. When you click on whatever your site is, what are the first, images that you want potential clients, photographers, collaborators to see? So always constantly change those out as well. And then when you feel that you are truly ready for representation, you can reach out. But the important thing I will say, circling back to assisting, is if you do have a regular relationship with assisting makeup artists that are repped by agencies, they're agents, you end up knowing them, establishing relationships, and then they have junior agents that become agents. And you never know. But the point is to keep nurturing those relationships as you go.
Oh, I think that's
a great answer.
Yeah, that's a great answer. I think also that's super important about, like you said, like the junior agents. You just never know who. First of all, that's just a lesson in the industry in general. You never know who's going to be in what position.
Exactly.
So always treat everyone with respect. Because that person that you thought isn't gonna be something. Next thing you know, you're like, "Hey, y'all, remember me? Hey," and they're like, "Yeah, okay," and you don't want that to happen,
Exactly.
Yeah, they're keeping an eye on you so they can figure it out. The person that is, I have a manager right now, and I guess not necessarily an agent. It's kind of a crossover type of thing. But the way I met her was exactly how Alana said. I walked in to Jed Root at the time, and she was a junior agent. And like over time, we just kind of like kept in touch. And she, I knew she had a good what do you call that? I'm literally just blanking.
Energy.
I know what you're saying.
My first cup of coffee.
People liked her is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, good reputation is the word I was looking for.
Reputation. There we go.
Yeah.
She had a good reputation. And so, so we kind of kept in touch. And so I think a lot of times people are looking, hey, I want to start working with an agent. But a lot of times it's a very organic thing that happened. So just kind of like you said, Alana, I think that was a really, really great way. I mean, you literally walked them through.
Yeah. We have a great question from Nina. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. Starting a beauty brand, how would you recommend we engage with makeup artists? I'm going to shoot that question out to you, Delina. Because you know how to get all the coins.
First of all, congratulations on your brand. That's really, really exciting. It's always like a big, it's a big endeavor to start a beauty brand. And I think that it's a big market right now. So you want to find people that are really excited. I think that honestly, genuine excitement whenever you are interested in working with them and really understand and know their work. Like if you're wanting to work with makeup artists, I mean, no matter how you're wanting to reach out to them, like don't just talk about their celebrity work. If they work with celebrities, talk about like maybe you saw something that really spoke to you, like, oh, I really like the way you do this specific thing. Something that helps them really understand that you really care about their style of their work is something that's really going to speak to them, because everyone appreciates a compliment, right? But it's like when something is specific. Yeah, when it's specific and it says like something about you. It's not just like, oh, this was a really nice, like if I were to say like to Joy, like, oh, this is a really nice talk. Thank you for having us. Versus being like, Joy, I saw how much work you put into this. I saw you like, and this is actually a really real compliment, just so you guys know. Like, Joy, I saw how much work you put into this. I saw you like dream this up, and then you literally like you conceptualize it and then you put it together. I mean, you even have a theme song, sis, like you out here. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's a whole different vibe, you know? So I think that like just expressing, only work with people you really want to work with, and then that excitement should come across. But and no mass messages, please don't send those out. I delete all of them. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like don't send me a message that like is like it looks like you don't know me. If you can't even take the time to write me a real message, I'm not going to work with you. And I am very open to working with everybody, no matter what your budget is. If you don't have a budget, I understand you just started. Like if I like a product, I will talk about it. But yeah, but you gotta care. You gotta care.
Yes, you gotta care. You gotta care. Okay. We have another. Okay, the questions are rolling in. Y'all, they're rolling in. We got about 15 minutes for questions. Tashinga, hopefully I said that right. Y'all don't get me if I'm not saying the names correctly. Tashinga, first of all, if that is how you say it, is absolutely beautiful. What is your advice on artists that are ready to move out to cities like NY, LA, and or London to pursue a career in MUA spaces? Pursue MUA careers in these spaces.
Well,
Alana, let's go with you on this one. Because you came back home.
Both cities. Yeah, exactly. She's in NY and LA.
Yeah, so we about to, yeah.
You know, honestly, a lot of my makeup friends that I have now, we had our friendships begin on IG, Instagram, social media. So, and they just ended up blossoming into real life friendships. But I would say, go when you arrive to places like New York, a lot of my friends I met in retail, if you don't know anyone in that city, it's best to, I don't like saying start from the ground up, because I'm not trying to limit anybody. You can dive right in, or you can opt to start small. If you don't have any kind of connections in the city, go to one of the higher end, makeup boutiques like a NARS. So many phenomenal artists came out of that first crop of employees out of the NARS 413 Bleecker boutique and Soho boutique. Like so many. It was like basically, what do you call that? Not a breeding ground, but like a citadel. I don't know. But you just never know who you're going to come up with. So that's why I do encourage that kind of experience, especially if you don't know anyone. But then there's like, these cute little events like artist meetups now, go to as many artist meetups that you possibly can. Try to get on lists for events that a lot of brands have. You don't necessarily have to be, a blogger or a high-end or a popular makeup artist. I snuck into.
I know. I'm like,
Tell us.
Back in the day, a press event for Pat McGrath when she was still doing Dolce & Gabbana Beauty. And living life, okay? You would have never have known that I did not belong there technically. I encourage people to be bold and ballsy like that, because if someone looks at your resume and they feel like you don't qualify for something, you'll never be able to do anything in life. You know what I mean? So it's about being bold and making those moves to establish certain connections, but again, nurturing those connections and building something genuine and authentic. And I honestly feel like the dominoes fall once that begins. Same thing.
Yes, I love that. I think so one of the things with the summit is that I'm throwing out the gatekeeper mentality. It's like
exactly.
I'm bringing tables out here, and I'm bringing chairs with me. It's just like, if you want a table, you build you a table, and it's okay. These gatekeepers, it is what it is.
Dude, I don't know. I can't tell you how many times someone said, "Well, I mean, you're not a first assistant, so I mean, I don't understand why you're getting these things." What?
Yeah.
Who said? Like, I don't have to follow X, Y, and Z path.
Everyone follows their own path.
Follow your own path.
It happens. It unfolds the way it's supposed to unfold. Question that just came in. Rebecca McMahon. Hi,
Rebecca.
Right. So I'm not a woman of color, but as a makeup artist and creative, I want to support all minorities. Do you have any suggestions for me? Thank you. First of all, Rebecca, shout out to you. I really, I appreciate that, and I invited everyone to the summit because, we're Black creatives are always kind of, I want to say forced to be in a room, with everyone else and learn everything else. But I sometimes feel like it doesn't come back. Like, like we're always having to reach outside of ourselves and make sure we're learning outside of us, But I want someone, that's why I was like, no, if you want to come in the room, come in the room, because it's time for it to be reciprocated. You know what I mean? It's time for it to be reciprocated. One of the things first that I want to say on just a personal thing is, first of all, Rebecca, this is not, this is just my personal opinion. And I don't know if I could somehow, in just me saying this, change the collective mentality with this. But I want us to stop seeing ourselves as minorities. Yeah. Because that word in itself means less than or smaller than. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the population of the world globally, we're the majority, and I really want to change that collective word when it comes to people of color, period. Where, so that is just my personal thing. But like I said, this is no disrespect to you, Rebecca, but this is my personal belief. One of the things I think you can do to support is what you're doing right now. Mm-hmm. Coming in the room and making your presence known, that you are an ally. And I appreciate that because, every movement needs allies, mm-hmm. And if you are in a space to hire, economics, putting us on a different platform like that is powerful. That's how change happens in communities, with people. So that is what I personally want to say. But I want to shoot this out to you, ladies. What do you guys think? Delina, I'm gonna start with you on that one. And ladies, just so you know, we have 9 more minutes, but this is getting good. That's a great question. I love that question. First of all, okay.
That was a great question. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I would say I think that it's important to definitely create. I think a lot of times you have an opportunity. I think that, and I mean, obviously that this is a conversation, and I'm really excited you're here, Rebecca. Thank you for making that known. I appreciate that. I second that, Joy. I think a lot of times the conversation changes when Black people actually are not in the room, right? When when a person who's not of color, right, who's having a conversation with another person who is like not of color, and they are talking about people of color in a positive way, minds get shifted. Right? Like change happens. And I think that like my favorite thing to say is like, while you are at a bar talking, like making sure that, you're encouraging people not to have negative stereotypes, right? Or like to, you know what I mean? Or maybe to throw out somebody's name. Like maybe you have, like you said, Joy, like maybe you have an opportunity available and to be like, hey, actually, I do know that girl, Alana, and I really like her work and she's really cool. I haven't met her personally, but I've heard good things and I think I would like to try her out for this specific thing. Or I'm not available to do my client. Maybe Delina's available. Cool. I'm gonna throw out this opportunity. So I think that sometimes what you're able to do is you can kind of create more space for us. One of the best ways I think to do that is like, I used to fly up, like Alana was saying, like go to the city that you want to be in and live in and go to events there. I would come up for the makeup show and I would meet people at the makeup show before I lived.
That's a great,
Yeah. And the makeup show is a really awesome melting pot. It's actually one of my favorite shows. I'm super bummed it was canceled this year because it's such an amazing learning opportunity. You can literally go in there, just spend the money for the ticket to come in and go to all the free workshops and learn something, right? You don't even have to buy. You don't even have to buy anything. I'm not saying don't support businesses. Of course, support them. But I'm literally saying, they're like, wait, hold on. Don't do that.
They're like, wait a minute. Wait.
Like the trade show. Like literally, like there is an opportunity there for us to create. With your words, you are very powerful. So just understand that you can change what's happening in the room just by having the conversation. So yeah.
Yes, Alana, what do you think?
I'm definitely going to piggyback off of that.
Okay.
It's really about, that's what I mean. Like, if you are,
genuine about being an ally in helping people of color, Black people out within this industry. It's just, treat us like, you treat your non-Black, non-people of color colleagues that you think highly of, or, have some sort of kind regard. Because we're just like everybody else in that regard.
Yeah.
We're afforded a lot of the same resources and opportunities. We're genuine people, we're kind people, we're talented, all of the above. So I definitely agree, like, representing us and speaking of us to other, non-people of color when we're not in the room, and advocating for us, even in the smallest way, really does help. It goes actually, carries a lot of weight. My agent, she's not a Black woman, but I love her. She's advocated for me. She believes in me, and she's helped me in so many ways. You know what I mean? Caring for that person as a person, not as a token. The tokenism where we get in trouble with a lot of things. So as long as you're not treating Black people as tokens, or a person of color as a token, and you just honestly believe in them and mess with their, not mess, I'm trying to be but honestly believe in their work, then it just flows naturally. But I just want people to not I'm trying to convey this in this short amount of time. We're not a threat, and a lot of our lives as Black people is being treated like threats, whether we're walking down the street, shopping in the store, doing our own thing, just minding our business. We're regarded as threats, all the way down to 5-year-old, 12-year-old child playing with a gun or toy gun or whatever. Like, we're always viewed as a threat in this world. That's about anti-Blackness and how to tackle anti-Blackness in every aspect of life, and the world is anti-Black. It may not necessarily be your fault, but it's always good to consider, how can you battle that? How can you change that? What can you do in your personal life to counteract that systemic anti-Blackness? And that's truly, truly important. And as long as you're tokenizing that approach, then we're all good, baby.
So good. Okay. One more question, guys, from Tyrone Farley. Hi, Tyrone. What are some new opportunities or business pivots post-COVID? So we got like 4 minutes. So Delina, I'm going to shoot with you. So give me like 1 minute answer if you can, or 2 minutes. And then Alana, we're going to end with you.
I don't want this to end.
I know. It's so good, right? It's good.
So good. It's so good. Okay. So I know a lot of people hate the word branding, but I really, 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 if you have the energy right now, I just want you to take a second and look at your portfolio and organize it in a way where, like Alana was saying, put that top image, make sure that the way that it reads, it's really advocating for you. And then I'd also say, you don't have to have a really huge Instagram following. I think everybody gets really caught up in the numbers with that. It's really not about that. It's about the aesthetic. Just take a second and look at the vibe that you're putting out. And what does that say about you? Just zoom out for a second and just look. What do the last 12 posts say about who I am? Can people understand? One, am I a makeup artist? What am I doing? And what kind of message am I conveying? Those are going to be really, really important things, because people just when they get a list of names of people that are available for a job, they take one click and they probably go to your Instagram profile. And if they're really excited, they might go to your portfolio, but they do it so quickly. Just make sure it represents you. You don't have to post every day. You don't have to be on live every day. I know I'm on live every day, but I'm just saying, you don't have to do these things. You really don't. It's just people just want to know you're a solid person. You're a good person. Continue to put out good vibes and just be mindful of the energy that you're putting out into the world.
I love that. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Alana, do you have any ending or any these I agree. They do need to continue to happen. Alana, I want to shoot that question out to you, and we have 2 minutes.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, okay. We're gonna have to pull that question back up. Oh, it's about business pivots. Do you have what are some new opportunities or business pivots post-COVID?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's about the authentic self now. Honestly, I think that's what we're going to transition into, and
brands will be looking into that. Who is this person behind, these photos, behind this work, behind, what do you call those? Lifestyle photos or whatever, whatever it may be. It's about authenticity at this point. And how can you, going back to branding, I know that's the B word, right? But how can you melt those two things together? Authenticity and branding, revealing yourself and it's still being attractive to potential clients.
Yeah.
Right? And I just say, be professional. Be professional. Be kind. Kindness, honestly, if you convey kindness in anything, I feel like everything will work out just fine. Honestly, can put your best foot forward at everything you do. Honestly, if you put 100% into everything you do, things will happen naturally. I swear. It sounds like a Hallmark cliche, but it's facts. Like if you if you remain true to yourself, be authentic, convey kindness and quality work, it's gonna happen.
It's a
I've never had a lot of followers.
I've
I've been on Instagram since 2012. I don't even have 6,000 followers, and I'm cool.
Hey, it is what it is. Let me tell you, that's a perfect ending to this amazing conversation. Ladies, you guys outdid yourself today. Like, really.
Thank you so much for having us, man. Thank you for doing this.
I always personally want to thank the people that say yes to me, that say yes to my craziness. And I appreciate you and all of you guys. And I appreciate all of you guys and the questions and the participants. I love you guys. And thank you, Delina. Thank you, Alana. You guys are such powerful queens.
Oh, thank you. So are you?
Yeah, like I just got goosebumps. Guys,
this is amazing. Can I just tell you that the fact that you created this summit in the time of bleakness, you got me out here, like really feeling like a geek because I had such a fantastic time today. I can't thank you enough for providing this. Honestly, we need
you guys. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, y'all. Okay. Listen, guys. AJ is coming up next. AJ Crimson. So yes. So we're gonna take a 30-minute break.
Detroit, what?
Would you like?
Detroit, what?
Yes. Go drink some water, eat some food, do what you gotta do, because we're coming up next with the founder of AJ Crimson Beauty, AJ Crimson. Y'all have a great day, and I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
I love you, girl.
Love you too, boo.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay, y'all. I know y'all be bopping with the music because I know I do. Okay, because my intro, I can't lie. It's hot. Okay, it's hot. Hi Danielle, how you doing, guys? Before I bring AJ into the room, because I know y'all are really here for him. Y'all ain't even here for me. Y'all might as well just go ahead and tell me the truth. Tell me the truth now. It's all good because you know what? I am here for him too. Okay, how about that? How about those apples? I love my intro. Imani, shout out to Imani Hamilton for editing and putting it together. That is a Black creative that you guys definitely want to follow. I'm going to put her IG handle up again. And also, just so you know, guys, I want to know in the comments, tell me, where are you guys from? Tell me where you representing, okay? Because right now I'm in New York City, but I'm from Maryland. I had to learn how to say Maryland while living up here, because everyone would talk about how we would say Maryland, okay? But hi guys, we live. Yes, we are live. Letitia, the artist, we are live in the building. Yes, we are. Oh, thank you, Caddy. I appreciate that. You're amazing too. Thank you so much for following the call and just coming to, the Bronx. Yes, the Bronx is in the building. Okay. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. San Francisco. Wow. Hey, age girl. Yes, Maryland. Hey, Maryland. Oh, Mississippi. Okay, but you live in Maryland. What part of Maryland, though? Y'all from PG County? Where y'all from? Okay, because I'm PG County. Yes, baby. Ohio. Okay, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. You guys are from everywhere. We got Boston in the house. I love Boston. Boston's a beautiful city. Vegas. Yes, Vegas. What? Alexandria. I was actually born in Alexandria. If y'all guys didn't know. We got Miami in the house. Hi, Joanne. Nice to meet you. Thank you guys so much. London. What? Okay, I got London in the house. What? Okay, Toronto. Love it, love it, love it. Listen, guys, I want you guys to know that I really appreciate that all of you guys came out today to the All Black Everything Summit 2020. This was a new endeavor for me. This was birthed out of the pivot. This was birthed out of COVID-19. And I mean, that's real, you know, because as a makeup artist, I was like, what am I going to do? What, you know, like, and I am not a makeup artist that is in front of a camera ever. I'm really not. This is something that is very new to me. This is very new territory for me. But then I was like, what else can I do? Like, I don't do makeup tutorials on myself, you know, but how else can I stay inspired? How else can I also inspire other people or keep people, their spirits up? Because I need my spirit up. Like, I was like, how can I keep my spirit up? I think that's really what it was how can I keep my spirit up? And how can I continue to be around people, even in spite of all of this going on? So that's how the global conversations with creative pros happen. But then the larger question or the larger goal, the larger thing that came out of COVID is the ABE Summit. And that was me coming from a place of how can I keep other Black creatives inspired? Because it's a tough time right now. But I don't want us to shrink or to dim our light, you know? It's always like, don't dim your light, like just keep on going. And that's where really it came from. So guys, I'm so excited and so happy that you guys, thank you, Danielle. And I'm so happy that you guys are trusting my process and trusting me in this and coming and, spending the day with me. Well, spending the next 3 days, because hopefully you guys are coming back. You know, we have 2 more days. So one of the requests I have is if you want to get notifications, please definitely follow me on YouTube, subscribe to my channel, because I don't think this is going to be the last thing I do. I really don't. I feel like this is just only the beginning, and it is what it is. Oh, thank you, Lori. I really appreciate it. I love what you're doing too. Okay. So, guys, let me introduce the man of the hour and a half. Okay. Hour and a half. How about that? So here, let me tell you. First of all, I so appreciate people like when I pitch them ideas, they don't hesitate. They say yes, and he was one of the ones that just was like, yeah, sure, and I was like, what? So that was very new to me. So I was just like, okay, I appreciate him so much for that. So without further ado, let me read you guys like some words on him. Okay, so I did my research. So AJ Crimson is the rock star of the beauty industry. Okay. Oh yeah, you come back. Yes, Rashana. He is the rock star of the beauty industry. He's an entrepreneur, makeup artist, and beauty and lifestyle expert. Yes, okay, expert, y'all, expert. Because that's one of the things. It's like learn from the experts, learn from people doing. He created the AJ Crimson Beauty Cosmetics out of a necessity to create a product inclusive of all women of all ethnicities, a product all women could find ownership in and believe in. So often, makeup has been designed with a one size fits all mentality. And with Black women and women of color, my cosmetic line contains shades for women of every ethnic background and skin tone. Listen, I understand that we have this trend going on right now where everyone's hyping up and saying like, oh, they're inclusive. They included it. Listen, this was already being done. Okay. And AJ Crimson was at the forefront of making that happen. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to give credit where credit is due. Okay. And that is what I'm about. So we're going to bring AJ Crimson into the room, y'all. Are y'all ready to get this word? Because I am. So let me invite him right in right now. AJ.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I cannot complain. I can't complain at all. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for coming. I so appreciate you coming. You look good. Look at you.
Thank you. I'm hitting a little allergy point, but I'm all right.
Yeah, my allergies have been kind of bothering me today as well. So I'm just like, oh my gosh, on a day where I'm like, I don't need to be sniffling all over the place.
Exactly. I was like, oh, of all the days, like this is what's happening, but we're going to fight through it. So, hey, everybody, I've been seeing the comments. Super excited to be here. All of you who have like joined in, this is going to be great. I'm so excited to talk to Joy. And this, I love this. Can I just start off by saying I love this? I can't tell you enough how much I absolutely love All Black Everything and everything that you're doing with this platform. It's so needed. This just you're doing it for the culture in such a big way. You know?
Oh, I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, enough about me. Or you can say more. No, I'm just kidding. So
much to say.
I want to start by asking, just if you can I know I gave a little bit of a rundown of your background, but I would love if you could, give us a little bit more. I want to hear who is AJ Crimson and AJ Crimson Beauty.
For sure. Who is AJ Crimson? AJ Crimson is he's a really cool guy. He's definitely a really cool guy. You know, I've always been like a really hard worker.
Okay.
I've always worked to be resourceful, to carve my own lane, and really not fall victim to naysayers. You know what I mean? A lot of times, when you're growing up, and for me, I think I've always seen success for myself. I didn't always know how that success would come. And trying to project that and maybe articulate that to the people around me, they don't always understand, and you have to kind of find a place where at least you're learning to understand yourself and learning to understand to keep going, even when the world doesn't get it. And, so I think I've always been a fighter for myself in that way.
Okay.
And I think when I think about the AJ Crimson Beauty brand, what is it? I mean, it's a pro luxury line for, with women of color first, with them in mind first.
Okay.
And we don't have that. We haven't had that. We still don't have it. Not in this capacity. So
true.
It really is, I think, a brand that's that's always kind of had its finger on the pulse of what's happening next.
I think one of the great things that I love when I talk to you outside of this is that one of the things you told me was that when it was created, you created almost like how everyone starts with light and then goes dark.
Yes.
You started the opposite way.
I did.
You know what I mean? And I think that just gave like that respect.
Thank you.
Like, yeah.
For me, it was kind of a thing. Like I had tested a few different products. Obviously, before AJ Crimson Beauty, I had a brand called Kissable Couture, and it was all about luxury lip gloss. Like we launched on Oprah in her favorite things. We were in Bergdorf, which I'm really hoping Bergdorf doesn't get shut down. Actually, Bendel's is where we launched, which is closed. But I've always kind of been in that space of like wanting to bring luxury to Black women. But I think when it came time to formulating the foundation, one, it was what am I true? I have to be true to what I'm known for, and that was always great skin. Like that's the thing that women, my clients always kind of came back to. It's always like this cupcake, creamy kind of skin. And I knew I had to start with the darkest color because this was a girl that nobody was talking about. Nobody was talking to her. It's like why? Like why is no one talking to her? Why is it that the only place that she can find a shade for her in a drugstore? Why can't we find her at some of the stores that I love to shop in, which would have been the higher end luxury stores? So it was really important. I figured if we can get her right, then we can create the other ones. We can work backwards. And I feel like if you can make the color look great on her skin, then it's going to look great on everybody else.
Yes, I love that. That is so true. So true. So when AJ and I first spoke to each other on my Instagram live video, and he was so like everyone loved him that they were like, we need to see him again. So I was like, yeah. So when I put this whole thing together, I was like, first up was AJ. Get AJ. We need AJ.
Yes.
So I wanted to bring you on because I really wanted to deep dive into like this whole COVID situation, and especially with so before this panel, we spoke with makeup artists Delina and Alana, and that was the makeup artist perspective. This now is the founder perspective of a founder of a beauty company, or just a founder in general of. Because what transitions can transition throughout any business, So I feel like I wanted to bring you on because I wanted to know what will it take for Black owned beauty brands to continue to thrive post pandemic.
Absolutely. I think that we have to treat all of our businesses with a level of respect. It starts with respect. It starts with the respect of brand. It starts with the respect of customer, client. I think it's reflecting and thinking about how we shop. I know that when I order things, like I ordered something recently, and I think this is how I'm always able to learn more about my customer and learn more about my brand based on even my own shopping habits. So I recently purchased an arm for my cell phone. Lean on, right? And I knew that it was going to be about 4 weeks, but I was in the 4th or 5th week and I was looking for it and I hadn't heard from the brand that I was buying it from. And the tracking number that they gave me, stalled out at some point. And I was like, where is this? So to the point where I was just like, I wanted to kind of cuss everybody out through email, like, hey, like, where's my stuff? What I mean? So this record, I was like, wow. So I stepped back and I thought, wow, you know what? This is how my customers may feel when they order a foundation from us and we are overstocked or oversold and we didn't communicate with her that it was going to take a little bit longer. It's putting yourself in the seat of the customer. I think that's what's most important because without her, and I say her because like she's my, because she is like my predominant customer, even though I have a lot of male clients as well.
Yeah, I get it.
When I think of her and I think of like what her needs are, it's just always important to me to make sure that I'm putting her first and I'm thinking about it from her point of view and her perspective. And personalization, I think, is key. One thing that we continuously do here, I started this maybe sometime in the middle of last year or the year before, where we put a note. There was a young lady, a friend of mine, Asia, that worked for me in Los Angeles, in the Los Angeles store. And she started writing little notes on all of the packing slips that would go out.
I love that.
Yeah, and like it was something I didn't think of. You know what I mean? It's something I wasn't thinking about. I was like, hey, I just want to get her stuff out. Let's get it to her as fast as we can.
Yeah.
And so I was like, hey, like, did you put notes on the thing? Because I got a text message from a girl in my DM saying, oh, thanks for the little note. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. We need to make sure we do that on everything.
Yeah. Okay.
Since that time, we've done that. And I have one right here. I have these really cool cards. So I make it a point for all of our customers I personally write these myself.
Oh, I love that.
Myself, and I make sure that they go out into the orders. So it's personalization. We're in a great time right now where we get to hone in and be one-on-one with our clients.
Yeah.
Now more than ever. Before, I thought it was a bit much of a challenge. Like I wanted to do foundation matching with our girls, girls who wanted to try the brand. Like I would always post pictures of like the line. And I have this little magical post that I do where I swatch.
Yes, I saw that.
And girls were like, oh my God, I really want to try your stuff, but I don't know how to find my color. And foundation is probably the hardest thing to match, especially now that you have 100 shades to choose from, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to, I've always wanted to be able to do Zoom conversations or one-on-ones with those girls who always want to try the brand and give them consultations. But I was always traveling. I traveled 4 to 5 times a week before COVID. But what this has opened up the door to was now people know how to use Zoom. People know how to get on, their IG lives. And now we can do a one-on-one consultation with AJ Crimson Match Me Perfect in AJ Crimson Beauty. Right from the site. So they can book their own appointments with me. They have that one-on-one experience and they get a custom AJ Crimson prescription from me.
I love that.
So it's all about customization at this point. Customization, personalization, using our time wisely, putting yourself in the seat of the customer because she's the one that's keeping us going.
I love that. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen that are watching, this is all about communication. And even if you're a creative making money, this is still about a business.
Yes.
So even if you're a freelancer, you're like, well, I'm not a founder. You are a founder. You are still trying to hit those numbers. You are still if you see yourself as a business, you are a business. Yeah. So another question I have is, how do we set ourselves up for success even after COVID?
Step our game up.
Okay.
Step your game up. Simply step your game up and start small. Like I think people are wasting this opportunity. There's a lot of people that are wasting this opportunity. When will you ever get 7 weeks, 7 weeks off to just really focus on your business?
Okay.
And like you said, you are founders. If you're a makeup artist, if you have a brand, if you are aspiring to have a brand, this is the 7 to 8 to 10 weeks that you use to develop those concepts and develop those ideas. Stepping our game up in that moment and not having this woe is me thing. I think a lot of times people are on the internet and you're looking to your left and you're looking to your right about with what other people are doing. And I had this comment in my DMs recently. A girl said, how do I compete? I'm a new makeup artist, and how do I compete with so many major makeup artists around me? Like, you got the wrong focus. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Why are you focused on who's around you? Focus on your lane, because there's a lot of things that you need to be working on, whether it's your portfolio, whether it's conceptualizing things for your website, because a lot of you don't have real websites, right? You're using your Instagram page, and your Instagram page is just not enough, regardless to what you feel like or you think the world is saying. If you want to step your game up and elevate to the next level, those bigger artists that you're worrying about, they actually have real websites, and they're actually adding new content, new types of content to those websites. So it's using your time wisely. When I had said that woe is me thing, you're and spending too much time worrying about other people, you got to focus on your lane.
Yeah.
Your race.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's definitely one of the things that I want people to kind of one of the things I want people to do is just kind of make a checklist. Make a checklist. I have sticky. I have Post-its all over my walls of things like of a guideline, of an outline, and I move those things around to see what I want.
I love that.
See what works and what's not working. I am on the phone with graphic designers. I am watching people like you, with fabulous ideas and turning on a dime. Like you have everything you need to succeed right now. That is one of my favorite quotes. You have everything you need to succeed right now. So stop thinking about all of the things that you don't have, the money that you don't have. If you haven't applied for unemployment insurance, go and get it, because you could potentially be bringing in about $4,000 worth of currency every month that you can put towards your business.
Yes.
Here Comes in Beauty was $5,000 7 years ago, and it's blown up exponentially. So I am a strong believer in that.
I love that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so guys, I already told y'all he was gonna come in here and drop some dimes, okay, and drop some gems. Guys, if you feel like this is resonating with you, please share this out to your friends, because we're trying to get as many people in the building so that we are creating the legacies that we deserve to create. Okay, and I want everyone to hear these messages, and just have a collective shift in thought. With that said, what are some real right now actions that beauty brands or creatives can take to get ready during this time?
So one thing that I've been seeing, which is really great, there's a Barbicide.
Oh yeah,
have you seen that? So how many people have actually done that Barbicide certification, right? If you're lacking in your business perspective, why aren't you going to Harvard? Harvard actually has a host of classes that you can take online right now. Some are free, some cost a little bit of money that you can invest in and use this time to give an hour of yourself every day to actually learning something new or fill in those gaps and fill in those voids. Preparing your kit, maybe getting online and purchasing things for your kit. Like I'm currently in that mode now. I'm thinking about, okay, when I go back to work, what do I want my kit to look like? How do I want to shape the conversation of my products versus alongside the story that I want to tell in the makeup that I do? Because maybe I was too busy to kind of get some of these other things in there, but now it's a perfect time to do that. So I think it's planning and prepping those ways. Thinking about shoots that you need, making a detailed list of shoots that you need in your book, models that you want to connect with. Right now, everybody's collaborating. Why are you figuring out those collaborations? Now, I mean, I haven't seen a time when it's so easy to now kind of get almost anybody that you want to see or anybody that you want to connect with on the phone. Right? You can get them on an IG live story. You can have a conversation, create the conversation, get involved in the game. There's no time for fear. We always talk about YouTubers and, like as makeup. Well, how do I frame this? And I don't want to say as professional makeup artists, because I think YouTubers have grown to be professional makeup artists.
I agree with you, saying, yeah.
So if you're not so what's traditionally seen as a makeup artist versus like a YouTuber, those people just kind of got out there, they got in the game and jumped on. Like you said, I am not the girl who's normally in front of the camera. And you know what? You have to show up for yourself, right?
Yeah.
You have to show up for you, because if you don't show up for you, how can you expect anybody else to?
Okay. Preach.
So, so show up for yourself unapologetically. Don't dim your light, shine the light on you. And if you're afraid, I always get nervous. Like I said, even before, it's like, oh my God, I'm so nervous. And you're like, I don't believe you. And I think for a few seconds, I was a little nervous, but but that's always that thing inside.
Yeah.
You want to bring your best to the table all the time. I want to show up and be my best for you. I want to show up and be my best for the people. And I want to show up and be my best for myself. So, those are the starting points. I think just starting and don't try to take such huge chunks out of things.
Okay.
Right. Obviously, like I want to be, I want to sell my brand for 1.5 billion because the last deal was like 1.2 billion with It Cosmetics, and Charlotte Tilbury is, selling for $1 billion, or she's asking for $1 billion now. So I want to be 1.5 billion.
Okay.
And if I'm going to sell it, right? And instead of me focusing on reaching that $1.5 billion mark, which is what drive me crazy, like a binary number that I can't solve. You know, I'm going to take it bit by bit, like looking at the presentation of my product as it is today, and how can I step that game up and make it a little bit better? How can I make my customer's experience shopping at my website smoother? How can I make her, when she receives it, more exciting? So, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So
I'm back.
This particular panel is from founder to mogul. Okay. So the 1.5 billion, yeah, that sounds real good. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
That then leads me into my question. Why are people hesitant to support members within the community? And how can that change? Because we see that a lot where, you know, you put something out there and you think you're going, you know, just out of your own circle, you going out of that, you could just blow and go straight to the moon. Right. But how is it that we then can make that happen? That, like, sometimes we struggle with people within our own communities supporting our brands.
I think that's where it kind of that's very disheartening, to be honest. Because I can't tell you how many times I have seen people make purchases. Like, I started this in 2013. Started with number 8. I've seen probably at minimum 10 reiterations of my AJ Crimson Artist Kit.
Okay.
Through other brands.
Wow.
I've watched women that follow me on other pages and saying, "Oh, finally, they made colors for us." And it's like, no, wait, actually, I've been making colors for you.
Yeah.
You know, and actually, if you compare side by side, this is where they got it from. Like, take a look, you know?
Yeah.
And what is it about that? Why do we always have to fit ourselves in somebody else's box? As opposed to working with a brand that's always kind of built a box around you. I built a box to fit you. You don't have to go and beg some other brand because they came out with 50 Shades of White this season. Like, stop begging them to have that conversation when you could actually participate and talk to and communicate with a brand that wants to talk to you, that's eager to talk to you, that wants to create new things for you. And I think that's part of it. So, you know, we have to stop thinking that the white man's water is colder. I think that's just where it begins. It starts with us. I also believe that we have to treat each other's businesses with respect. Saying that because it's so important.
Yes, it is.
And you should think about how, if you had a business or whatever business it is that you are pushing, whether it's your makeup artistry, whether it is your product or your brand or whatever service it is that you're doing, how do you want to be supported? Support the way that you want to be supported. It starts with you. It starts with you. If you're not supporting other Black-owned businesses, then how can you expect people to support your business? If you're supporting your homegirl like you supported the celebrity that you don't know, you know what I mean? Like, that's a big thing. Like how can you expect her to come and support you? I'm gonna go buy Rihanna. Not Rihanna, but like Beyonce's makeup line when it comes out before I get yours, because it's Beyonce. I don't know her, but you know what I mean? But I'm gonna go get that because, you know, I just want to support Beyonce. Well, girl, I want you to just support me too. You know what I mean? And it's just that, and that, you know, because that's the voice. That's the look that I have in my head when I hear things. That's the spin that I feel. That's how I feel like she's doing it. It's like, oh, I want to support that, and it's like, no, girl, well, come support this. You know, you can't expect the same respect. So I think it just. We have the capabilities. There is absolutely, when you look at the numbers historically, every year after year after year, the reports come out and it says how Black women spend most on their beauty, right? Whether it's hair, makeup, you know, you name it, body care, self-care. She spends the most. Why is it that we only allow one of us or two of us to become or excel the multi-million-dollar brand? It can only be one. It's just like in the music industry, because I came from the music industry. When a girl says to me, "Oh, I want to wear, I want to wear red hair," and I'm like, "Okay, yeah, let's do it, let's rock it." "Oh, but I can't because so and so already did red hair."
Mm-hmm.
But when you watch the Oscars, that girl's got red hair, that girl's got red hair, and nobody is saying that only one of the girls can show up to the carpet with red hair. They're not comparing the two. We're always in the business of comparing each other.
Yes.
That's just, we have to stop doing that. You know what I mean? Like, again, everybody's service is different. I have a lip gloss, and my friend Melissa Butler has a lip gloss. You know what I mean? But I love Melissa Butler's stuff because she has colors that I don't make. And she's my friend, and I want to see her do really well. So I buy her stuff. I bought her Fast Face when it launched. I have my own foundation, but she makes a liquid that I don't make. I make cream. So these are things that could complement what I'm doing. We're always looking to, instead of me saying, "Oh, Joy, of course I'm going to come on your summit." I'm like, "Oh, that's a good idea, Joy. I'm gonna go do my own." Actually, I can't be a guest on yours because I'm gonna go do mine. Why can't I do mine and do yours?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So it's just it just always goes back to support. It always goes back to putting yourself in the other person's position. If this were your brand, how would you want your people to show up for you? There's absolutely no reason why we can't fundraise amongst ourselves, right? Because beauty brands usually get the short end of the stick when it comes to funding. When you're communicating with the brands that you love, are you talking to them in love? Are you communicating with them in love, or are you coming to the table with a, for lack of a better word, stank attitude? Because like I see it all the time where people say, "I try to support a Black business, but the customer service is always so bad," and that's something that the brand needs to pay attention to. You know what I mean? Like it just can't be okay that you go to we talked about this, like the jerk chicken spot, right? Where we just accept the fact that it's like a hole in the wall. Why can't it be why can't our taste level rise? We have to raise our taste level in things. It's not about being like the white brands, but it's just raising the bar.
Yeah.
We want to accept for ourselves. Like everything doesn't have to be so makeshift. Right?
I love that. Yeah.
Put the brand out, do the steps to put the brand out in a way where it can compete with the other brands that you see on the market. The girls are going crazy for Mac Daddy because he puts it out there in a specific way. Yeah. If you're going to show up to the table, you got to show up equal or better.
And especially if you want to drop a luxury line.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that, because, just being in this industry for as long as we've been in, we know packaging. We know things that, sell a product. Yep. And if you want to compete at the luxury level, then you have to have an experience behind that product, And if you aren't deciding to offer that, then it might not be a perfect fit for luxury yet, for luxury.
You might not be ready for luxury. And also, you don't have to try to put out 10 products.
Yes.
Start with one.
The one that's perfect.
This one thing right here, y'all. We all have this in our kits.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I moved it off my table. I had it on my table.
She has 3 or 4 different products, right? Yeah. But this one is selling like hotcakes all the time.
That's so true.
So why can't you just come up with something like that, right? Don't overthink it, And again, if you are going to do luxury, this is just like a little sneak peek like this. This is something I've been working on with the detail, right?
Yeah, details, all the details, yeah.
Rose grain ribbon in a white opal jar. Like this is, you know what I mean? Like we have to give ourselves. You have to do your research, and if you don't know, if your taste level is not there yet, the examples are all around you because there's luxury everywhere, right? So, yeah.
Yes, I agree. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is going straight into another question that I have because all of these questions are kind of like feeding into each other perfectly, How can we start to heal generational trauma and lack mentality? Can it be healed? Because a lot of us don't think that we deserve what we deserve. We don't think that we deserve the best, or don't think that we. Because I feel like generationally we've been told, oh no, you know, like, don't even think you can do the things that you can do. Like, what makes you think you're different than me? What makes you think you're, you know, almost like, you know, what makes you think you're better than me? You know? But it's like people teaching other people that just because, you know, like they can't do it, you can't do it either.
Yeah.
So how can we start to heal that and the lack mentality?
I think you have to just look around. If you can figure out how to be available for the Michael Jordan shoe release, you know, on the first day, and you can stand in line for that, or you can be, you know, on the phone, ready in line to get a Beyonce ticket, and you can figure out how to do that. Then you can also figure out how to advance yourself regardless of the naysayers. You can have a dream, you know, and not listen to what everybody on the left and right is saying that opposes what that dream is. Sometimes you can't tell everybody what it is that you want to do or what you're planning to do. Sometimes you just have to show up and show it. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to, you know, investors who said earlier on when I was actually looking for investors, who said to me, "Oh, if you tell me that the line is for like my lip gloss line, if you tell me that this lip gloss line is for Black women, then, you know, I'll give you the money." I'm like, well, that just sounds stupid. Like, because you know, lip gloss can be for any person, woman, right? Or people who would say to me, AJ, you know, you got to do it this way. You know, no one's ever gonna do it. No one, you doing it this way isn't gonna work. Well, why won't it work? Like, I always have to ask, if I can envision it and I can see it, then I know that it can happen. My entire life has been built on a dream. It's been built on a dream. It's been built on a vision or idea of what I think it could be. And because we have so many different examples, especially now with social media, that you can see things, you can see that it worked for someone. It worked for someone. Why couldn't it work for you? Because, you know, I went to this thing that Nick Cannon had a couple years ago, and it was so sad to me because it was, I forgot, it may have been the Do Something Awards or something to that effect, but there was a girl in the video that they were showing, and she was from like a low-income neighborhood in California, in LA, and they had taken these kids, a group of kids from the neighborhood, to like a better restaurant, like a 5-star restaurant. And the kids were really lost. You know, and she said, I couldn't believe that I was here. She said, the best meal that I ever had was McDonald's. Right? And that was disheartening because that's the best meal she's ever had.
Yeah.
But now that she's been exposed to a better meal, you have to now let her know that you are worth being here. You can be here too. You get to go. Why don't you get to go? You might be a little more soulful than, you know, other folks, but that's okay. That gives you your edge.
Yeah.
The way to get to know you and use what you have to flip it and turn it into what it needs to be, because people around the world are trying to be you, you know, being every version of you and making money off of that, and, you know, in so many ways, and exploiting your gifts, and exploiting your gifts and making money off it, and commercializing you, and you don't even feel good enough to be you. So, you know, how is that even possible? How is that possible? You know, you have to. So we got to sit with ourselves, because again, you can't. I can't want your dream more than you.
True.
I can't want it more than you, and I'm not going to want it more than you.
Yeah, and that, I think, goes into like a lot. Like sometimes people that is so true. You can't want my dream more than I want my dream.
I can't.
But some people expect that. They want you to put in the work for them.
Well, a lot of times people are lazy now, and let's just be real about that. A lot of folks are lazy. They don't want to do the work. They want the fame and they want the fortune, but they don't really want the hustle and the work that comes with acquiring that.
Truth. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yes, it looks fabulous to be sitting next to celebrity so-and-so. It looks fabulous to take a selfie, or to be able to, you know, it looks fabulous to like be able to call, you know, someone on the phone and have a relationship with them. But you don't know the struggle that it takes. Like, when I'm off of this, like, I am up, you know, during COVID, I've been up almost nonstop, 24 hours. You know, like I'm still up in 24 hours just because I'm constantly thinking.
Yeah.
I'm constantly working. I'm constantly wondering. I like when orders coming through, like I said, I sign all the cards.
Yeah.
I'm getting the sale notices, and I'm sitting here writing these. And I've had people say to me, other brand owners, like, oh, like, how do you have time to do that? And I'm like, because I can, because I care.
Yeah.
I care enough about my business. I care enough about where I want to go, and I want to give her that.
Yeah.
But I can't pass that off. Like we always want to. That is something too. I want to say, like, I think in terms of, when people think about being a business owner or being the boss or being like a mogul, people automatically believe or think that the work stops. You stop doing the work and you just start delegating to everybody else.
Yeah.
You have team members, from time to time, but those people sometimes come and go. And if you don't know how to run your business independent of those folks, then what happens to your business? I know how to do every aspect of my business. From packing the order, to printing the order, to creating the product, to knowing how to get the product in from my manufacturers. I know every aspect of it because it starts with me. And then I'm able to give it to other people. It doesn't stop with me. My finger is on every part of this because it's mine. Because at the end of the day, AJ Crimson is the name on it. When people shop at the website and an order goes out the wrong way, I'm not the one necessarily packing it up and sending it out to you. Somebody else is doing that. But when people hit customer service or when they hit me up online, they say, I ordered from you, AJ, or you didn't send me. You didn't send me.
Yeah.
I ordered from you and I didn't get this. So I can't go back into them and say, oh, that homegirl in shipping, didn't do it. Sorry. I get it. I did it. It's my responsibility. So it never stops with you. It always stops with you, and you never stop putting your hands on it. One other note to that: a friend of mine was in like a big ensemble, like in New York, and he told me the guy who owns Madison Square Gardens, like he writes everyone's checks.
Wow.
He writes out and signs every person's check and gives it to them. So this is the owner of Radio City Music Hall, the owner of Madison Square Gardens. If he can still sit there and write every person's check out, I absolutely can come to work for my small business.
Wow. Okay. I love that. That is, I love that because, it's just a level of care. Like, and I think that goes into like passion.
Yeah.
Like this is your passion.
Yeah.
Once you find your passion, then you actually aren't okay with just handing it over to anybody else.
Yes.
This is your baby, and it will kick a drive in you that you never thought was available. And I think that that's so true. But and really quick, guys, we have about 17 minutes with this portion of the talk, and then we're going to have a Q&A. So guys, start dropping your questions in. But what do you say to people who are like, but they don't teach us how to do certain things?
Then you need to go and learn to figure out how to do it. Who is they? Who is that didn't teach you? If you can formulate the sentence to say, well, they never taught me, then girl, you can formulate the sentence to go say, I need to go learn. And let me go find who it is that I need to communicate to learn the lesson. Right? Like we got to stop. You can't grow up your whole life. Like that's like me growing up my whole life and being mad about some shit that my parents didn't do for me. Like, yeah, okay, cool. Like they probably didn't, maybe they didn't understand how to, I was 11 years old bringing home applications to boarding school. We found a boarding school in Switzerland, the American school in Switzerland that I want to go to. Can you help me fill this out? And my parents were like, what? Like, who are you? You know what I mean? Like, where are you going? And I was just like, oh, I plan to go to this school. Like, or hey, like, like I was always trying to get somewhere, right? So it's like and I was like, hey, like when I turn 18, like, and I'm out of here, like, we need to just have my bags packed because I'm planning to go to this place. And then, why do you have to go there? Like, why can't you do it here? I was like, you know what? Because it's not going to happen here. It's not going to happen here. I just see me there doing what I want to do. And I've always seen that. So one, I had to filter out all the noise that said that I can't do it, and then also two, I had to figure that shit out. Like, figure it out. Stop putting. You can't. I can't blame them for what they weren't exposed to or what they don't know.
Yeah.
The world is huge. Stop being afraid to step out.
Yes.
Stop counting the money you don't have and making an excuse for why you can't do something.
Okay. Yeah.
You can find them. If you can find the money for weave, you can find the money for other things that don't bring value, like long-term value. You know, to you, then you can figure out a way to invest in things that will bring you value. You can take a little bit of money that you have every week to buy a little bit of stock in Delta Airlines or American Airlines while it's down. You spend $100, put $100 in the stock market, because you know, if you're in your 20s and you really, you know, work towards putting something in, and pay yourself first and put something into those places, by the time you're 65, you can retire with a couple of million. If you're in your 30s, and your 40s, you might have a couple $100,000, but you'll think that. We're not thinking long term. We're thinking so much in the short game and what you can do to how I can get money tomorrow. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Oh yes. Okay. Right. That's yes. Before we go into the other conversation, I definitely so you recently started an affiliate program.
I did.
I think right now I think that's amazing, especially because you're providing opportunities to the community. And can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So AJ Crimson Beauty Work From Home. So it's the Work From Home program, a Work From Home affiliate program, and you get 30%.
Wow.
So basically, a lot of the girls that are already enrolled in the program are customers they're customers of ours. They're women that I've met. They're women and men that I have met and that I've met over the 7 years that we've started. And it's really a way for you who already use the product to go out and talk about the product. You've already been talking about it, but now you can make 30% off of every sale that you refer. And I think that's a way that you can actually make money and empower yourself. So you're not sitting in a slump. Like right now, we're all not working, but women are still needing to feel good about themselves. Like if you're not getting up and putting a little lipstick on, I still spray a little fragrance on even around the house because it just makes me feel good. So with the Work From Home program, you sign up at ajcrimson.com. It's in the programs and membership section, and there's an application. You put it in, you get 30% off of every sale. We have a weekly call at 7:00 every Sunday where we talk and we highlight and I celebrate all of those girls who are converting. I come into your lives and I come into your rooms where you do like makeup parties because everybody's doing it from home, right? So you do these Zoom calls, and we've had a lot of success stories, and those girls are eager. It's about, but again, it goes back to how hungry are you to make money? How hungry are you to see yourself successful? We all have a phone that we at least know 25 people that want to support us. Just selling one lipstick to each one of those folks, you've brought in about $200 for yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it really is, it can be that easy. And we've seen a lot of success. So I'm really excited about it. I'm excited about the girls that have already logged on and have come on, and they've been doing a really great job.
But I think that is also like thinking about like a different model, a different business.
No Black business that's doing this.
That's what I was gonna say. I feel like I haven't heard of another Black business doing this type of model. No. And I think that's really to be commended, because that's actually empowering folks, putting dollars in their pocket.
In your pocket. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, you know what? Like right now, literally a big retailer fired so many people that were like a lot of their part-time workers. A lot of people know that because maybe a lot of them were caught up in it. And I thought like, oh my God, I'm so glad I'm launching this program to everyone in the coming weeks. And I was like, because now it's a way for me to give back. It's really a way for me to give back and share in the spoils to those women who've been so loyal to me, and those customers who've been so loyal to me, who've been talking about my product for free for years. Like, I'm not the brand that gives out a ton of PR packages. Like I actually don't do it at all. Because Tom Ford's not sending you anything for free. So why do you expect that AJ Crimson should have to? right? In order for you to try it. Like girls will always say, oh, I really love to try it. Well, you can try it. Go to adriancrimson.com and you can purchase it. It's available. You know,
I know that's right.
yeah. And I did away with like discounts and sale at our site because you know what? Again, my product is worth it.
Yeah.
My product is worth it. And if you don't understand its worth, then it just wasn't for you. We're just not speaking to you. And that's okay too.
How were you able, because this is a level of confidence that I just don't feel like I see a lot, that people were just like, you know, like how were you able to shape your confidence like this?
You know what? It's always scary going into things, but oh, shoot, sorry.
Oh, they're trying to get some AJ Crimson right now.
Hey, like
I'm trying for the affiliate program.
Man, I can't even find you now. Can you still see me?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I feel like it's tough. I actually will say that 2017 was probably the hardest year that I've had in business, and of all the years I've been in business.
Okay.
Because literally, you know, I'm for myself, I feel like I have a Midas touch. Okay. You know, where if I think about it, if I touch it, it can turn to gold. I believe it. I believe wholeheartedly that if I try it, I can do it. You know, and in 2017, it really challenged my confidence because a lot of things that I was trying was just failing. Like in my mind, you know, it was going backwards, and I didn't understand that. I didn't understand like how to come out of it. Like I remember not wanting to come out of my room for weeks, you know, but just like, but I had to think. I was like, okay, like what are we doing wrong? Like where do we play it safe? You know, where have I gotten comfortable? Where have I got complacent? You know, and I had to ask myself those questions. I had to say, AJ, like, what did you do? Talk to yourself in third person. And I was able to answer those things and, you know, slowly come back and say, hey, like, you know what? There was no way to forecast that everybody was going to copy what the fuck you were doing and like, and now put it out and they have bigger voices. You know, they have larger voices, like just being real about it. And it's not that I wouldn't love to see my product in a retailer in every place, but I'm actually really glad that we're not because all those retailers, their doors are closed. A lot of the places that we wanted to be that may have turned us down or said, oh, your girl doesn't shop here. They're in bankruptcy court now. You know what I mean? And it drove me to open my own store. Okay. And even with having my own store in LA, I opened it and it was ahead of its time. Black women, I wanted to create a place where Black women could come and, you know, not feel like they were looked over, like people were looking over their shoulders, you know, like we had heard stories about in Bernie's. So it's like her little Bernie's, but she just wasn't really ready for that. You know what I mean? And so I closed it, but I didn't feel like I failed in that moment. I think I'm pretty much the first Black-owned male makeup line that had a store. I had my own freestanding store. I think even before Bobby Brown Cosmetics put their own freestanding store in LA. So, you know, so for me, you know, I look at it as a lot of firsts. I look at it as things that were right for me as a brand. And I tried it. And you can never say, one thing you never say about AJ Crimson that he didn't try. Okay. You know what I mean? And whether it worked or not is another thing, you know, but I now have the data. Yes. That if I want to do it again, I can do it again and I can figure it out. Right. You know, so I think that's it. Like give yourself you're going to make mistakes. You're going to do things. I made all the mistakes I want to make with my money. This from the start. I haven't used anybody else's money to do it. Okay. I may have had loans or something here and there, but I've had to pay those back. You know what I mean? So it's all ultimately like my cash. So it's like you have to take the chance on you. And you can either be afraid and stand by the sidelines and, you know, and let the world tell you where your place is, or you can carve a place out for yourself and be niche and talk to your tribe and build. Yeah. About like community building. How I've been seeing all the little pop-ups. I've been like, oh my God. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please definitely drop your questions in the comments because we're getting to those pretty soon. But the last question I wanted to ask you is, where do you see yourself or your line going
after COVID, and how can we support?
Well, you can always support by getting an artist kit or artist kit single at ajcrimson.com for sure. That honestly, that is the best way to support, to be honest. Like, support with your wallet.
Okay.
Because to say that oh, I love your brand, and or I'm gonna tell all my friends about it, like it really that also helps, but it really helps when you put your money where your mouth is. Because that's what keeps the doors open as a small business. Like I'm 7 years in. May 7th was my 7th-year anniversary.
Wow.
And I'm really proud of that because we've seen so much. We've seen so much. I've been challenged so much, and I've seen brands come who've used me as a blueprint. And some of those brands are gone by the wayside now, even just within that short frame of time. And to still be here, and to still be standing, and still be moving forward, and we're still enjoying sales at the website, which is great. Our retailers are continuously reordering, so that means you're still shopping with them as well. We've opened new accounts, which is exciting during this time. So I don't see this letting up. I just see more people getting involved with the brand. Like, I mean, I've had girls who said, hey, I tried to go get this other thing that I thought was hot right now. And, and honestly, it just didn't work out, so now I came on back. I know the product is great. I never have to oversell it. Girls understand what it is. And the girls who are challenged with it, like I urge you to hit me in the DMs, to find out how you can use it better. Because it's usually not the product, it's usually the end user. And you can't use AJ Crimson Beauty the way you use everything else.
Okay.
But continue to support that way. Also, in terms of where I see the brand after COVID, I mean, I have some new launches in the works.
Okay.
So
I love that.
This 7 weeks has definitely absolutely been time that I needed to really develop and push those ideas forward. And I'm just happy. The girls who follow me, they've been seeing it, and they definitely have seen some of the things, and they've heard me talk about it as early as 2 years ago. So to finally see it now get closer and closer to this place of launch is really great. So look out for some things in the next couple months.
I love that. I love that. So guys, we're ready for your questions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We got it right up. Joanne, where are your products manufactured?
All of my products are manufactured in the United States. We're cruelty-free. We are all natural, vegan friendly, paraben-free, gluten-free in case you want to eat it.
Okay. You can eat some cosmetics.
If you just gotta put it.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
We have another question from Sabrina. Thanks so much for sharing your wisdom. What's the time when you felt really discouraged? Oh, that's a great question. When you felt really discouraged about your brand, and how did you tackle that?
My AJ Crimson Beauty is the hardest relationship I've ever been in.
Okay.
It's the hardest relationship I've ever been in. We have argued with each other. We have disagreed with each other. I've wanted to break up and take a break from my brand as well, and we had and it and I had to kind of take a step back. But it was also one of those things where after that cooling off period happened, and I was able to really think about do I want to continue forward in this relationship?
Yeah.
I realized how much I love it, and how much I loved it, and how much joy it brings me, and how much joy it brings other people. And it's those other people. When they order something, just when I feel like I just want to give up, like a sale for an artist kit comes through, a sale for a lipstick, or someone who texts me and said, oh my God, like I just got my No Shade and it's like my favorite lip color ever. Or you got Ruby Who and it's like, I can't live without this. So it's those moments that really, that always bring me back. And because I've had that moment, like I've definitely been at the place where, like I said, 2017, like me and AJ Crimson Beauty were about to break up, what I mean? And just go our separate ways. But it was like, oh, wait a minute, like I had to fight. I had to fight for fight for love. You know what I mean? So
yeah. But I bet you're so glad that you didn't like throw in the towel.
yeah, I'm not a quitter either. You know, and that's the thing. Like in real life, like I might be sitting on the sideline saying like, oh, like F this, like I don't want to do it anymore. But the reality is I'm not a quitter. Like I couldn't even imagine I can't even imagine like throwing in the towel on this. Like I've been so lucky and so fortunate to work in every capacity of most all the careers that or ideas of careers that I thought I wanted to be in. This is the one that has challenged me the most, and it also is the one that I because I know it's so many great things for it. I think that's why I get hit with all the challenges, but they're learning lessons.
I'm going to assume that is the probably even the most rewarding relationship that you've ever been in.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah.
Because I've seen it. I've just seen it do some amazing things.
Yes. I just want to ask, like, I know, so AJ's here, guys. Like, let's ask these questions. Okay, so are you looking into skincare or body products? Oh, that's are we getting ready to get a scoop? Woo! Wow.
So, I mean, what I was showing you. So this will actually change, but in these bottles are skincare samples. So that's what you're going to see soon.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What is making you like broaden and go into skincare now?
Because that's the one thing. Like I wear my product when I am on television or I do photo shoots and appearances. But the one thing that I always kind of have been complimented on is just my skin and like its youthful glow.
Yes.
So for me, I just kind of want to share those things with them, and it's also the base. I want to create something that really worked alongside my brand, alongside my foundation. You know, and some things that are out there don't necessarily do it in the best way. So it's a natural course of progression for us as a brand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now to hopefully I said your name correctly. How did you decide which manufacturer to go with for your brand?
Just how I felt, conversation, and how, you know, and why, you know, how the samples came back. Like were they spot on? Was the timeliness of those samples what was the timeliness of the samples created? You know, some places, you know, they took like 6 months to make something.
Oh, okay.
Not the place that I, you know, want to stick around. If it takes you 6 months to do something that could easily take, you know, 4 months, or maybe they didn't prioritize me, you know, in a way where, because I am smaller, to where you know, it's going to take them 6 months. You know, usually with any launch, it takes roughly about at minimum, you know, 12 to 18 months to get a product to market. So, you know, those lead times are everything. So I think for me, it's just about the relationship. Are they excited about my brand? Do they feel like I'm a brand that they can grow with? You know, so those things play a huge factor in my manufacturing relationships.
When you're dealing with manufacturers, what made you decide to go with a U.S.-based manufacturer?
Because I didn't want my products made in China, to be honest. And I know there's brands that are out there that are doing it, and these are things that a lot of you love. You know, but quality is important to me. Which, yes, in some respect, you can get a certain quality or a level of quality out of China. But I like to be a little more. I like the product to be a little closer to home. I visit my facilities. Our foundations are hand poured here in the United States. So there's an artisan fact to our brand. So we're not just pumping it out in machines. There's actually a small group of people that actually hand pour each one of those, each one of those pans. So there's just a level of love I think goes into play doing it locally. Yeah, I think it's just important. And why not? Why can't you create? I think you just get a better product when you do it like that. I mean, also, the only other place I would probably manufacture, which I have an item that I'm working on that is coming out of Italy. So yeah, I just want to go American made. Why not?
Okay, all right, guys. Okay, so Jamie Melbourne. Hey, I do know Jamie. Hi. Okay, hey Jamie. He said you might recognize me. I am so proud of you. Thanks for you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. So proud. Jamie is proud of you as well.
Thank
you. I ask what his initials stand for?
Nope. It stands for AJ. That's it. AJ is always AJ.
Okay. I got you. Well, okay, Jamie. Hello. Okay, Nina. When a new company is launching, what's your recommendation on which products to roll out first?
What's the need? What are your customers saying? You know, like, what is your tribe saying? Like, what is your community saying? Like that, they'll tell you exactly what it is that they want from you and what they need from you. Also, like, what's the conversation that you're going to mold around that? You know, that drive that you're going to put around that. You know, because that's going to. Are you jumping on board because it's the trend right now, or are you doing it because you're now going to be the trendsetter? You know, it really just depends on like what conversation you're trying to catch or the one you're trying to create.
Okay, I love that. I love that. Yeah. Carmen, we got the questions coming in, y'all. How long was your journey from the initial idea to launching the first product?
2 years. With Kissable Couture, I developed that. It took 2 years to develop that and get it out. And simply, a lot of it was just talking to different manufacturers, learning the ropes, learning that, like one thing from one company I went to, I was like, oh, like how much will it cost to do the lab samples? And they're like, oh, it'll cost you like $1,000 a sample. And I was like, okay, well, all right, cool. And then what happens if I don't like it? And then it's like, oh, well, you know, then it'll cost you like another $1,000 to do it. I was like, what? Like, even if I don't like the one that you did?
Yeah.
Like, then it took me to another manufacturer where I was having the same conversation. And I was like, hey, so how long is it going to take to do the samples and to do the formulation? How much is it going to cost? And for the guy to tell me, why do you keep asking me like what the formulation costs are going to be right now? And I said, well, because, you know, I just want to be prepared. He's like, well, that's just the cost of doing business. And I was like, oh, I figured there was another way that this worked. You know what I mean? And yes, there are some things where you do have to pay a certain amount up front and in order to get your formulation started. But also, depending on how big you're going in that product, it's kind of built into it'll be built into the fee that you pay in your overall order when you're putting it out. So it was learning those things. So it took about 2 years. And then also too, some of those things that I was doing, when I first started, I was planning to go completely turnkey, where everything, it just comes back to me ready to ship, you know? And that was going to cost me about a little over $90,000.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Like, okay, wait, like, yeah, we got 90,000 to do it, but where am I going to put 60,000 units of lip gloss?
Yeah.
You know, so all I could imagine was it being in my New York apartment. Like, I was like, so I was like, wait a minute, we need to dial this back.
Yeah.
And let's figure out another way. And I just had to kind of break it down.
Okay. Okay. Michael, you know what? I have a really quick question, Katisha. Like, I just want to ask a really quick question. I'm always concerned about the supply chain.
Yeah.
And, Black manufacturers involved in that, and I always recognize that, you know, it's hard. I don't know a lot of Black manufacturers in the supply chain. So how can we change that? Like, I would love to do that. I remember maybe 2 years ago, a year ago, Melissa Butler, the founder of the Lip Bar, she was up for a grant because she was looking into starting her own manufacturing facility, and she didn't end up winning the money, but you know, I'm sure that's something like in the forefront of her mind. I too have plans for a similar activation for us. Part of it for me is to develop more products in-house. I work with smaller chemists to develop a lot of our stuff. I also want to bring those things in-house, and I also want to be able to develop for other brands like mine that start off small and then grow with them to a bigger place. So I think that's a huge thing. Like, why aren't we? Those are the things when you ask, like, what can we do post-COVID? Some of you are going to get, you know, $4,000 or $5,000 a month out of this. You know what I mean, because you're out of your unemployment, right? And how are you going to flip that money? You know what I mean? Let's think broader. Let's think less about how to breed the brand, but how to create the brand. You know, how do you be the person that I come to say, hey, like, I need to make, you know, X, Y, and Z. I would love to make this with you, you know, and you build. You know what I mean? Like,
It's
That's
hard.
so true. 'Cause,
Why not?
yeah, one of the examples I'm seeing is Erykah Badu with her streaming and her almost like going straight into, I guess, manufacturing. She's
Really?
manufacturing her stuff now, and I really admire that.
What's
Um,
the name?
well, she decided, I think, to stream her own content.
Okay, yes.
Almost like low key, like cut out the middleman and started like doing her.
Oh my God! Like,
You know, I think that's
at the point that I started manufacturing my own stuff, like, watch out.
It's gonna be a whole nother level.
It's
All
very
right,
close.
so we are ready for your question now. Sorry, I didn't mean to like ask that question, but it was at the top of my mind and I had to ask it at the moment. Any advice for those of us doing self-manufacturing to eventually move to using a manufacturer? That's a good question.
Yeah, you know what? Well, one thing, I guess it depends on like your scale. You know, like scaling up and finding like a place that can facilitate your formula. Also know that usually a lot of those times you are going to have to produce at least 3,000 to 5,000 units of that. So be prepared for that. And if your business is moving in the
per SKU, right?
Per SKU, yes.
Yeah.
So if you find yourself in that realm where, hey, it's time to do that, then I guess the advice would just make sure you find a manufacturer that you can work closely with to produce that, and that can do it in a timely manner. Also, set yourself up for success in knowing that it's going to take about 12 weeks, from 12 to 18 weeks from trying to offer the formulation to doing your samples to putting it into production, getting the approvals, putting it into production, and then getting it back to you. So don't have your business on the outs and not producing because you're waiting on that next wave of product from the real manufacturer. So think about timeline.
Oh yeah, the timeline is real, especially for retail.
Yeah.
The timeline is definitely real. Like you really have to like go by, or if you want to be in retail, really understand like the season and what the buyers are looking for. Those type of things that's very real. So yeah I agree.
And like that's true. Like when you getting on that schedule, even for them, because sometimes they won't give you the time.
Yeah.
You have to be adamant about the time you actually need and being realistic about the time you need to get to market, because that could cost you a lot of money. You can find yourself out of business trying to do bigger business.
Oh yeah, that's really, really true. All right. So Carmen, what were some of the challenges of creating a product line that you encountered that you did not anticipate? That's a really good question.
For sure.
You don't know what you don't know.
What you don't, right. Some of it was a lot of it was packaging. A lot of times, like I've had a lot of different issues with packaging, or even just like the first time that we introduced AJ Crimson Beauty, it came in these really beautiful round jars, black jars. And I didn't realize that the amount of product, which is only 15 grams of product in there, but it lasted girls 3 years.
What?
And I was only selling it at the time for like $20. So it was like, so I would come back the next year to the trade show, just like, oh, I still got some. And I was like, what? Like, what are you doing? Like, what do you mean still got it? And then the next year, oh, I still got it. So it was a lot of like getting to know new customers in order to get the word out. But but in that first one that came out, I literally changed the packaging and changed all these things. And just getting into a place. Also working with a manufacturer that you disagree with or you have a disagreement with because maybe something is not, the quality level is up to par. That happened with my BB cream. BB cream was moving really well, but I had a very unique deal with that manufacturer, which I was very thankful for because they really put me in a great position to launch something that had never been seen before. And hasn't been seen since.
Really?
BB cream in 12 shades. I mean, my number 8, the deepest color, that girl had a BB cream. Skincare, foundation with skincare in it, like at that shade. No one's still doing that. And we were the first ones to do it. So, but we not being able to see eye to eye on certain aspects of that, it cut out an entire branch of business or line of business for me. And I haven't really been too motivated to reformulate with a different person.
Okay.
Because I really loved what that was doing. So by the time I do it again, And there's other things I just wanted to get out. So I think that was an issue. And another conflict was just dealing with all of the retailers that said that what I was doing wasn't going to work. To see some of those retailers shop my site and then reformulate the brand basically in either in their own signature brand or offering up to brands that they currently worked with, and watching, which weren't people of color that own those brands, and some were, but then also ended up being, and then seeing people flock to it.
Yeah.
It was a very humbling and disheartening moment all at the same time.
Imagine.
But to that token, where it did feel like a challenge. The challenge for me was understanding that I still have an awesome group of women that want to talk to me directly. And it really doesn't matter what those other things are, because it's still not this.
Yes.
Right? So it's understanding that the road I'm on, the road that you're on, is still your road.
Very true. Very, very true.
Yeah.
All right. So, oh my gosh, I think that Hatisha asked, should pricing be higher for folks doing their own formulating and manufacturing?
I don't think I understand the question. Should pricing be higher?
I think it might have to do with cost. Maybe the cost. I think it depends on what your costs are. Like, is that what she means in terms of pricing the product?
Folks doing their own. I think that you have I can see this too. I think that if you know that I'll tell you about this. So this jar costs one price. This cap costs another price. The silk screening costs another price. All of those components combined make up the cost of this piece. There's also a sticker that goes on the bottom of this, right? So that costs something. Now we haven't even gotten into the labor of actually putting the product in here. So what does it cost to make that per unit? That is another cost. And to put it in a box and to put the barcode on it. All of those things, every touch point to this is another addition to the price. Then you have to add your margin on top of that. You have to value. So that begins, knowing your cost of goods is so important. And whether you're personally making it yourself, if you know that it costs, $1,000 to get all the ingredients that you need to make that, multiply that 1,000 by how many units that it actually makes, then that's how you get your per piece cost. And then you do your multiplications on top of what your price point is, depending on what kind of brand you want to be. Are you mass, or are you luxury, or wherever it sits? Because all of those things matter. So just because you're doing it yourself doesn't mean that the price should be lower on the consumer side. It actually means that it should be more expensive in a sense, because it is more unique. It's not a factory driven.
Yeah.
And you're making small batch.
Yeah, I love that. I think that is definitely like something I love the fact that you're talking business. Like, this is real. Like, you want to have a line, you need to really understand your costs, your margins, your wholesale, your retail.
Where do you plan to be?
So these are things that I think, are really, really needed to learn in the industry. I only ask because I see a lot of people undercharging their products. Oh, okay,
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing too. Like, so if you're making it home and you're thinking like, oh, it doesn't cost me that much, but you're undervaluing yourself.
Yeah.
What are your competitors doing? But also too, what's your motivation? Because that's I know that this costs me. I know that this lasts you 6 months to use up each one of these squares, right? And I know that I have the time it takes to get this piece from China, because these are made, overseas, feeling that it takes each one of those people to pour that, like that's a thing. Then we have to assemble all of this by hand as well. So it's all of these things, all these different touch points, from paying the people hourly that do that, to the making the batch, like all of that is in my budget. And I have to break all that down. And that's how you get to $150 on this, because I also have to run a business and pay people.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it's not because, oh, well, you can, it didn't cost you that much to make. It's not supposed to cost me $150 to make it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like what? Like that defeats the purpose of being in business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But all of that goes into it. The value of it is $150. And when you break that down, how many months that you can use this, if you can't afford to give it like a compactor foundation is $45. But over 6 months, if you can't afford to give yourself about 20 to 30 cents a day, great, then we just weren't talking to you.
Yeah.
It's okay. Like, there's so many other products out there that you can get for $6 and take a chance on your skin. We're just not that person.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that. Yes. Okay. So I have one more question for you from me.
Okay.
AJ, have you ever thought about mentoring and coaching people?
Yes. Kind of all the time. Over the summer, I think it was the summer, I was doing, or maybe early winter, I was on a tour and I was doing a mentorship interviews kind of a thing. So I have a couple girls that I kind of brought into like a mentor moment with me, which has been kind of cool. I'm trying to figure out like how to do it like on a broader scale. And you want to do these moments that you kind of, and there's one part of you that wants to just say, oh, I want to give back, and you want to do it, off the love. But the reality is that time is money. You know what I mean? And I think the thing that a lot of artists that I've encountered, they feel as if I should just give you that for free. And if I do charge you for it, it should be a low price. But the reality is that the things that I know, you can't find that on a YouTube video.
Except this one.
What you say? Except this one. And the things that I know, you're not going to be able to get the essence of it always. Quick, 15-second live chat or whatever. You gotta. The way you want me to invest, you also have to invest. The same way that you invested $20,000 or $30,000 into beauty school or cosmetology school, or you figured out a way to go and do a GoFundMe to go to somebody's makeup class. You know what I mean? Like, I think you could figure out a way to come to the table and say, hey, like, you know what? Like, this is valuable to me. This is an education that I can just get anywhere. Education costs. So I think that's always kind of been the thing that stops it for me in its tracks, because it's just not. It's just.
I don't know. I mean, I see it. Like, listen, guys, reach out to AJ and let him know like you're willing to pay for his time, because I feel like when you do that kind of stuff, you almost create your own shortcut. Because
the thing is, I have over 16 years of experience. And I've worked 2 brands. You know what I mean? And I ran an agency for 6 years. So there's so much information. You know what I mean? But I can't even just capsulize in an hour. You know what I mean? So it really is a thing of, it just depends on where you want to be and how much you value where it is you're trying to go. Absolutely. The right is another person. Like, when I was working on my agency, I went and she's ran an agency. She's built artists, artists that we had seen and grow and that we grown to know. And I went and I sat down with her and I paid her, by the hour to consult me. You know what I mean? Like, on certain things. So it's just, I asked her for a discount. I said, hey, what's your price? And if it was a little more than what I had, I was like, all right, cool. Let me get my coins together so I can do this. And I came to the table with it. And that was that. Like, I don't like haggling over people's rates. So it's like, hey, if that's what you cost, that's what it costs. So let me figure out how to pay it, and because what you're going to give me, I'm going to make that money tenfold. And I'm going to add that fee that I'm being charged into the fee that I'm charging my customers. Because I'm educating myself to be better for you.
How do you feel like you get that mainly because you're a Black artist?
Yeah, I think a lot of times you get that, and I mostly get it from other Black artists. Like I definitely find that there's a lot of I've had certain non-Black artists who've come in to them like, oh, like, okay, how much is that? Because I do it.
Okay.
You know, I've had like great conversations with people, and and mentor moments that are like that. But I've also had people say, hey, like I would love to pick your brain.
That's a famous saying. Pick your brain.
I'd love to pick your brain, about this idea that I have. And it's like, oh, actually, we could do a consultation.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you say that, it's like crickets.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, if you don't you want to pick, you respect me enough to pick my brain and for me to give you every step. When it took me 2 years of research, 2 years of research. So that's 365 days times 2. That's what over 700 days, to figure out how to get my product to market. But you want me to give it to you, just because you called me or because you DM me and you want this, and you want to frame it in a way. Well, what's your advice to doing this? And I'm supposed to give you this long drawn out answer. You know what I mean? Like the step by step. It doesn't work like that.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question.
No, it's okay. I love the question.
Okay. So, Sabrina, we're gonna go with your question because I could keep this conversation going all night long.
Don't forget it because I want to know it.
So, how can you distinguish between small and medium brands that are legitimately inclusive versus ones that occasionally have a darker skin tone model just to get our dollars? That's good.
You could feel that.
Yeah.
I think you just feel that. Like, were they talking to you before? You know what I mean? Like, that's the real deal. Like, where did it come from? You became an extension line? Oh, we have a new shades just for you. Like, no, like, come on.
Yeah.
And even when you look at all the brands that are featuring Black girls as the face of their lines, they weren't talking to you before that. You know what I mean? So, like, it's very obvious.
Yeah.
It's just like whether you want to be if you want to recognize it or not, or you can say, well, they're trying, and that's good. And actually, I think the greatest thing about social media and with Black women in social media and Black people with social media and Black women in beauty is that they've really forced the hands of so many people in beauty now to do those things. Say, hey, you know what? I've been spending my money over here and I've been trying to fit myself into this foundation that just clearly doesn't work. You need to get your colors right. Stop. I want to wear this too. And there's nothing wrong with you wanting to do that. Like you wanting to wear, like if you love a brand and what that brand stands for and what it's doing for other girls, it's not wrong for you to also want to see yourself in that moment. But it's also just a point where when you've driven that home. That's what I'm saying. You've driven that home and you've forced the hands of people to start picking that up. But I also don't want to be a trend either.
Yeah.
And don't just start talking to me, just because you want to get me over here. But then when I get here to try the colors, they still don't work, or they're kind of ashy, or I've seen there's one brand who literally, I walked into a store one time and the girls, they didn't acknowledge that they knew that I was AJ Crimson, but I was just looking, I was like, oh, I looked at the gondola and I said, does this color, is this the deepest color you have? And they're like, yeah. And so I swatched it and I was like, oh, I said, is this supposed to be this color? So they basically took a girl who was like our complexion and photoshopped a deeper shade on her.
Wow.
And actually the real shade was that the person actually looked like they were of Indian descent. But you could tell that they had photoshopped the skin to look darker. And I was like, is this color? Is this supposed to be this? And she was like, yeah, it is. And this is a Black girl like looking at me trying to tell me this. And I said, are you sure? Are you sure this is this color? And I had to look at her like, come on, sis, like,
give me the real thing.
I'm looking and I'm like, you honestly can't believe that this is the same thing, girl.
Yeah.
And she, well, it's supposed to be that. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
She's like, are you AJ Crimson? I'm like, yeah. So like, no, please don't.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I saw that. Yes. Well, look, y'all. This was a lively conversation. I loved it. I always want to thank you Dave for coming on because honestly, guys, you guys got some gems. Like seriously, AJ knows his stuff. He said over 16 years of experience. This is something that is not new to him. He's been in the game. He's been there. He's been supporting us and everything. And so one of the things I would like to request is that we support him back. Okay. So I feel like that is, he loves us for real, y'all.
I do.
Yes. Yes. And I want to say thank you to AJ for coming on. I just want to tell everyone that we're going to take another 30-minute break. Okay. And next up is hair raising with Naima LaFawn and Felicia Leatherwood.
Oh, I love Felicia.
Yes. So I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Great conversation. Thank you, AJ.
Thank you guys so much. Follow me at ajcrimson.com and go or follow me at ajcrimson on Instagram, and then you can go to ajcrimson.com.
There we go. All right, y'all. I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Bye, AJ. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, what did you guys do for your 30 minutes? Because, yeah, I had to get something to drink. I had to get something to eat. I was like, yeah, I'm feeling it. Like, yes, but this is so worth it. I'm like, yeah, I'm like loving all the conversations that have been coming through the building so far today. Have you guys been doing the same? I think that's going to be even more so like the further we get into it, like this conversation that we're getting ready to have next is going to be pretty much fire as well. Some things I want to definitely just kind of reiterate is like, thank you to these contributors that helped me put this whole entire thing together. My friends, J. Dot and Ben, my cousin, he's going to be on here. My homegirl, my sister friend, Karen LCC Collective. Thank you, girl. And my sister, Joy Fennell Media Group. So if you guys could take a moment and just go follow them, that would be great. Because that just shows me that I'm appreciated and I'm loved and I'm supported, and I definitely want to support them too. So thank you. Yes. What were some of the biggest kind of gems that you guys got from the last conversation? Yes. Hey, Sabrina. I, for one, got that basically we can do whatever we put our minds to. Seriously. Monique, you said fit in 30 minutes of homeschool. Okay. I love that. That's a good goal. Yes, ma'am, Nana. I feel like we are just we are so powerful, and like, thank you, Jennifer. And we just have so much to offer. Oh yes, invigorating. I like that word, Virginia D. This is so invigorating. Thank you for putting this on. Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Thank you guys for coming. It was just like the gems that I got from the last session are so powerful. It's just like I just really want everyone to know, like, we can do whatever we put our minds to. And that's why I kind of like sort of like asked a lot of the people that I know, and some people I don't know, whether or not they would be coming on here or be open to coming on here and dropping some jewels and some gems that they might have for you guys during this COVID situation. It's still going on. I know some places are kind of opening back up again. I'm in New York City, so New York is a little bit behind everyone else in terms of opening, because we've had so many. Oh, thank you, because we've had so many different things going on. That's huge, you know. And because of that, I just didn't want people to like. It's easy to get inside our heads and then think to ourselves and like, oh my gosh, how are we going to make money? How is this going to happen? How's that going to happen? That's a given. We're all going through that. But at the same time, oh, thank you. But at the same time, I think that it's just like, how can we grow from this? What can we do? How can we pivot? How can we make new things happen? So that's why I'm really excited and really, really beyond the moon that these two next ladies are getting ready to step into the room. Okay. So I have known Naima for a long time now. It's been a minute, and it's like, I mean, yes, I think it's before. Okay. It's been a while. Okay. And so I'm so excited to have her come in the room. And then also Felicia Leatherwood. I haven't technically met her in person, but I like literally her work is amazing. And then also I've spoken to her, and she's such a sweetheart, so sweet. And the level of knowledge that these women are going to drop on y'all today is big, because we have a lot of people in the hairstylist community that are going through it, you know, and because they're going through it, I really wanted to pour into this segment just to see how. Because even like, I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I needed a haircut, okay? I needed a haircut, and I was like, I need a barber, because y'all was about to see Joy looking real, okay? And I was like, how can I make this happen? And I was like, I'm suffering. I need my barber back in the chair, okay? So anyways, without further ado, let me introduce and bring up well, first let me introduce them. I have to act like a real reporter here, okay? A real moderator. Naima LaFond. Let me read a little bit from her bio for you guys. Driven by an unwavering passion for the art of hairstyling, is one of the industry's most sought after hairstylists and educators, which is really true. She actually keyed the Christopher John Rogers show from last season. And if you guys haven't seen that show, I would love for you guys to go and take a look at that show because it was amazing. And then also she keyed the Fee Noel show too. That was some beyond hair, okay? When I say that, you have that, her skill level is unmatched, in my opinion. She has been featured on the pages of Elle, Allure, Teen Vogue, and her week has been and many more. Okay. Today, as the global artistic director of Amika, she's a global artistic director. Global. Okay, we talking about global now. Naima has fused her love for the art of hairstyling with her passion for education. So, help me welcome Naima LaFond into the room.
Hi, guys.
Naima.
Joy, thank you for that intro. Got to leave it to our sisters to properly introduce us. I love it.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, bring in Felicia Leatherwood.
Yes.
Because this is another industry heavyweight, okay? Let me tell you, people are coming in the room, okay? So Felicia Leatherwood styles have been featured on such high-profile acts as Ava DuVernay. Have you guys heard of her? Issa Rae. I know you guys have heard of her. Will Smith. Yeah. And Jill Scott. Stassi. Yeah. Okay. She's whether online on Fox's hit show The Real or in person, Leatherwood's message is rooted in the idea of holistic health, which is amazing, and fundamentally loving yourself. That is what it's all about, loving yourself. It is from these experiences that the idea of a specialized hair solution began to form, and she created a product out of that called Brush with the Best. So guys, help me welcome in Felicia Leatherwood into the room.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I just want to reach to the screen and squeeze Naima. Hi. She's my friend in my head and on
Yes. We're like IG friends and sisters. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. All right. So guys, thank you guys so much for coming today. I really appreciate the fact that you guys took time out of your busy schedules to step into the room and say and join these participating audience members and just impart some of your knowledge. So I think that's amazing. I want to start with Naima. And what have you been doing during this downtime?
Well, as like you mentioned, I'm the artistic director for Amika. So I've been doing a lot of teaching, a lot of education. I've been teaching all of our salons internationally, from like here to Europe to South America, Central America, just doing Zoom classes with all of our salons just to make sure that the stylists are staying inspired and staying connected.
Gotcha. How about you, Felicia? And first of all, I love your head wrap. It's beautiful.
Yes.
And your frames. I need to know what the frames are from. Okay, we'll talk after.
I need a haircut, but we're on quarantine.
So you're like, but you know how to make it look better. So what have you been up to during the quarantine?
Ooh, I feel like I'm busier. I realized that because I'm not traveling and I'm home, there were a lot of things I was avoiding.
Okay.
There were a lot, like literally a lot of work that I needed to take care of. I needed to build my brand in a certain way and get it streamlined and more efficient. And I have a company called Texture Management, and there are 17 hairstylists and makeup artists all over the world, a part of Texture Management. So basically just connecting with them and staying connected and supportive of each other is what I've been up to. And I've been painting. I don't know if y'all saw.
Yes.
I haven't seen it. You're amazing. Like, follow her now. Please follow her because like follow both. But the painting that I've been seeing you do is wow. Like
so good.
It's so good. So okay, let's get into the nuts and bolts here. The hairstylist community has been affected immensely from this quarantine, COVID, pandemic, all of that. Like, you know, and I want to know, like, how has the pandemic and quarantine how has it affected the community? I only know from what I see from my friends. But what about freelance stylists or salon stylists, like artists? How has it affected your industry?
So for me, I kind of shut everything down to be more of a personal hairstylist, but I have friends, and then talking to some of the women in texture management who just opened up amazing salons. They've had to close the doors. So what I'm discovering is that, and I don't want to jump too far ahead because I know some of the questions will, you know, we'll touch into this, but what I love is that people of color, we are very resilient. We find our way out of no way. And whether they have come up with doing lives, created cards for their clients so that they know what to do at home, called them personally and have done consultations. And I've done that with some people, consultations. That has kind of kept them in the game and kept their spirits up, opposed to not doing anything.
Yes.
They're being creative. And when we have our calls every week, we find other ways to be creative and how to stay in the game. And what I've told everyone is a lot of us are looking at what happens when this is over. We need to look at the future. We need to look at 10 years, 20 years, 30 years into our business and how we want it structured, because there'll be another pandemic. It'll be, oh, we can't go outside, our eyeballs will fall out or something, so we have to be ready for that and always be ready for the next thing.
That's so true. What about you, Naima? What do you think?
Well, I'm definitely seeing a lot of people going through it. Like, the industry is definitely hurting. With my position, I work with a lot of both freelance and stylists that work in the salon. So I feel like the stylists that are owners, like, they're scared that they're going to lose their salons. There are stylists that are not owners. They like booth rent, and they're like concerned that they can't make their rent, and they have to make their rent because if they don't, then the owner can't pay for the building or the space. And then the freelance stylists, some of them are not getting checks that they're due from stuff that they've done like way back before.
Wow.
So they've just been trying to like just make it through. I know some friends of mine who are like doing like custom wigs at home. Like, let's say if something they would do in the salon, like they would say, okay, purchase the wig, send it to me. I'll do the hair for it. I'll style it and I'll send it to you. Just kind of making a way around me actually having you in my chair. So like Felicia was saying, we are so resilient and we're making a way.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Do you think that black salons in particular and freelancers, do you think they'll be able to survive after this pandemic?
Yeah, I think there's definitely going to be some changes, some big changes that have to be made. But we're hustlers, like hairdressers, we're hustlers. We are going to make it work some way or another. So I'm not really concerned about that at all. I think that after this is over, like stylists, clients are just waiting for those floodgates to open.
Yeah.
So that they can know like when I can make my appointment, how I can make how can I get back into your chair to get my hair done? Yeah. So I don't think there's going to be like a decline in that need. We're going to be okay.
Okay, gotcha. Felicia, what do you think?
Some of us started off doing hair in the basement or the one bedroom, you know what I mean? So we a lot of us got here starting off on the bootleg side, So that's why I think we'll survive. The thing about this, and especially to the people who are watching, is this gives you an opportunity to really restructure your business and how you want things to go and to prepare better for an emergency situation.
Yes.
So I'm even though it doesn't feel good, it's kind of forcing us to do better. Especially with the sanitation of our instruments, because some people, everybody can attest to going to salon and it's like the seats are just turning over, like it's after one person, and people don't always sanitize their tools. They use the same thing on the same people. We can't do that anymore. We have to be mindful to make sure that our tools are sanitized or clean. We have to have, state board issue paperwork up so that the clients feel safe and they know that we've been tested. We pay attention to that part of our business, and we have their best interest in their health in mind.
Yeah, especially since we are the most at risk right now, the ones that are really dying from this disease. We really have to take it seriously. Yes, we have to make a way. We're going to hustle and get this money, but we have to do so smartly, and keep each other alive. There's this one link that I saw, a list of like what you should do, like practices to follow on the Pro Beauty Association website. You just go there and it has like a lot of different like ideas and advice on things to do in the salon or in your styling space to just make it as safe as possible when the doors reopen. And this is a lot of stuff that even I didn't even think about. So so it's a good resource.
Oh wow! If you are okay with it afterwards, can you send me that link?
Sure.
I would love to share it out as well because it'd be great for everyone to kind of like use these practices. So everyone knows Black hair salons and barbershops are staples in the community. That's where we go and we kick it. Okay, like my hairstylist, when I had a lot of hair, knew more about me than anybody.
Y'all tell us everything.
Yes. I mean, like literally like therapy sessions. Okay, it is true. What I want to know is how can we, as a community, help to support these salons and these staples in the community? How can we rally around and then like make sure that they're taken care of? Felicia?
So I think I look at it as it's not just the hair salons, it's Black business, period.
Yeah.
Black business, period, hasn't had the support from our own community and our own people. And we have to retrain the way we think and do things. We have to be more aware that we're not supporting each other so that we can support each other. I think a lot of people automatically will just run to all these different places to get what they need when really it's right next door. It's the lady up the street. It's the sister who's been trying to do her thing for a long time. And just now, since everybody's on social media, we can use our platform to do that. I try, I have a large enough following base on Instagram where I've offered for people to come on my live, or I'll go on there so that my followers become their followers, and then they find out what they have going on. So I think that we need to like start supporting each other by marketing and promoting one another.
Yes.
Years ago, I had a group called Queens of Prosperity. And in my home, I would have about 25 women who had different businesses that they wanted to put out. And I gave them 5 minutes to stand up, talk about their business. They would bring a sample, give it to all the women, and we would go out and market and promote them. And we did that with each other. And I feel like now is the time for that to be prominent. We may not be able to get together physically, but we're here right now on social media. So we really have to be mindful that we're not doing it so that we do support the salons, the barbershops. When they do open, we need to have classes in the community that support mental health, classes in the community that support how to eat properly so we do stay healthy. So we're not the number one on the list for high blood pressure, diabetes, coronavirus. You know what I mean? We have to take care of ourselves.
That is so true. What do you think, Naima? Do you think like how can we as a community help and make sure like these businesses stay open?
Yeah, I think as Felicia was saying, support is number one, and there's definitely a few ways to support. Like I've been telling my stylist that I mentor, reach out to your clients, reach out to the community. And if your clients want, or they're like dying to book you, when are you going to open? When can I book an appointment? They can pre-book so that you actually get some cash in your hands that you desperately need right now. They can pre-book. So when you do open up, you have a group of people that you're going to cater to first because they've already pre-booked, you've gotten their money, and then you can go on to the next. So it's more like you're like catering to your loyal clients first when you open up the salon. Another way is for you to become like an affiliate, like the stylist or the salon owner, to become an affiliate for a brand, like a hair product brand. So pick a product brand that you love as a salon owner or just as an independent stylist and appreciate. Reach out to them. These brands, the majority of them are doing okay because online sales are not down. You know, online sales are okay, especially people are home, they're conditioning their hair, they're still doing things to care for their hair. So now's the time for you to reach out to brands and say, hey, like, I'm interested in being an affiliate. Do you have an affiliate program? So with that affiliate program, what happens is that you are now able to sell that product. You know, so the product comes through you. So the person, let's say Felicia is interested in buying a product through me. So she'll say, Naima, can you send me a shampoo? I'll have Amika send her a shampoo or whomever, whatever brand it is. It doesn't have to be any specific brand. Reach out to whatever brand you like and have that brand send the product to them, and you get like 40% commission or 30% commission. So you're making some money. Right now, I tell everyone online businesses are doing great. Online education, online product sales. So as stylists, we have to realize we need to pivot a bit. It might not be right now that salons are going to open, but try to think outside the box. Think differently on how you're going to manage your money, manage your business. Okay, you might not have the client in your chair, but how else can you service them? Can you do a Zoom consultation with them and say, hey, let me talk you through how you're going to take care of your hair right now. How are you going to, help grow your edges while, we're in quarantine. Like, it's a good, to be honest, a great time to do that. Women that have like traction alopecia and things like that happening with their hair, it's a great time to care for the hair, where you don't have to put wigs on the hair, or you don't have to, do any tight braids or anything like that. It's a good time to care for the hair. So now it's a great time to sell products to your clients, and that's a great way for them to support you in this time.
I think is what I'm really kind of wondering about in terms of, and you kind of went into my next question is literally like what, because hair salons are closed right now, what are some of the ways that Black salon owners can think outside the box and bring in income? And Felicia, would you want to have like a section to talk about that as well?
I mean, actually, Naima touched on it because what I've been doing is I've been doing Get Cute while quarantined with Felicia Leatherwood.
Okay.
Every Saturday. Yeah, every Saturday for the last 4 weeks, I've been doing a live, and it's been amazing. The response has been incredible, far beyond what I thought it would be. And I found out that a lot of people don't know, and they're scared and they're stressed out. So some people losing hair as a result of it. There's so many avenues and spaces for hairstylists and barbers to live in now as it relates to the clientele, because they don't know and they need help at home. So this is a good opportunity for us to structure, like I was saying earlier, our business and brand certain aspects of it to cater to the clientele. I've been doing private consults that get booked and people pay online, and they get to spend an hour talking to me and showing me their hair. And we go through everything, and I don't hang up the call until I know you got at least 3 to 4 good hairstyles that you can do on yourself. And I often tell my hairstylist team, do that. Create all of this. Create even a sanitation, like a way for you to conduct your salon, so even the other stylists know about social distancing, about proper etiquette, health as it relates to the clientele when they come in. Because I see some barbershops now, they're putting plastic up. I don't know if that'll do it. Right. Because a lot of times when people talk, you're right here. It's fine to have plastic between you, but what about you and the actual hairstylist or the barber? And I work on set, so we're in a trailer. So now we have to structure things from that standpoint. A lot of it's going to be unionized structure, So there's a Barberside certificate that I see a lot of people posting about, and I think it's helping clients feel safer. I think it's helping them feel better. But at the end of the day, we have to sit down and at least try to find, I would say, at least 5 to 10 things that you do very well in terms of being a hairstylist or a barber or anything. 5 things. You don't just do hair. There's other talents we all possess that we have tapped into. It could be education. It could be, you know, that you understand the mechanisms of the scalp in different conditions. It could be you're helping women that are going through chemo. Like find that niche and where you have a strong suit and operate from there, because people need us. And they don't need us just to make them look cute. They need to feel good right now. So I think we have a space that we need to fill in that.
Okay.
Yeah, totally.
Naima, you kind of touched on this in terms of like affiliate programs, but I would like to know, like, so my last question is about business salon owners. What about the stylists themselves? Not just, you know, like just business owner. What can stylists themselves, freelancers, do to continue on and make some money as well?
Those affiliate programs that I'm seeing brands are doing are for anyone. It's not just the salon owners. So they're just for, like, everyone on my team has been doing affiliate program. Stylists that I know, I've reached out to stylists that I've worked before in the past that I see posting, like, I don't know what I'm going to do in this time. Like, this is a struggle. I'm like, hey, look at the brands that you like. Reach out and see if they have an affiliate program, because your clients are still looking for products. So instead of them buying it on Amazon or some website, they can get it through you and you can make a major commission out of it. And also, like I was saying, you know, still servicing your extension clients. Maybe you're not putting it in for them, but you're coloring it, you're cutting it, you're styling it. There's still some ways. And as Felicia is saying, you're saying that, you know, there are other things that we do than just do hair. As hairstylists, we're creatives, we're artists. So kind of tap into the stuff that you're doing when you're not doing hair. Think about that. Are you like into wellness, into vitamins? Maybe now you can start thinking about selling vitamins that really help nourish the hair and regrow the hair. Just kind of start to think outside the box, because it's crunch time. Like, we really have to, it's time to make it work. You know, we can't just sit home and wallow in our sorrows. Like, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to make it? You have to really start to, you know, think about it. And information is power. Like Felicia was saying, just sharing that information with our network of stylists and that network sharing it out. There's so many things that a lot of us just don't know. So we're just doing what we know. So if you don't know, you don't know. So for instance, like the safe practices, you were mentioning, Felicia, someone putting the plastic between each other. That kind of stuff, when I hear that, it worries me, because as we know, and even the barber side thing, to be honest, like this is stuff that's being transferred through, like, you know, your mouth. It's not, yes, it's going to be on surfaces, but the main way it transfers is out of our mouths when we talk, not even just coughing or sneezing, when we talk. And we talk so closely with clients.
Yeah.
You know? So that has to be figured out before we just start going into the salon in droves. That really has to be figured out.
I wanted to tell you all, and I don't have it around me, but they have these shields that you put on, and there's a shield, so that way when you talk, because we're behind the client, we would be the ones to
yeah.
And I hate to say that, but it is.
But even when we're washing, they're like talking up.
Yeah.
It's a back and forth exchange.
That's true. And so there's this mask. It's clear. It's like a shield that you wear. And I ordered maybe like 5 of them, and I've given them to some of my other hairstylist friends, makeup artist friends. And so I believe in our trailer, when we go back to Insecure, that's what we'll be wearing as we work on everyone, or those shields to protect us. It's really going to be an interesting adjustment. This is probably the biggest surprise of 2020 and of all of our lives.
Yeah.
I believe we would see something this devastating happen to everybody.
Yeah.
Rich and the poor, you know. So it's definitely a time for us to not carry the fear, but definitely put empowerment behind it. And we need to think. A lot of people are not using common sense. And so it's like there's this social distance, but then what happens when you enter the space that somebody else just left? Like, how long is that, those drop, you know, like I a lot to figure out. And so for me, I find that probably talking to God way more than I ever have before, just to help me navigate common sense, you know, just so I get what needs to happen next with my client needs. Like I do house calls, right? Because I work with celebrities, they don't come into a salon space. So I have these foot coverings, and you put them on. We gotta start wearing because even from walking from outside to in the house, there's a lot to think about. But I suggest that everybody make a list. Just kind of go through. If you're at home and you don't have a client, act like you do and go through the steps of what you would do and work it back so that you become more aware of the sanitizing part of things.
Yeah,
with the client.
And the transfer of things. Just even like my mom was a nurse. She's like, it's not just take the mask off and put it somewhere. When you take the mask off, that mask also may have the bacteria on it. You have to make sure that you're putting it away safely. It's not just throw the mask on your counter, throw it back on, or your client comes in, you have them sit in the chair. The chair you just finished cleaning it nice. They sat on it. Now you grab it to spin it. Then you stop. You're doing their hair now. They grab it just to hold on, and then you grab it again to spin it.
Well, they have these disposable capes now. Okay. So my team, we're looking into disposable capes. We're looking at, you're going to have to keep the Clorox wipes. You got to wipe the doorknobs off when people enter. A lot of stylists would put the cape on and not put the Sanex strip around the neck first. Right. We were taught that in cosmetology. Yeah. A lot of people just fell off, So there's so many steps that we really need to work out. And it would be good for us to do it now instead of waiting till this thing is over and then going to salon and trying to figure it out. Figure it out right now.
There's salons. I saw a salon is like prepping for their reopening. And I think PBA mentioned this as well. Like, don't let clients come in with anything other than like their credit card in their pocket or their money in their pocket. There's nothing that they can put down or pick up and take with them. Like, you're not sending them home with anything there then and there. They can, if they want to purchase product, you can ship it to them. There's not a lot of transfer that's happening. So you come in, you get your hair done, you leave with yourself, just what you came with. So there's nothing like, nothing else happening.
Okay, got. Well, I mean, I think that is what, because you guys are already kind of touching on this, but would you recommend any other type of sanitation practices for salons or even for freelancers? Because they are, like I think about because I freelance, I think about just having my kit with me, rolling it on these New York dirty streets.
You're a makeup artist.
Yes, and it's just like
right here. You right here.
Exactly. Yeah. I even think about that, like as a like the wheels on the makeup case, or even like
everything.
I know that some of my friends who are makeup artists, they started to take the essentials out of the kit. If it's a client they've always worked with and they kind of know, they take what they need, they put it in a smaller bag and take that with them. My group and I, like I said, was telling you about texture management. We are looking at the UV ray cases that are portable.
Yes. Okay.
Because I have phone soap, which is you put your phone inside of it, it kills like 99.99% bacteria from the UV ray light. So we're looking into purchasing those and helping some of the other salons get on board with that and having that. And so these are things, I mean, like we really got to make a list.
Yeah.
The masks are so important, making sure you get the right mask. It's not just getting a mask that, is just a piece of fabric, making sure it has like filtration in it. Even if you're making a homemade mask, get some like coffee filters, like cut them in like rectangular squares or rectangles and slip them into a pocket into the mask just for added filtration if you can't get your hands on like N95, which a lot of people can't.
Yeah.
And leave that Popeye's chicken sandwich alone.
Yes, help as well.
Smack about that chicken sandwich.
That is so true. So I'm just going to ask another question because is part of it. Are you guys also kind of sad that this is going on right now?
It's
Because
so different.
you know, just being real, like let's be real, like it's gonna literally change. We're artists. Part of it is, and then also a lot of us are into like the human touch, you know, and it's like to know that, you know, we might not be able to do that any longer. Like how are you guys feeling about that?
It changed. Like I saw an article the other day about a local like small restaurant, and the restaurant owner was like, "I don't even feel like
Naima, are you there?
Because the reason why I want to, you know, celebrate community."
Naima, you're going out just a little bit. Let me have Felicia pick the rest of this up, and then I'm gonna bring you right back in, okay? Felicia, okay.
And my gardener is going hard outside with this blower, so I
can't even hear it.
Oh, good. So please repeat that.
Well, I was saying, is part of it. Are you kind of sad that we're going through what we're going through as artists?
It's weird. There's so many levels to it because there's so many stories and none of them sound positive. And if I stay away from the media, the news, if I don't watch TV unless I'm watching a movie, if I don't talk to anybody that is also in a depressed place, I don't know. I don't even know. It's just another beautiful day that I'm working inside my home. Once I go out and I see all these different steps we have to do and all these things going on, then I'm like, oh yeah, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Wow. Okay. And so now I feel like I got to work harder to keep myself intact, to keep my emotions balanced, to keep my spirit up, to stay in a space of belief and to stay out of fear. So I'm operating like an octopus. I'm just like spinning so many plates of my life right now. And in the beginning, the fear hit me. The fear was like, oh my God, what is going on? Like every movie that I've seen is come to life now, you know, except for the zombie part.
Hold on one second, Felicia. I'm gonna bring Naima right back in, okay? But keep where you are. Sorry about that, Naima.
Oh no, I think it was my internet connection. I changed it.
Oh, that's okay. Continue, Felicia. Sorry about that.
So I was saying, like every movie we've seen, every conspiracy movie, alien, you know, well, not alien yet, God help us, but you know, just all these different things that we've seen over time. Minority Report, all this stuff is coming to life now, and so it's just like, you know. And then I'm in LA. We had an earthquake the other night. You know,
okay.
Like, oh, for real, God, we got this. Now we got killer. What is it?
Hornets.
Oh yeah. I feel like especially because we're artists, I think sometimes we're really sensitive to everything that's like really like we take it on. We're really sensitive to what's going on, and we can get consumed in the fear.
Yeah.
So we have clients that we talk to them and we share things, and they are able to dump and pour into us.
Yeah.
So now we got to be strong for everybody. Them, our family, ourselves. It's a lot.
That's the part. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's as an educator that in the beginning, now I feel a lot better, but in the beginning, that's something that I struggled with because as soon as this happened, everyone went into lockdown, like brands and different companies were like, okay, now we need like lives and education videos, like get to it. And I'm like feeling like, you know, the shock of everything like everyone else, but it was my job to be like, hey guys, so like, you know, let's do better. Let's do some braids, you know, and it was really hard. I think it took like a good 2 weeks for me to be like, okay, we're gonna be okay. Let's, you know, balance our minds. Even when you had called me for that live feed, or Joy, you called me and, you know, you said, let's do this live. I think I told you like, sure, let's try next week, because in the middle of it, I was like, no. The world is falling apart. And I wasn't even my like full self even in that live, but I was like, that was like my first step to like, come on girl, like shake it up. Let's get it together.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I think about that, and that is and that is one of the things like where I was like kind of like especially Black creatives. I don't want us to get consumed with the fear, and then also like just go back into let me just exist in this world without doing more, you know what I mean? Or doing what I really want to passionately do.
Let me get a real job.
Yeah, let me go get a real job, and because now of course now, which I understand, everyone's like insurance and like that kind of stuff. Like I get it, but that's why I wanted to be like I want to still have like provide a resource of inspiration to people and especially Black creatives that we can still make it through and we can still have careers and things happen. And just like what our ancestors they went through, they went through even like, hey, what happened. But it's just like, how can we continue to inspire and make sure like we're having future generations that go after their dreams, So, yeah.
I gotta say too, I mean, and this is no judgment for anybody because we all struggle with this. We really have to watch what we're putting in our bodies. Some of the foods we eat are such, the vibration is so low, it takes us out. It takes us out of our mental, capability, our physical capability, our spiritual. And we know, we need to start putting things in our body that cater and bring up that vibration of our mind, spirit, because this is not the time to be fooling around. Like we got to do better, and we know how. We do have to eat like our ancestors. We do have to go back to some of the old ways. At one point, when they was pillaging the toilet tissue out of everything, I remember my grandma. She was washing, little cloths out. Like
my husband was like, "We're gonna be okay."
I mean, at the end of the day, back in the day, people didn't have toilet paper, so they figured it out. We're products of ingenuity. We figured it out.
Right.
Yeah. And so what I think that now more than ever, there should be a support group in terms of nutrition. Like I want the churches to start talking about nutrition. We're so used to like the church picnic with the fried chicken and the sugar and everything. Like we have to do better. It's hard. I love sugar and I love salt, but I feel like as it relates to our people, there's definitely an agenda to where people want us to be, and we have to take control over that, which means we have to take control over what we eat, who we're around, what we think, what we read. We need to read more things, even if it's just a page a day that feeds into your spirit, that helps you feel stronger. We have to figure out where the empowerment is for us. And if this is my last thing, if you can, we are literally supposed to have about 20 minutes of sunlight, vitamin D for the melanin in our skin. And it's not just the melanin. It helps with the brain. It helps with the way we function and think and to keep our wits about us. So we have to go back to that. That's ancestral. Yeah. So I really want people to start looking back into the ancestral part of who we are and bring that forward.
Alicia, do you follow I Am Surviving Vegan?
Yes.
Yes, my girl. Everyone should follow her. Not only does she talk about veganism, she just talks about like just our health and things that we need in terms of like surviving as just like Black people and what things affect us in different ways, because our systems are different. So it's really important that we know how to navigate through that to feed into our souls so that we can be healthy, so that we can survive things like that.
Yeah, I mean that's so true but also like the fact that as freelancers or salon people, we eat horrible on the go. Like it's not real like eating. It's picking at something or like grabbing a sandwich here. Like especially in the salon, you're like on your feet all day and take a proper break. So that's kind of what I was was thinking as well is like, how can we start to take care of our community like that, our creative community, our hair community, our makeup community, and really like provide like some type of solution for people that have a hard time like eating. Because we provide a service and people don't expect you to actually want to go eat your lunch. They're like, oh, we're getting ready to start shooting again. Y'all need to wrap whatever 2 bites you had. Like, yeah. So,
and you know what else? I think we overlook the fact that we have our tribe around us all the time that can hold us accountable. So on set, we work like 15, 16 hours a day, you know, bam, bam, bam. And you don't sleep a lot, which is another thing that's not good for your health. So what we started doing was we would get together in between takes and we would do squats. We would do wall push-ups. We started doing things to stay up. We would try to walk around the corner, you know, if we had a break, or walk up a hill, and we supported each other in that way. We would say to each other, like, don't let me eat that. Slap my hand if you see me, go towards it. And sometimes it can be annoying. Nobody wants to be told what to eat. But when someone cares about you and they want to see you survive, they're going to try to help you. And we have to start taking that in and not looking at that as a judgment all the time. That as this person wants me to do better, I know I want to eat this donut. I do. And I don't want nobody saying anything about it. But when somebody comes and they do, also recognize that that could be the spirit. You asked to do better. So someone will show up to hold you accountable to that. And for us to discount it, that's not in alignment with what your spirit wants. A lot of times you can walk up to a plate of food or even at the market and you could look at it and say, that might be good. Or you can ask your body, do you want that? Every time my stomach will hurt. My stomach, pay attention to your body. It'll tell you when it doesn't want something. But your tribe is going to keep you right.
I think it's important to, like you said, pay attention to what you're eating and being healthy. Like, I feel like the first step is more acknowledging that we're not eating healthy. I feel like a lot of us who do eat healthy, sometimes we're hesitant to like post about like either veganism or just eating healthy because we feel like other people are going to feel judged. And we need to get out of that. If it's to say like, hey, this is going to make you feel better, like stop eating, you know, like so much dairy, or stop doing this, or take your vitamins, or do some exercise, you know, do your squats, like not being, you know, afraid to hold each other accountable, because that's the only way we're going to get healthy. A lot of people don't know what's the right thing to do. They think they're eating like, I'm gonna get a salad, you know, and I'm gonna put some cheese dressing on it, or cheese and a piece of fried chicken. I'm eating healthy. They just don't know. So to be able to, you know, as a community, put that information out. Whoever gets annoyed about it gets annoyed about it. But you're gonna awaken a lot of people, and they're gonna be like, oh, I didn't even know that I was doing that wrong. You know.
And I'm gonna say, Naima and I, we travel so much, and it's so hard for us to keep a workout regimen and a diet because we want to sleep. We're in a different time zone, so sleep is valuable. You know? And it's really difficult to hold that space of accountability and keeping a regimen going. And so since I've been home with this, because my excuse for working out was always, oh, I travel, I travel. Since I've been home, I've been working out. I was like, I don't have that excuse anymore, and I don't want that excuse anymore. So I've been working out. My brother and I live together. He's alkaline vegan. He follows Dr. Sabi's way. And so I cook for him and really for us now. And so it's taught me a better way of life. It's taught me, like, I got on liquid supplements over a year ago, and it's made a whole difference. I'll be 52 this year, and I literally feel like I'm 30. Like, just incredible. And so I feel like for Naima and I, we have to, and any other hairstylist out there that's like the way we work, traveling, you have to really call us, call me, like, be like, okay, you know, I don't know about this. I'm over. I was in New Orleans for 3 months. Do you know, I think New Orleans is trying to kill people because everything out there, the food, I couldn't find anything nutritional. And it's not even their fault. They don't even know. They're known for their food and their liquor. So, and that's why they're really going through it right now with this virus. But they have to restructure their way of eating. I order a salad and they put a bunch of cheese on it. I don't eat cheese. So it's like, you know, it was a hard balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. We look at soul food like, you know, we're celebrating our culture, but it's also doing us a lot of harm. We have to find a way to reinvent that soul food so that it's feeding into us and helping us as a culture instead of like, yeah.
That's so you guys, y'all thought y'all were just gonna come here and get some hair tips. Okay. We feed the whole entire soul in this house. Okay. That's because it's important. That's if you want to have a successful career, you have got to take care of yourself, you know, and especially as a hairstylist, makeup artist, stylist, if you're always on your feet, you're always on the go, you know, staying healthy. And if you're the only one kind of fighting for yourself, staying healthy is that important. So I think that that's really really smart, guys, to say. I just wanted to let everyone also know that in 10 minutes, we're going to open up for questions. So everyone start, you know, putting your questions in the chat box. I have a couple more questions, ladies, though, before we do that. So how you guys are going to have to do more sanitary, like, well, salons rather. Well, everybody actually is going to have to do more sanitation work and policies and practices. How will that affect costs? Like, are your prices going up, or are you suggesting we need to, you know, like have their prices go up? Will this scare away potential clients?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know if anybody knows. Like, literally, it makes sense that the prices would go up because you have to do extra steps. But I think there's ways around it. I think that I'm just gonna say you can buy everything in bulk. And what I feel like we should do in terms of empowering ourselves and keeping the business in the community, as we know, people of color have a hard time building together, right? We look at other races of people and they come together as a whole, buy in bulk and sell. We need to do that. Some of the salons need to come in together and buy in bulk. So the price is so high as an individual person doing it, then you can get a better price when you get more.
Like a co-op system.
That's exactly what. And so we need to do more of that. And I think this situation will train us to start working together.
Train a blessing in disguise.
It's a blessing in disguise.
I like that.
We really need to start doing it that way instead of individually. I'm going to go get my gloves and my mask. Look out for everybody. Like, let's all put our money in together. Get this thing. Share with the salon up the street. Even maybe they want to put their money in. Get it bigger. So instead of you paying $25 for a mask or something, maybe you pay $3 because you bought it in bulk. You bought 100 or 1,000 and you got a better price. So we need to start doing it that way. And I don't mean getting that bulk and hoarding it. I'm talking about sharing. I'm talking about everybody putting in and giving back. So I feel like that.
Right. And not buying in bulk and selling it out. Buying in bulk and sharing that initial cost. Yeah.
We go farther when we go together.
I like that a lot. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Actual solutions to problems, to upcoming problems, because that is one of the things I wanted to do is have, like, I want everyone to have a plan of action. And I think that is a great, like, if people start doing that now and start forming their co-ops now, that once this lifts, they're ready. They're ready to rock and roll, you know, and we're not waiting around or hurrying to get ready, you know. So I think that's a great idea. So yes, ladies. Oh my gosh, Naima, do you have? Did you want to have any? Did you want to say anything with that, or?
I wanted to add, I think that now is a good time for everyone to take classes, like sharpen your knives, sharpen your skills, like get on top of those classes. A lot of brands, a lot of educators are giving classes for free. you know, just to keep everyone engaged. It's the time to take advantage of that, you know, because the price might go up when this is over.
I'm trying to get that class.
Yeah, I have a free class up on Amika right now. Take all the free classes you can. It's not just in hairstyling, also in, you know, how to communicate with your clients, how to do proper consultations, all kinds of classes, you know, just maybe just classes to help you get another business going. Maybe you're also, like I said, you're doing selling wellness things, or you're writing a book, you know, about your experience as a hairstylist. Something else that you're going to be doing to maybe back up your business, because maybe you're a freelancer and maybe the clients might not be rolling in just yet, but just having a backup plan. If anything, this experience might have taught a lot of people is to have a backup plan, you know? Like it's so important and so vital, because we have families to feed. So it can't just be like, well, hope for the best. As freelancers, we're, you know, a lot of freelancers are living, you know, whatever check comes in, that's the check they're using, pay the rent, buy groceries, etc. And they're just waiting for the next one to come in. We can't think like that. We have to think about savings and, you know, and financial wellness. There's a lot of classes about financial wellness, building your credit and all of that stuff to make sure that you're going to be okay, whether or not something like this happens again.
Oh my gosh. Ladies, that was amazing. Okay, so my last question for you guys before we open it up for everyone else is, what are some words of encouragement that you can provide for up and coming hairstylists that may be dismayed or discouraged from starting?
Man, so I had to talk to a friend of mine the other day, and she was sharing with me that she went and got on the system and to get some food stamps, and she has a daughter, and I totally understand that. But what I told her is that I asked her how she was feeling, and she told me that she felt depressed. And I said, okay, I understand. I said, so what are you doing about it? She said, I'm in the bed. I said, all right, let's talk about this. I said, look through our history. We have never been prepared. This is your time to get ready, to be prepared. I shared with her the gifts that I know she has besides being a hairstylist. I also was very candid with her about how she'll execute something and not see it through, and that thing is waiting on her. It's that experience is waiting to open up for her. And that we actually do have the power. There is a law of attraction that is set for it. Don't matter what virus is happening. There is the laws of attraction. They work. It's a universal law. So whether good or bad, you can attract anything, good stuff as well as bad stuff. So my encouragement is often to let people know that is what they have. They have the power to attract the good. I tell them, make a list of your strongest points besides doing hair. You want a website, like Naima said, take a class. They're free now. So I often find the strongest part of a person, and I focus on that, and I bring that up, and I show them in the mirror how magnificent they are with what power they have right now to create.
Okay. What about you, Naima?
For me, when I first started as a hairstylist, I didn't get into it for the money, you know? I got into it, like I left a good paying job with my own office and everything to go to beauty school, to be a hairstylist, because I was in it for the passion of it. But at the end of the day, we have bills to pay, we have to make money. But what we have to keep in mind as artists is that the world is waiting for those doors to open up so that people can come in and for us to make them feel better. People are waiting for us as artists, We're the ones that are there to pour into our clients on their wedding day, you know, the day that they lose someone, the day that, you know, they're, you know, going in to have a baby, we're doing their hair. All these important milestones and important days in their lives, we're there. So don't think that we're expendable just because we're not, you know, essential workers. It's okay, we're not essential workers, but we are a luxury. We're a luxury. So when
you guys are essential workers. My hairstylist, in my opinion, is an essential worker because, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're a luxury to the world. People come and sit in your chair, not just to get their hair done, but also because they know that you as a stylist, you're going to be there to make them feel good, just human to human. So don't feel that, maybe the business for hairdressing is going to go down, or makeup artists, we're not going to have business. We are. You just have to be prepared to pivot and do that business in a right way in terms of, the safety practices. And now if you don't have that end of the business set up, then you will feel the brunt of, losing money and not being able to support your family. But if you are taking this time right now to set yourself up, to take those classes, the barbicide classes, and learn all the safety practices, when those doors open up, you will be okay. We are going to be okay. The world is waiting for creatives to open back up, to make everything look good and feel good again.
True.
So it'll be fine.
That is so true. So guys, let us go ahead and Felicia, Black Wholeness Collective, said that you are amazing. Shows you have how amazing you are.
Yeah.
So guys, please let us know if you have any questions for these two ladies. Carmen, Felicia, how do you anticipate protocols changing on set for hair and makeup? Has the union or productions you work with said anything officially or unofficially? That's a great question.
Yeah, it's really interesting because what we found out is that they really didn't have it all together the way we thought. And when you become unionized, you have to take a lot of classes, online classes about sanitation, safety, this and that. And now you find out that everything you learned, you still don't know. Still don't know. So they're working it out. They update us weekly about how they're trying to structure everything. But there's a lot of rumors going around now. And we just got a new update recently that said not to listen to what they're saying might be the structure, because they started saying, oh, they're going to, when it comes to eating lunch, they're going to put everything in separate containers. Oh, you got to go in with your mask and your gloves. Oh, you have to be tested before you walk into the trailer. We don't know. We do not know yet. So, but that's a great question. We just don't know what's going to happen.
Is there anything like you guys can do to like make suggestions, or?
I haven't looked into it yet. I haven't looked into the suggesting part, and I probably honestly should see, because they have meetings all the time, and online now. But yeah, I don't even know what the true answer would be to any of this, because there's so much. It's not just hair and makeup. They got a whole production team that's going to have to follow this protocol. I don't want to get, that's all I can say about that.
Okay, well, yeah, we don't want to get that's not what this program is doing. We all have jobs after this. So, okay, welcome back, Naima. You wait for just a second, but one of the questions is about sanitation practices. Are you also going to be implementing, or do you have any thoughts on implementation of sanitation practices within, like the salon? Or I know you guys were mentioning the mask, but also the plastic. Anything else?
Well, what I mainly do is teach classes and do photo shoots and things like that. So honestly, I've been new to thinking about what it is how am I going to safely teach a class, like a hands-on class? How is that even going to happen? I don't really have the answer to that. And in terms of like working on set, we're going to, of course, be wearing masks and the screen thing on the face. Those typical things. But to be honest with you, I'm not really excited about that, because when you're on, I don't know about you, Felicia, but when I'm on set, I'm hot. Them lights are going, you're running the blow dry and heat styling tools. It is hot up there. So I'm just really trying to think about like ways that I can keep myself comfortable during, this shoot or whatever it is that I'm doing, so that I still like my job at the end of the day. I'm not like, oh, I don't want to do this again tomorrow, you know?
Yeah.
Just think about, okay, how we're going to do all these safety practices. What can you do to stay cool and feel comfortable and not make your client feel uncomfortable or the model sitting in your chair?
Yeah.
Like, what are we going to do? I don't necessarily have the answer to that. I just know that we have to stay safe.
Yeah.
This is so good because I'm telling you, there's always a yin and a yang to everything. And this situation is, anybody even listening, this is an opportunity for you to create something that hasn't existed yet. This whole situation is an opportunity for someone to create another business that has not existed yet. Because we definitely don't want to be uncomfortable in work. And I'm going through menopause, so I sure don't want to be hot. When I get hot flashes, I'll be thinking Corona. And so, me, you know, so yeah, this is
them lights are a lot.
Yes, they are. Yeah, and I can't imagine being on set, but being outside on set and being like, now I have to wear the mask and I have to wear the gloves. Woo, it's gonna be a lot, y'all. So yeah.
We're gonna have to adjust for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying not to think about it yet. I'm just trying to take one day at a time. I'm planning for my future, but I'm not planning the part that just right in that area. Like I gotta have results. I gotta have a solution. Like I work backwards. I even watch movies this way. I go to the end to see if everybody lived. Yeah. I'm weird like that. I will go.
I do that too.
You're like my husband. I'm always yelling at him like, "Don't tell me." He's like,
I don't like to be surprised. Like I need to know power. Like power, I needed to know who's going to get killed, but I wasn't being surprised.
If I'm watching something and I feel like there's some anxiety behind it, I'll fast forward. I'll be like, okay, how's this go? All right, now I can watch it. And I realize that my life is like that. Like I would rather know what's the end of this. Like even with this, what's the outcome? So now I can work backwards and prepare for that.
Yeah.
You know, so we don't know the outcome.
Right.
And it's really like this part of my life is probably the most I've had to put trust. Like, oh my God, like, and I'm not a person who just trusts stuff. So this is like, ooh, it's uncomfortable, that part, you know.
So, okay, I wanted to ask really quickly, Felicia, you mentioned about food and I hear echo. I think there's something going on with the system. Sorry, guys. I'm still going to keep talking, though. I want to talk about the importance of diet and vitamin D and self-care on well-being and your hair. Both of you guys can answer that, you know.
Well, for me, like I just started eating more like vegan in like September. Okay. So I'm like 90% vegan, 10% eating seafood, fish. And it has changed my life drastically. It really has. Like I just have so much more energy. My skin is better. And even my daughter, she is like very asthmatic. But once she stopped eating dairy, like our lives changed. Like we used to kind of live in urgent care. Like every other weekend, I'm taking her because she can't breathe. Like the machine at home is not working. And just to see, and a lot of us Black people have asthma. It's like really rampant in Black communities. And just to see like a change like that, just so simple in my eyes that it just changed like our lives altogether. So a change of diet has really been beneficial to me, even just in my like clarity at work and my mood. And, you know, on set, there's an option of the salad or the slice of pizza. I'm going to take the salad because taking the slice of pizza, I'm not really ready to start doing work again. I'm feeling sluggish. I'm not ready to go. The itis is kicking in. Yeah. So just knowing that those things, like, and even though we make fun of those things, just to think about it. Something that you ate, it just took your power away. You know, you don't feel alive. You're not ready to go. Just to know that if you can make an alternative choice and it can really just change how you move through life, it's just amazing.
The shift. Yeah. How about you?
So my nephew, who I love dearly, the teenager, and he's been walking around thinking that he has sinus issues, but really he just loves to eat chicken and cheese.
Okay.
Every day. no vegetables, just chicken. And I think that anybody watching, still on here, if you are a dairy eater or a cheese, you eating cheese, you're fooling with things like that. If you cut it out for like a week and then you eat it again, you will notice that you will have postnasal drip right away. You will be phlegmy right away. You'll feel it. And it lets you know that you may not have sinus. It might just really be the cheese. But if you just cut it out, I'm telling you, and then you eat it one day, it happens quick. The body reacts quick. The body is intelligent. We don't give it enough credit. It is intelligent, and it always will let you know. And so for me, I didn't realize. So I have fibroids. I found I have fibroids, and I got them late. Usually, you don't really get them after 50. But I was gone for like 9 months working on set. We were doing movies back to back, so I'm eating food off set. Now, what I do, I'm weird, but I take my own grapeseed oil because they got some mystery spray. I don't know what that is, but they create a pan, and every time I try to find out, they take the container and move it. So I'm like, let me just bring my oil. So I do the best I can. Sometimes you have to dissect the food. Sometimes you're hungry for hours and they come and bring these sandwiches. You got to go in, take out this, take that, and just eat the inside or make a salad out of, it's kind of got to work it out. But at the end of the day, we definitely can tell the difference by removing everything and then going back to the basic and starting little by little. I even train my clients that way in terms of their regimen. I start them off by saying, okay, what do you have in let me see what you're working with. Okay, let's take that out. Some people are doing too much. Sometimes we just do too much. Maybe you only need 3 things. When you go to buy something at the store, look on the back. Do you recognize any of those ingredients?
Yes.
And if you don't put that in your body.
It's not food.
It's like somebody blindfolding you and putting something up to your face. Like, eat this. Why would you do that? You want to know what you're putting in your mouth. So don't just assume that the food industry cares enough to give you. They're leaving it up to us to do right. I'm telling you, take some stuff, and then those of you out there who pray over your food, pray also to have the strength to say no to some of the things you don't need or want in your life. You have to call upon that strength.
Because Lord knows I need to pray on, Lord, give me the strength not to eat this chocolate cake right now.
It's going to be like, it's hard to stop doing something that feels like so necessary. Like when I used to eat like so much carbs and meat and all of that, I would be on set and be like, I need a carbohydrate. I need some carbs.
Yeah.
I need a piece of bread. Like I need a slice of pizza. And it wasn't that you needed that. You needed energy. And after I eat that, like I feel like full, but also I feel sluggish.
It's like
just trusting the facts to know that that's not good energy. You can't eat good carbohydrates and have good energy. So like you were saying, Felicia, to step away from all the bad stuff just for a week, just to see. If you don't believe it's going to help, just to see and see how you feel a week later when you go back in and reintroduce that stuff to your body. You'll be changed, and you'll realize that you just really need to make a change in your diet.
I want to say 2 other things. I was starting to tell you when I was on set eating a lot, my breakfast started off with an omelet. I started listening to podcasts about these fibroids. Eggs are not our friend like that. And everybody loves eggs, but eggs in women, especially women of color, the estrogen, a lot of us have fibroids, endometriosis, different things like that because of the eggs.
You eat more hormones.
Yes. So if you have issues like that and they're wanting to cut on you, start with your diet first before you let somebody go in and start removing stuff out of your body. Start with your diet. And so now that I don't eat eggs, I don't have the pain of fibroid. I don't feel it. I do more herbal tinctures, teas. We're over here trying to learn how to make our own tinctures and teas and taking the dried leaves and making different things. And it's actually fun. Grow your garden. Even if you're in an apartment, have you like a little something on the balcony. you know, because it empowers you. People listen to us talk, but when you start doing these things, it raises your vibration. It empowers you, and you actually feel good. Just like learning how to do your hair at home. You start, oh, okay. And that's what we need. It's that upliftment to help you and make you do better. You want more of it.
Felicia, so I've been talking to founders as well, and you founded a brush called Brush with the Best. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the brush came, my texture, they have the texture boards. 3's curly, 4 is coarse, pinky, right? And I'm a 4. And there was never any products or tools that helped me. They always were just scary. The products, the tools were always against me. So I said, I want to look out for people with hair like mine. So I started working with this brush, and it was cool, but not quite. So I basically redesigned it. And I said I wanted it to be for texture 4, because I feel like texture 4s don't get enough love or respect. Their hair is always looked at as the bad hair or whatever. And I don't believe there's such thing as bad hair. I just think there's good scalp, bad scalp, which means it's up to you to take care of the base of it, right? So the brush was created to help women with thick, textured, kinky, curly, coarse, coily hair, to make it easier so that they can feel normal, like nothing's wrong with them. And the brush opens up and it moves with your hair. So it just makes it easy. And it's been a wonderful business venture and a great challenge, because I assumed that no one really cared. I'm a hairstylist just doing my thing. But I was wrong. Everybody's knocked the brush off now.
Yes, girl.
That business, I think the part that I learned and was more devastated is when they came for me with the knockoff, when they started to take videos off my page, when they started to do podcasts against what I created. And that was a whole nother level, of learning the business. But I'm grateful that happened, because it made me go back to the drawing board so I could create something better. Products coming out. And I often say, if anybody ever heard me speak, I learned from a magnificent client. I used to have, very wealthy woman, that there's 2 things you need in your life in order to sustain it. One, you need a product that works for you, whether you get sick, you don't work anymore, anything that could happen. You need something that you can make money while you're asleep. The other is something that people can only get from you. They don't know how to describe it or what it is, but they can only come to you to get it. And what that is the essence of who you are. Hairstylist, makeup artist, barber, who you are, your personality is what brings people to you, and they want more of it. So that's my takeaway.
Yeah, and that brush is bomb. And I'm like, like you said, I had seen that brush before, but then when I saw you post it, I was like, oh, it must be good. And then I realized that you were the first, and this is your brush. I was like, this is what I'm talking about.
Been around since 2012.
And people trust you. People trust your expertise and your knowledge. Like you said, it's about building your brand and making people have a space that they can trust. And that's what you're doing for sure.
Wow. So, ladies, I think we have another question that has come into the building. Let's see. Tashinga, what websites, social media pages, or videos do you ladies recommend to assist us in changing out our daily diet and lifestyle?
Well, I have the one that I mentioned earlier. I Am Surviving Vegan. This sister is like full of knowledge and information. And it's not just about veganism, but it's just also about eating foods that are real foods and not, chemically treated foods, and making sure that we're eating foods that help us vibrate higher, as Felicia was saying. Foods that, have life to them, have energy to them. So I Am Surviving Vegan is one of the top ones. Another one that I follow is Avant-Garde Vegan. And it's just because, like I said, I not only eat vegan, I eat fish as well sometimes. But he's taught me how to use vegetables and use real foods to create stuff that can be interesting, and as interesting as I thought eating meat was, or fried chicken or steak and things like that, just to keep it interesting. Because I feel like a lot of people find healthy food to be boring, and that's why they're not really attracted by it, or how they were raised. Like how my mom used to cook healthy food, like, you know, just vegetables back in the day, like overcook them, and it's not how I eat it today. So kind of rethinking how vegetables are cooked, and, you know, trying to like keep your mind open to tasting new things and tasting vegetables and how they're cooked in a better, like, you know, more tasty way these days. It'll help you change your mind about food. So those two are my faves.
So
I know. Okay, so Felicia, go ahead, tell us which ones you.
there's a few. Afro Vegan Beauty.
Oh, okay.
Instagram, Afro Vegan Beauty is amazing because she's talking about diet, health. She cooks. She's introduced, and her veganism is fun. Like you look up and she done made a chili cheeseburger, and it ain't. Yeah, I don't know what she. And it's not even like soy based. Like I don't eat soy, you know. So she's a good one. There's also a friend, a client of mine who's doing a lot of stuff with the CMOS, and that's MWO Afya, MWOAFYA.
Okay.
And she's doing a lot of great things with tinctures and herbs. And also I listen to my brother's podcast, Lead Up. And Lead Up is excellent because what Lead Up is giving me is what Nipsey Hussle has started to do here in LA, which was create businesses, create a community where you know people of color who are doing amazing things, and they keep you uplifted so you can do amazing things.
Yeah.
Lead Up is an excellent place where I go and I hear what we have going on, because a lot of us don't even know what we are doing in the community to support one another. Those are my tops.
Wow, I love that. I love that. So, guys, like, you know, I personally have a question. What are you guys? How's your life looking in quarantine right now? Like, have you guys been able to like adjust a little bit to it, or are you still feeling like you're like struggling with it? What do you think?
I'm not gonna lie. If I had a pool, a swimming pool, and jacuzzi, it would be so
good.
Yeah, we all in the same struggle, but we're definitely not in the same boat.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true, right? Oh my God. You have I'm sorry, Naima. Please let me know what you think. How's your in quarantine?
I've definitely adjusted to it. I feel a lot more relaxed and a lot less anxious than I did before. Taking care of my daughter, so my days look like, you know, cooking and doing schoolwork and, you know, arts and crafts on the floor. You know, I'm teaching her how to do hair because I have to do these like what do you call it? These classes on live and stuff, and she pops in and starts disturbing it. So I'm like, let me find a way to like include her. So that it's less disturbing. So I'm like showing her how to use spray and how to use our brush and stuff like that. So it's been fun.
You've also been doing photo shoots with her.
Yeah, I have been
cool.
It's been fun. Like a really big magazine actually just contacted me today, and they're like, "Can you do another one? We want to do a feature of her." So yeah, so that's been fun.
That was so smart.
And she loves it.
I need to take a second. I know we're going to close out quick, but I don't know how many people on here, if you guys are aware, Naima is amazing. Like her hairstyling is effortless. It's beautiful, Naima. Like I love going on your page when you posted something new. And sometimes I try to wait it out so I can get like 3 good pictures, and I'll be like, she's incredible.
Thank you so much. That means so much coming from you.
Because I mean, seriously, Naima, you're an artist, really.
An artist.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
We have one more question in the chat. Felicia, what do you look for in hair and makeup artists that you represent?
I really look for professionalism. I look for people that have integrity with their work, the business. And what happens with texture management, a lot of the women wherever they live. They've come to LA. They train with me for about 3 to 5 days. And I go over certain etiquette because we work a lot with celebrities. Texture management was created because I didn't want everything to be focused on me. I'm not the only hairstylist out here doing what I do. You know, she's so cute. There's so many talented. There's so many talented hairstylists, and I wanted them to have shine the spotlight and be introduced to celebrities who need them, because a lot of them are going natural now. And so I just do training on just how to show up so that you are represented. You're representing yourself and texture management well. I look for skill. I look for a website that is professional photos. And we talk about all that when people contact me. We go through everything that they need to have in order so that they stand on their own and they also stand with texture management.
I love that. I love that. All right. So we have 5 minutes left, and I want to give you guys a chance to have some parting words. Naima, is there anything you would like to say to kind of sum up, or, you know, just whatever?
I think I want to hop on what Felicia was just talking about, like what you were saying you needed to see in the people that you represent. I think all of those things are so important, and just being a hairdresser in general, just a hairstylist in general, an artist that is looking to be booked, you know, just making sure that you're on top of it. You're not, you know, full of ego. Your website or your Instagram looks professional. You can post, you know, fun stuff and selfies, but the majority of the stuff that you're posting should really be about your work. If it's, you know, an Instagram that you're looking to use to get booked. And I think that is one thing I'm seeing a lot with us, like women that reach out to me and they're like, oh, like, I'd love to assist you, or, you know, I'd love to get some information from you of like how to come up in this industry. And the Instagram one is private. And I'm like, sis, like, how's anyone supposed to find you? So take that private off, build your Instagram with photos. And it doesn't have to be professional photography. It could be, you know, your iPhone. iPhones take amazing pictures. Use your phone. Take pictures of your friends, your mom, whomever. Just post photos of your work and people will find you, and making sure that, you know, you represent yourself in a professional way. Because sometimes people are looking for an artist and maybe the person that usually assists them is not available. So they'll like go on Instagram and find someone. They'll land on your page and be like, wow, like her work is amazing. And they'll click on a video and they're like, see, I don't want that to happen on set because you acted a mess in this video. So then you just lost the job. So just think about that page, whatever you do on that page, whatever you say, it will be held against you. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Truth. Felicia, you have any last, we have like 3 minutes left. You have any last
3 minutes, wrapping it up. Okay. So I think for hairstylists and just people in general, I'm speaking to people of color, period. I think the theme going forth is find your tribe. Find the people that resonate with you, like-minded people that support you, a community that upholds you, so that we can do better. Right now, if we're in a race, if we're all in a race, we kind of back there. We need to be here. So for me, it's like, how do we get up here? How do we jump over the hill, over the hurdles? So, and all together, how do we do it together? So find your tribe of people that resonate and they're like-minded. Don't talk to anybody that is not on your level, because it will bring you down to theirs. And that's basically all I have.
Well, ladies, okay, so everyone, like I said earlier, I know y'all thought y'all were just gonna come and get some hair tips, but you guys gave like life tips to people who do hair. You know what I mean?
Holistic.
Yes, and I think that to me is like,
thank you.
So that to me will serve such a bigger purpose, because it will keep us all healthy and our communities healthy. And that is one of the things that I really wanted to do, was help to heal emotional trauma, generational trauma within our communities. And I think eating right is one of them. Like, yeah. So ladies, I want to say thank you guys both for being on today. You guys were amazing.
Thank you, Joy. Such a dope experience, dope platform. Congratulations to you. This is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
The whole name, all black, everything.
Yes. It's like, sign me up.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So I want to tell the audience real quick that we are getting ready to go on an hour break. Go grab some dinner, everything. And next up is Miss Portia Fabulous. We're having a fireside chat with Portia. Take care, ladies. You guys have a great day. Love you both. Bye.
Bye.
Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. Okay, first of all, I wanted to make sure you guys went to go hydrate and I don't know, eat something. Did you guys go eat? Did you guys go party? I mean, you could do that too if you want in an hour because I went and partied and I ate something and I hydrated. I hope you guys did too. We are back. This is our final segment for today. We started strong and we are finishing strong today. It is all about empowerment today. Yes, it is. I'm not even going front with y'all. I have been so inspired. I hope you guys have as well. This next friend of mine, Portia, fabulous. She's gonna come with it. Okay, if you guys have seen her already on my Instagram live series, then you guys know that she's going to definitely drop some true gems. We doing this for the culture, y'all, for real. And before I bring her on, though, I want to show my sponsor's commercial one more time. Okay, I think that is so cute, and I love it, and I'm very proud of it, and I'm very proud to have the commercial on, and it's just fun. It's just like it's like makes it like so legit. It's like real TV program, okay, y'all. So I'm gonna show that really quickly, and then after that, we're bringing Miss Portia into the room. Hold on one second.
Life's been good since I took over my dad's clinic.
Brian don't work here no more?
Now, what the hell is going down there at that damn clinic anyway?
My friends are supportive.
Still Stinky Rondo.
My patients love me.
I thought I felt the draft.
I think it is time for us to get some help here.
I'm out.
And my sex life
What kind of sex y'all have?
has never been better. Yeah. Life is just
I got this.
awesome.
Okay, does that make it more official to y'all? Does this really seem like a TV show right now? Am I the host of am I Oprah? No, I know I'm not, but I'm trying to be, y'all. Why not? Hype me up. Why not? I'm gonna hype it up right now. Okay, we have this session coming up, but I need everybody in the building for this one, okay? Because we're gonna have a good time. Y'all know it's about to be lit, okay? Let me tell y'all about Portia. Portia is, and I'm not even gonna get into her bio just yet. What I'm gonna say though is that Portia is one of the most talented makeup artists that I know on the scene right now. Her work is super flawless. I've known Portia for, I want to say at least 14 years now. I don't know. I think it was like 14, maybe 15 years. We've known each other for a while. And let me tell you, the moment Portia stepped into the game from Texas, okay, you knew she was shooting straight to the moon, okay? So I just want to know, I just want to let her know when she comes in that, her work ethic is unmatched. And I know that she is definitely, FUBU for us, by us, okay? And she claims it all day, every day. And I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So we're gonna she's here to help inspire, which I really hope the ABE Summit is doing for you guys today. I really hope it's inspiring you guys to go after your dreams and continue going after your dreams, even during this COVID-19 situation. Don't let this hold you up, because the world needs you. It needs me. It needs all of us. And especially like Black and brown people, I really want us to stay in our power and continue on. And in the creative field, I really want us to stand in our power and continue on, because it's that important. So without further ado, let me be official. Let me read Portia's bio. Portia Cooper is widely sought after by the most noteworthy faces of the celebrity and model world, which is the absolute truth. That is not a hyped up statement. It is an absolute truth. with work published in Harper's Bazaar, Vogue, Sean, Le Official, Paris, and Love magazine. Her exquisite combination of talent and professionalism has attracted superior brands such as Tiffany, Neiman Marcus, Gucci, Estee Lauder, and HBO. Those are top tier brands. Portia's love of art and international travel, if you follow her Instagram, you would know that she travels the world, has widely influenced her scope of beauty and femininity, and is discerned in her work with iconic photographers like Patrick Demaché, Ellen von Ornworth, Albert Watson, and Tiziano, who I actually know Tiziano as well. He's so sweet. I love him. So without further ado, let me bring in Miss Portia Fabulous. Miss Portia. Hey!
You did it! Commercial, sponsorship, talent, you did it.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. I was like, oh my gosh, like I definitely leaned into my tribe, and like seriously, if I didn't have guys, like please know it's the backstage. If I didn't have the backstage going on right now, and the people in the back and my tribe I'm leaning on, it wouldn't be happening. So I totally appreciate all you guys. I want to say hello and shout out to Jen Fleming. Jennifer Fleming, that's our girl. Yes,
Portia from Paris.
Yes, tuning in from Paris. And I know it's like, what time is it over there right now?
It's late. It's after 12 a.m. Almost.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So yes, thank you, Jen. Portia.
Yes.
Portia. Thank you so much for being here. So that bio doesn't even begin to like, that's just a little bit. Like I literally could have read a whole book, okay, of what's going, like literally a whole book. You have done your thing in this industry, okay? In this industry. And I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. I wanted to know, okay, so this is a fireside chat. So we're going to just kind of kick it. I do have like a list of questions, but we're going to have fun at the same time. This is, like I want us to have fun, but also be insightful and help people and all that good stuff. Is there anything like you want to start out with? Or
I just want to say God is good.
Yes. All the time.
Whatever does not already exist for us out in the universe, we are creating it ourselves. Hence,
yes.
Black Everything Summit. So I'm so happy to be here. I too am so proud of you. We have been knowing each other for 14 years. You're one of the first people I met when I moved to New York, working in Soho for Mac.
Yes.
I'm just so proud of all the work that you've been doing as of late. I mean, in the entirety of your career, but as of late, and also with this summit. I'm super proud, and I'm thankful to be here because you got some incredible talent that I am in the room with,
Oh, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. So let's kick it. Let's get started. Okay. I guess one of the first questions I want to ask is, where and how do we begin to maneuver this situation? Now, during the situation, and then also after we start lifting the quarantine?
Well, I think first things first, we all need to be focused on our mental, emotional, and physical wellness. I don't think that we can be anything to anybody else unless we are in a safe and a healthy space.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all need to be having talks with ourselves, like, how am I feeling? How am I functioning? Do I need outside help? Like, am I really okay? Because, you talk about Black creatives, we have trauma as a people. We have drama within the industry.
Mm-hmm.
We have drama throughout the universe in terms of our industry being shut down.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many layers to kind of dive through before we can even get to a point to be creative. But I think once you've made it to the other side and like you are well as you can possibly be right now, I think that we need to focus on what our vision is for the future.
Mm-hmm.
What do I want my career to be like? What are things that I loved about my career before quarantine, BQ, and how do I want it to be PQ, post-quarantine?
Yeah.
That we all have been in this quiet space where we have allowed ourselves to really delve into our wants, our thoughts, our needs. And now that we are in a place where we're able to really think about what we want to do, we need to start to visualize what does that look like? What is the success that I have yet to attain? What does that look like? How do I want to move in the new world after quarantine? What do I want my career to look like? What are the kinds of projects that I want to work on? And I think that that's kind of where we have to be, you know, first to be well, and then get to be creative.
I love that. Would you say that that's a way in which creatives, mainly Black creatives, can start to create a vision for themselves? And what does it take to create that vision?
I think that for creatives, or really just for anybody, to create a vision for yourself, it starts with a dream. You know, we think about the lives that we are so blessed to be living right now, and where did that even start from? Did it start with me as a little girl playing in my mother's makeup, wearing her red lipstick? Yeah, it did. Did it start with hairstylists playing with their dolls' hair when they were little? Probably so. So I think we need to think about, what does our dream for our lives look like? Because there still is so much life to live. But I think you start with the dream. You start with the vision of what do you want your life to look like. Think about the things and the tasks that fulfill you, that pour into you, that make you feel good. Because I think especially right now, nobody wants to do anything that does not make them feel good, that does not sit right with their spirit, that does not fill their cup, that does not pour into them. So the things that bring you joy are the things that we really should be focused on individually and also collectively as an industry, if we can.
I love that. I love that. I know that you mentioned earlier about trauma. I think that is such a huge thing that I feel like people in our community don't talk about. We don't put that as being trauma. Like we're like, we've dealt with trauma and that we're dealing with trauma. And I think that's so interesting that you said the word trauma, because you know, that's what we're trying to heal. Generational trauma that happened long ago, you know, when we first came to this country. And, you know, sometimes I feel like that trauma leads into us not truly fulfilling our potential, because we deal with a lot of issues surrounding that. Is there any way, like, or do you have any suggestions on how people, you know, could deal with that, but also still create at the same time?
I do. And I think it first starts with knowing that, like, you deserve to fulfill your vision for yourself. You deserve to fulfill your dreams. You deserve to be the best version of yourself possible. You deserve to be the greatest. You deserve success. You deserve happiness. You deserve to succeed. Like, we deserve this as people, as individuals. If you are willing to work hard for it, then you deserve the fruit of your hard work. You know what I mean? I think that because for so long, and still even to today, you have so many spaces that are telling Black people to shrink, Black people to take up less space, Black people don't use your voice, or if you use it, just don't be too loud. I think that we all need to individually and collectively continue to use our voices. And I think that we definitely have seen that in the industry, you know, in terms of making sure that we get our credit for our work, that we call out, you know, racist tendencies of different companies and treatment of employees. Like, we definitely use our voices as a people, but I think that we need to continue to carry that even further. I think that while you are trying to create, don't lose sight of what brought you into your passion in the first place. Because a lot of us that have been in the game for a while, sometimes we lose creativity, and that's okay. I feel like that's what creativity. We kind of roll through life in waves. Sometimes we're on a high and we're feeling super creative. Sometimes we're not and we're feeling low, like I don't want to do anything. And for me personally, that was like the first 3 weeks of quarantine. I lived by myself in New York City. As we all know, New York was a mess. Still is somewhat of a mess, and it's probably going to be a mess for a while. And so while I was at home, I was not creative. I wasn't posting. I wasn't making content. I was talking to my best friend, my mama, my family, my sister, and that's pretty much it. There were no creative juices flowing within me, but I feel like I said earlier, once you get to a part where you feel well, where you feel stable, then you can get to the business of being creative, you know? And so about what has driven you in the past, what are you inspired by? You know, there's so many different ways that we can pull inspiration to build us back up into these creative super beings that we are. And I feel like sometimes it is external and sometimes it's internal.
Okay. God, yeah, I love that. I love that. When you were growing up, do you feel like your career, your makeup journey was supported by your family? I feel like I feel like you've told me the answer, but I just want to hear it here. Were you supported by your family members? And I think I definitely know the answer to that. But I want to ask if you could maybe speak to people who might not have been supported. So yes.
I definitely have been blessed with a praying, supporting,
yes,
my own personal icon. She is the reason why I am today. Everything that I am comes from her and God.
I love it.
I'm so thankful that I fortunately did have her and my sister and my grandmother and my family who supported my dream. Now, we all know that as creatives and people that want to live lives outside of the norm, people sometimes will look at us like, so you don't want to be a lawyer, you don't want to be a doctor, you don't want to own your own company, you don't want to open up a restaurant, but you want to do makeup, you want to be a stylist, you want to sew clothes. Like, people don't get that. And so I think that for people who don't have that type of support system, especially familial support system, support system, that you recognize the only person that needs to see you is you. The only person that needs to believe and see your vision is you and is your higher power, right?
Yeah.
Because the whole walk for me personally has been about my faith, me and God equals this life that I'm living the whole time. So even naysayers that, you know, when I moved from Texas over 14 years ago, they were like, oh, okay, New York. Wow, New York's tough. You'll be back. And I'm like, you don't know my story?
Yeah.
You don't know what my Father in heaven has in store for me. And so it's been over 14 years and I'm still here, still thriving. So I think, you know, remember that you need to be your own cheerleader. And you can find a friend, if you can find a mentor, if you can find even someone online that that feeds you inspiration, you at least need one type of plug in your life that will feed into you and build you up and support you and be your cheerleader. Like, we all want that. We all want to love. We all want to feel supported and we all want to feel like we can do it. And a lot of that energy comes from external forces. So if you don't have that, first believe in yourself and know that your dream is worthy of you taking a chance on yourself.
I love that. I love that. Because apparently it's people in our community that are the naysayers. How can we pour into them to get them out of that? You know, because I definitely would love for our community to start shifting away from not believing to believing, you know?
In terms of like believing in each other?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, haters gonna hate.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You know, I feel like you change people's thoughts and perceptions of you at times through your own actions, right? Yeah. So sometimes people won't see you in the beginning of your career. They won't see you. They won't see you and they won't see it for you in the middle of your career. But when you at the top, they clamoring to get to you like a bag of clams. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, I can't spend my good energy to try to transform people's perceptions of me because I feel good about who I am. I know how I treat people. I know how I am with people. I know how I love people. I know how I try my best to pour into people. So if you don't see it from me, boo, that's on you.
Yes. I
feel like there's so many times that people spend so much time like worrying about their haters and the people that don't support them, but like they don't even matter. Is that who your blessings flow from? The people who are giving you opportunities? If no, then like, who cares?
Yes, I love that. I love that.
There be people who do not believe in your vision, believe in your dream, believe in your craft. But I bet you at some point in life, they will see it for you. They will try to be around you. It's happened to me, and I don't see it for them.
Okay, I know that's right. Oh my gosh, that is so true. So true. I keep thinking about the future, and I keep thinking about like where we're, what's going to happen after everything. I also keep wondering, like, what tools do people need to have in their arsenal to have the best possible future, even after this whole quarantine COVID situation?
I think that, first of all, believing in yourself and having a vision for yourself is key, like we just spoke about. Because there will be so many times that people will be in a position to say yes to you and they won't. And having rejection is tough. No one wants to be rejected. No one wants to ever feel like you're not good enough. You don't have what it takes, but you have to believe that you do. And even if you are not at the point or at the level that you want to be in your artistry, that you will get there through the second point, which is diligence and hard work. You cannot skip steps to the top. You cannot go from being green to being uber seasoned in 30 days by watching videos or taking a course or doing makeup on your cousin. Like, you really have to put in the work to be the great artist, individual, human being that you want to be. I think definitely trying your best to stay positive. Definitely, during a pandemic, it's quite difficult to stay positive throughout the day. So I think, to the best of your ability, whether that's through meditation or prayer or, whatever it is that kind of centers your being and kind of shuts out the noise, try your best to do that as well. Professionalism is key. I can't tell you how many stories I've been told from my clients and my peers about horror stories on set, horror stories while at work from people who think that they got it like that and are disrespectful or unprofessional or just not well equipped for the job. So you need to be ready to show up and show out, and it's unfortunate to say, but definitely with Black creatives, we don't have the luxury to be subpar. We have to be the absolute best that there could ever be, because to get certain opportunities is like a dream, and it shouldn't be that way. At the end, based on your creativity and who you are, not have doors shut in your face because you're Black and they only see you being one-sided. So the list goes on and on and on, but I definitely feel like knowing your craft, continuously growing your craft, because none of us are too good to be better. Right?
Yeah.
It's on lifelong learning. But I feel like those are the things that help me and are some of my personal mantras. And I think that those are all relative and relevant, across all industries.
Gotcha. What are some tips that you can give out to keep Black creatives inspired? Like, how do you stay inspired?
Knowing that we are it, that we you know what I'm saying? So many things come from us. You know what I mean? So much creativity that we see in the world, in fashion and music, like it stems from our culture.
Yeah.
So we are, some of the greatest that ever did it. Let's pat ourselves on the back and give ourselves the credit that we are due. I know that I just have all of these different visions for myself. And so I know that I have been well equipped by God and through my hard work and just believing in myself, that I literally can attain every single goal and dream that I have for myself. Why I'm going to work for it? Why? Because I know I deserve it. And so I feel like the I deserve part of it is so important, because so many people don't think that they're good enough.
True.
People think that they deserve to have a platform or that they deserve to have success. But you do, because if you were not good enough, you wouldn't have the dream to begin with.
Yes.
How would God bless you with a dream or a vision that He's not going to give you the tools to get? Like, that's how He works.
Yes. I feel like that is especially true in the Black community that we struggle with issues of self-worth. More so, well, you know what? I don't want to say more so because I can only speak from being a Black creator myself. So I don't know other communities or whatever, but I feel like a lot of Black creatives struggle with that as being like huge, you know, like self-worth issues. How can people get past that though? You know, like how can people get past the feeling like, oh my gosh, like I don't deserve this. But do you have any way, like, were you birthed with knowing that you deserve these things? You know what I mean?
I will say my mother helped me out with that, but I promise you, Joy, and I do not mean to sound pompous when
No, trust me, you're not sounding like that at all. We got you, girl. We listening.
But I am not surprised that this is my life.
Okay. I love that. That's a word.
Hold on, let me be specific.
Okay.
I mean that I thought that it was going to be given to me on a silver spoon, because honey, it was not. It was not. Everything that I have is a blessing, but I also work for it. You know what I'm saying? And I just knew from a young age that like I was destined for greatness, that I was going to have an extraordinary life. And I didn't know exactly how I was going to make that happen, how I was going to get there, how long it was going to take, what that life was going to look like. But I knew that there was something inside of me that wanted to go above and beyond what the norm was, the norm in my community, the norm in my city, the norm in my state. I knew that I was that I was blessed with an ability to see something in myself, regardless of what people saw around me. I saw it in myself, and I knew that I wanted to be happy. Whatever it was, I knew I wanted success. It was not good enough for me to be okay. It was not good enough for me to be subpar. It was not good enough for me to be I needed to be I needed to be amazing. And so for me, the strength that came from my mother, who was the strongest soul that I know.
Okay.
It also just came from, like, I'm telling you, like, God put this in me to try my very, very best to be the best version of myself that I could be.
Yes.
And it does not come without fault. It does not come without dumb mistakes. It does not come without bad decisions. It does not come without heartache and heartbreak and turmoil and all of these things. But I promise you, when you are living the life that you have envisioned for yourself, when you see your goals, when you're checking off those ticks off your goals, there's nothing more fulfilling than living your life on your own terms. Your valuable time helping others to fulfill their dreams if you don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, figure out ways to pour into yourself. Start with what you have. Start with what you have. Start with what is around you, you know? And like I said, it all begins with a vision. It doesn't begin with 10 grand. I moved to New York with less than $1,000 to my name. I accepted a job in New York having no idea where I was going to live. Like, you don't do that in New York. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? But I was willing to take a chance on myself. And so I feel like that is what all creators need to do, especially Black creators, because it just always seems like there are so few roles and like for us. So we need to make sure that not only are we doing what we can do for ourselves and our careers, but that we are also doing our best to pay it forward for other people.
Yes, and
I answered your question.
No, you did. Come on now. I knew you was gonna come with it. Okay. You answered my question and then some, but it's also going into my next question is why are Black, I want to say creators, but just Black people in general. So I feel like a lot of us are so scared to go after our dreams, you know? And it's just like, why? Like, why are we so afraid to just step out and make it happen? You know?
Say, hey, Andre girl said it's a slap in the face to God to live subpar.
Yes.
Into that. Because why is it that he has blessed the world with all of these riches, all of these opportunities, all of these dreamers, all of these innovators, for you to have all of those gems inside of you, all of that power inside of you, just sit on it, to not even utilize it, to not even do anything with it, to not even see it grow. It's like a slap in the face. It is you not stepping out and working to fulfill the calling on your life.
Yeah. And I want to add to that, like, especially like what our ancestors have been through, to really like not like you said, step out on faith, because they fought the battles for us to get to where we are. And it's like we're doing them a disservice not stepping into our greatness as well. So I totally agree with you. I think like, yeah, like this is and that's what I want to change. You know, that's why I really want ABE to really like because I feel like creativity is the key to a lot of different things to me. If you can like really like open up your channel, your creative side, and be like supported in that, I feel like it opens up everything else. You know, it's like it unlocks a box, you know, because creativity has a lot to do with mental health.
Yes.
You know, like if you're able to draw like how you want to draw, you know, like not have to feel like you have to be in those lines, you know, I feel like that has a lot to do with creative health, you know, all of that can start to unfold everything else. So with that, so I think like you're speaking a word. Like,
go back to what you just asked. You said, why do a lot of Black creatives feel stifled and to feel like they can't go after their dreams? Well, for one, you know, when you're made to believe that there can only be a couple, there can only be a handful of top Black stylists, there can only be, you know, 3 top Black makeup artists, 5 Black top hairstylists. It's like that's a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
You know why? Because nobody can do what I do.
Yeah.
Nobody can do what you do. No one can blend the eye like you can. No one can do a lot of like I can do. Like everyone brings something different. My presence, my spirit, who I am as a person, how I pour into my clients, how I show up for my clients. Nobody does that but me, because no one is like me. And it's the same with other artists. And so I feel like, you know, you get discouraged when you only feel like, well, dang, all the slots that we have for Black artists have been taken. There is more space for me. I don't see anybody that wants to do, that is doing successfully what I want to do. But it goes back to seeing what your own personal talents are and knowing that like what you do matters, that you matter, that the calling on your life matters, that the vision that you have for yourself, that it matters, and that there is space for you. There is space for every single person that really wants to work hard and do it. There is space for all of us, you know? And I think changing that mentality, thinking like, well, it's either me or him or me or her because we do similar work. No, it's not. There have been times that I have referred my big clients to other artists that do similar work and similar types of clients that I do, not even thinking like, oh, well, shoot, if I refer my client to them, I may not get it back. What? I mean, if that's where they want to go, then then go.
Yeah.
Because I bet you it's going to be replaced with somebody else.
Yes. You know? Oh my gosh.
Don't be afraid to step out. And I know that it's easier said than done, but it's like you either live with fear and you live a subpar, unfulfilling life, or you step out on faith, you take a chance on yourself, and you live the life of your dreams, albeit with hard work, with diligence, with all of these things. Like, but which is better? Like, who wants to live a life that they're unhappy with? And especially creative, you have all of this built up energy, all of these built up ideas and things that you just have to like get out on your own terms and in your own time. But if you don't do that, then like you're just a sad person.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Carolyn said that's coming from a place of lack. It really is.
Yeah,
it really is. It's like you just really like automatically think that you're not going to be able to get more. And also what happens with that is when they automatically think that they're not going to be able to do more, they try to bring somebody else down, you know?
I'll tell you one of my favorite mantras is, don't ask, you don't get. You better believe I'm asking for everything that I want.
Yes.
I live in a space where it's like, oh, I don't want to be a burden to anybody. I don't want to ask. I have these connections and these people that, you know, I could ask for this or ask, you know, what about this idea or whatever, or I want to do this. And I wouldn't even exercise my connection. So it's like, why would I continue to be blessed with options if I'm not even utilizing them? The same thing with talent. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
I was to a place where it's like, well, I'm trying to pay it forward for others, so somebody needs to pay it forward for me too.
Yeah.
Or if I have these connections, if I have people that I know see me, believe in me, and know what I'm doing, know what my worth is, what I have to offer, why wouldn't they support me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know? So you don't ask, you don't get. You sit there and you sit still and with a closed mouth, and you don't plan on getting anything.
Yeah. We talked briefly about some of the things that we kind of wanted to talk to today, and one of the things we were saying is how do you move with intent?
Hold on, let me take a sip of water real quick.
Okay. I swear, so I love the glass. Okay, and then you and AJ with y'all backgrounds, y'all today. I love it.
Our artists like it.
I love it.
Okay, so how do you move with intent?
Mm-hmm.
I think that is, first of all, super important to move with intent, because I think that it's important to the best of your ability to have some focus on your life, in your career, right? I think that it is so important to have your vision, but then to start to break your vision down. Like, this is my goal. What does that even look like, right? How do I want that to be? Do I want to work with just anybody? Do I want to work with people that disrespect me? Do I want to work with people that do not value my artistry, my craft, my time, my essence? Do I want to work with these people? It's all money, good money. Okay. It's not. Am I going to get the credit that is due if I work with this client? Or are they going to steal my ideas? Are they going to take credit for my work? Like, you need to really be specific about what your vision is, how you go about your path, but also just simply like who you align yourself with. Because I feel like in terms of, it's like you got to have ID to get ID, right? You got to have a celebrity client to get a celebrity client. You have to already have done the work to get the work. But it's like, in terms of moving forward, I think that moving with intent really kind of streamlines what your path can look like. Because if you just take anything that comes along the way, then your career may look like rubbish. But if you move with intent and you really choose intently the professional decisions that you make, how you show up to work, how professional are you on set? Are you disrespectful? Are you being messy on set? Are you on time? Are you showing up looking like a professional? Are you, being messy? Are you complaining about being at work? Talking about other clients in front of your clients? Like, there's a myriad of things that I feel like professionals do on set that gets them that cancels out a future callback. So the professional decisions that you make along the way, they really do begin to affect what the reality of the next season or the next phase of your career looks like. You know what I mean? Because people don't forget how you treat them. If you are known to step on people, to be nasty to people, to be difficult to work with, to be a chore to be around, people are not going to forget that. And Helica said, or be on the phone the whole time. You know, I just feel like you need to realize that while you are working, while you are out in the world, while you are online, people are watching. Do you know how many times opportunities have come? And I'm like, I didn't even know that they knew who I was, or that they followed me, or that they were familiar with my work. But we don't know anything. The World Wide Web is expansive. Somebody could be watching this right now and have a major opportunity that they're conjuring up for you based on what you decided to do, which is take a chance on yourself and to say, you know what I want to do doesn't exist, so I'm going to create the opportunity for myself. But you had to see that in yourself first. You had to recognize that it was in you first before you can even move forward with a path.
That is so true. So true. Oh my gosh. Okay. I really, honestly, probably don't even need to talk in this interview. Okay,
I would go on and on and on. I could be on.
I'm talking, and I want to just sit there and be like, just listening like this. I'm like, oh my gosh. Another thing we want to talk about is you're big on choosing your professional moves with dignity.
Oh yeah.
So dignity and integrity are like words that are like we kind of talked about earlier today. So I'm like wondering, like, what do you mean, like moves with dignity?
So pretty much like what I just said. I'm an imperfect person. I have made mistakes in my career. I have made mistakes with friends and people that I've been around, but you better believe I don't need to learn the same mistake twice. I don't need to learn the same lesson twice. So I think that when you make mistakes in your career, try not to be a repeat offender. Okay. You know, I think that we all need to determine what our own personal success looks like. Your success is not my success, is not his success. So for me, means that I'm a Black-owned business. I move when I want to move. I pick and choose who I want to work with. There are times that people will reach out, and unfortunately, I'm really not interested in working with them. To me, that is success, picking and choosing the types of jobs I want to be on. If I've ever felt disrespected from someone, that's the first and the last time that I will work with them. You know, because as much as I am a benefit to them, they are also a benefit to me. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You know what I mean? I think that the way that I treat people has always been super important for me because, you know, we all have been mistreated and it does not feel good. It's and you see that person and you remember how they made you feel. I never wanted anybody in the industry to ever be like, oh, I remember Portia from 5 years ago, a decade ago. Let me tell you, she treated me like she was so nasty. She was rude. She was lazy. She was this, she was that. No. And I feel like although I am imperfect, I do try to treat people with the most kindness, with all the warmth, with the love, and ultimately with the respect that they deserve. And so I think that moving with dignity means that whoever you are moving along in this career with are people that in the future, you never know, could be hiring you for something, could put a stop on you getting a job because of the way you have treated them or acted or did not successfully complete a job well. I mean, don't treat people well just because of what you think that they can do for you. But I think it's important to remember that whoever would have thought 14 years ago that this is where we would be today.
True. That is so true. Yeah.
So it's like don't forget that as you are in your ascension, so are other people. They may be a mile behind you. They can put the foot on the gas and bypass you real fast.
That is true.
Okay.
True. Yeah.
So just don't forget those things. And if you want to be seen as an upstanding person, then you need to make sure that the decisions that you're making, how you act, how you present yourself at work and outside of work, that it all is cohesive, that it all paints a very clear picture of who you are, you know?
Yes, I love it.
I just always, everyone wants to be liked, but I want to be liked and respected. I want people to look at me as like someone that is a respectful human being.
Yes, I love that. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is okay. Do y'all have y'all pens? I told everyone to have their pens out, paper out. Because hopefully everyone was writing notes today. Because like seriously, like this is good stuff.
I feel like we know these things. Sometimes it just needs to be resurfaced. Sometimes hear it out loud again.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not big on like podcasts and stuff like that, but I feel like I should get into it because sometimes you need things to be pulled back out of you. They have been buried so deep with experience, pain, with failure, with, you know, heartbreak, with disappointment, with all of these things. And it needs to be pulled back out of us as a people. And in this industry, they're like, yo, you have it in you. You're going to do this. Like, we're going to do it and we're going to do it together.
Yeah, I love that. That's why I really wanted to bring up the dignity part because, you know, post, what do you call it? PQ, post quarantine, we're going to all be offered jobs. And how do you stand and have dignity in trying to stand in your power? But now, you know, you got to pay bills. And you're like, you know, I don't know if I want to turn down that job that I normally wouldn't. You know, so how? Yeah. So how? What are your thoughts on that?
Lord, please bless me with a good job with the good paying money. Please, Father God, I promise I'll do right.
Amen. Amen. Yes.
First, pray about it. But I will say, like, look, as much as I am in business for myself, I do need to be booked on jobs. Like, it is not above me. I get that. It's not lost on me that I need people to hire me to make, money for the makeup side of my business. You know what I mean? But I feel like it is such a fine line because there are so many times that we all know that the ask it is not on the same level. It is not equal to what the rate is.
Mm-hmm.
So many times that it's like, you want all of this stuff and you got this little bitty rate and you want to be like, you know what I mean? I'm not doing that, and I'm going to pass it on to somebody else. I'm going to pass it on to my assistant. I'm going to pass it on to a newer artist. I'm going to pass it on to a friend that may want to work it instead. But I think because so many of us have been out of work for so long that, like, we don't know what the rates are going to look like when it's start back working again. What a budget's going to be looking like. Like, can I get my rate still? Can I get really, really close to that number? I definitely make a podcast.
Yes, I agree. Yes. Okay, so y'all, okay. First of all, she's already starting to do her Instagram lives, so y'all got to check that out. So next up on the list, Portia, is podcasting. Just so you know. Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Joy. But I feel like if the work is demeaning, if you can say no, then say no. Who wants to show up for a job and be mistreated?
Yeah.
Show up to a job and be disrespected, even if the money is good. Or if you're in a situation that you have to show up and do that job and stack your money, be conscious and be really careful with that money so that you can then turn your back to that situation and say, okay, not anymore. Because to be honest, the bills don't stop, the rent, the mortgage, it does not stop. And we all got to make money, you know what I mean? And we all dream of being able to make really good money doing the things that we love. And unfortunately, sometimes it means that we have to do things that we really don't want to do. I've done a slew of jobs in my career that I felt like I'm so overexperienced for this job based on the rate that they are trying to pay me. I really don't want to be working with this client right now because I feel like our relationship has run its course. Like, there are all types of things that I think that we go through in this industry. And if you are in a position where you can keep yourself open to the good things that the universe has coming, then do it. But I mean, you have to support yourself.
Yes.
Say, let your negotiation skills come into play, right? To the best of your ability. If you don't rep if you're repping yourself, but ask for what you feel like you deserve first.
Yes.
Someone comes to me with a rate, we always gonna try to get more, honey. Because my time is worth it. So you better believe.
Yes.
So I know my value and I know what I'm bringing to set. I know what I'm bringing to your face.
Okay. Yeah.
I know the level of professionalism and the energy that I'm bringing to you. And so I deserve to be compensated for that.
Oh my gosh, that is so true. So true. I think the thing is, like, also teaching the younger up and coming artists that those gems as well, like really letting them know, like, look, y'all, like, this is going on. But Naima was in the last segment and she was saying, like, these companies still have money, you know? And a lot of times that, like, they try to really go off of what's going on to kind of like help what's the word I'm looking for? Justify the fact that they want to lower rates.
Right.
You know?
And also, let's talk about really quick, not to take over your.
No, I want you to. Seriously. Like, that's why we're doing the fireside chat. Because I could just sit back and just let you talk. I'm okay with that.
All the gems and the wisdom to go. We can go back and forth all day. Okay. But I wanted to piggyback on what you just said. I mean, and let's talk about how oftentimes Black creatives are offered a lower rate.
Yes.
Our value is not always seen the same as our non-person of color counterpart.
And you brought that up earlier when you said about how we're looked at like we can't do subpar work.
But we gotta do everything. It's unfair. And you know what? There have been times, I mean, who doesn't like to make money, right? Yeah. We all want a certain number in our bank account. But there have been times where I'm like, you know what? This project is not right for me. And so I'm gonna say no. To me, that is success, right? That is me being in a place where it's like, ooh, that money could be cute. But you know what? They won't even treat me right. So why would I subject myself to that? But going back to Black creatives, I think that a lot of times people don't know what to ask for. Like I heard your the second panel that you had earlier today.
Oh, with Delina and Alana.
Yeah, and I loved watching them. Big up sisters. You know? But I feel like what Delina said about negotiation and having conversations with people in your industry that you feel comfortable having those conversations with it is so important. Like there are so many times that my best friend and I, Jennifer, we go back and forth like, girl, this is the ask. What you think? You know what I mean? And if it's the type of job that maybe neither one of us have ever worked before, then we ask people in our network to see what is the going rate for something like this is. And I think that it is okay to ask for help.
Research.
It is okay to ask for help if you need help figuring out like the details of a job. You know what I mean? I don't know the answers, which is why I'm so blessed to have people in my life that have worked the jobs or that or know what the ask should be. Utilize your network, and if you don't know, I mean, Delina said y'all can slide up in her DM, so like do it. If you
definitely. I think that is something that our community struggles with because it's an inherent. Sometimes it's an inherent mistrust where like we're like, well, we can't let them know this, or like people don't want to let people know that they might be struggling a little bit and they think about, like taking this rate, you know what I mean? So it's just like, so I want to know like, how can we get past that part? Like,
I think having open conversations like this helps a lot to let people know, like I just said, it is okay to ask for help, you know what I mean? And I think that when you reach out to someone, they may help you or they may say, no, that's not your person. Find people that you can reach out to that welcome you, to have those type of important conversations that really can have a really big effect on your career. You know what I mean? I've had people to reach out to me and I've never even met them before, but you believe I want to see them win. So whatever information I have that I can pass on to them, that I can pay it forward, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of us that are more tenured artists should kind of not take on the role as like being somebody's mentor if that's not what the ask is, but letting people know like, I got you, like we're not in competition. You know what I'm saying? You may have been in the game longer than me because you're older than me. Or you may, and that was a little bit of shade, or you may be younger than me and be an up and coming artist, but like I'm not in competition with y'all.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because what's for you is for you. But if you do have questions, if you do feel like I don't know where to turn, I don't know what to do, like try to reach out to people that you really admire, what their career looks like, if they are willing to help you.
And stop, I guess, take yourself out of your ego.
Oh yeah.
Because ego is the trap sometimes, especially in the industry. Like you get so caught up in what people see you as in this industry that when you become something else.
How much time we got, Joy? 26 minutes.
So we have 36 minutes, but 6 more minutes for us, and then I'm opening it up to questions. But let's keep go ahead. Say
you just open up a whole other can of worms, Joy. You know what? I think that people are so motivated by what other people say, think, for them. A lot of people define their success by, who they work with, how many followers they have, who follows them, who they want to have drinks with, who is their friend, all of that. And all that stuff is so surface because y'all know each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel that people need to be motivated by what feeds them, what into them. And as it relates to like egos in the business, you know, when people don't move organically, it shows. When you move in ways that are not for the greater good, for yourself or for anyone else around you, it shows. Like we see it. We see the foe in you. Okay. And so I feel like the people who have those types of egos and the people who are not honest and are not organic and are not really trying to be a part of your life and a part of your journey for all the right reasons, just because you are a dope person, not your people. You know, and it's okay to not have a whole slew of like industry friends. I know a whole lot of people, but do I call them all my friends? Absolutely not.
Yeah. We go.
And that's okay. Everyone's not supposed to be your supporter. Everyone is not supposed to see the light that you have inside of you. Some people will see it and they will be, you know, jealous of it. They'll try to be in contact and they'll try to be in competition with you. They try to demise situations that you have going on. But if God is for you, then who can be against you?
Yes.
People that try to do shady things in private, it will always come back to light. You have no idea. And I'm not about to act like I have a whole lot of haters, because I know I'm so loved. And I love my peers and stuff like that. But you have a couple of rats every now and then.
Wow.
Doing some stuff in private, and you better believe it will always get back to me.
Yeah, that's so true. Like the thing is, like I try to stress to people in this industry, younger people, but also people older, whatever. You don't know who knows who in this industry. You know, and it's like, and you don't know how deep these relationships go in this industry. So when someone's talking stuff, it's like, okay, you don't know, like if you like somebody wants to talk something about somebody younger on set, you don't know who cousin that is.
So true.
To the photographer. You know what I mean? I was just like, so yeah.
It'll get back.
Yeah, it always does. Guys, I want to go ahead and open it up to questions, because I feel like we are going, okay, so one pops up immediately. Carolyn, you may have already addressed this, but how do you overcome a setback?
I think knowing that that what is before me is greater than what is behind me. You know, that once again, that I deserve better. And I know that this point in time in my life may not feel so great. This point in time in my life may not look like what I envisioned it to look like. But I know that there has to be something greater for me. You know, there were times when, and I'm gonna be very, very honest right here.
Yes, that's what I want from the ABE Summit. I want honesty. I want us to get riggedy raw. Okay.
Yeah. There were times when I had left like a paying job, and you know, and I had my savings. I had my number saved that I felt like I could be safe with. And honey, my career, my freelance career, while I was still working that job, it was cute. I was flying to Chicago. I was flying to LA. Like I was doing my thing, but I didn't have the diverse, you know, list of clients that I now have. And so I hit a rough patch where I wasn't getting the kind of bookings that I wanted and needed to have. After I started off my job and I started going through the savings, because, you know, you need a certain amount of money to function per month. And that mess was hard. I humbled really fast. Like, okay, girl, you think it's going to always be popping, but it's not. You think it's always going to be cute, but it's not. And so in those hard times, you have to know that setback is temporary. You are not going to stay in that place. You are not going to stay in a dark place. There is more for you on the other side. And especially on the other side of fear. So joy on the other side.
Okay. All right. Real quick, I wanted to let everyone know that Carolyn Pierre Outlar, she is one of the founders of Pierre Adler Entertainment. That was a commercial that I showed, and her husband helps to sponsor my ABE Summit. So I want to say thank you to her, and and I appreciate her Black-owned entertainment group. I really appreciate it. So let's see the next question downline, because I know a lot of people probably have questions for you. Trina says, as a new artist, what is the best way to reach other more known and established artists, say for a question or for advice?
Girl, slide in the DMs.
Yeah.
Get in the DMs. People ask me stuff in the DMs all the time, and I may not always get to it in like a timely fashion, but you have no idea how many even like future clients have sent me messages in my DMs like, I love your work. I can't wait for us to work together. And it's like, the middleman is cut out at that point, because now I have direct access with this talent who I admire, they admire my work, and we definitely are going to work together. But I feel like as it relates to asking for questions, I mean, a lot of people will have like their email addresses on their pages, go to their website. There's so many times that I feel like people want all the answers with doing like the least amount of work. So a lot of times, people won't even go to like an artist's website and see what their contact information is, or just like not taking a chance to reach out. There'll be times that you'll reach out and you won't get a response. Once again, there are other people that will be there to help you out along the way, especially for the people like on like all of the panelists that you have for this summit. They all so far seem like really open books and like people who are really about helping to nurture other people and not about being in competition or trying to hold anyone else back. So I think that you have a whole list of amazing people that you probably could reach out to that will probably be willing to help you out.
God. Okay. All right. I love that. I love that. It's all about community and everyone uplifting each other. Angelica. Hi, Angelica. Portia, what are some set etiquette tips that you wish you saw more of? I love you both. We love you too. Oh, thank you. Yes.
I cannot stand seeing people on their phone all day. I think it's so disrespectful. And I think especially coming from like the key artists on set, especially if the client has given you a budget for an assistant or for a team of assistants, to be on your phone all day looks like you actually could be doing more. Don't need the rate for the assistants and all and things of that sort. You know what I mean? It just shows that you're not present.
Yeah.
And if, even if you're like in a down moment or you're changing sets, okay, yeah, check your phone then. Or if you really need to be on your phone, go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. Like step away, so that it doesn't just seem like you're on Instagram or like texting your friends all day. And I hope people who assist me on my sets, like, I don't want to see you on the phone all day.
Yeah.
Just step out. So you just let me know, and do your thing. Or there'll be times that I'll need to step out and make a phone call because maybe, me and my business manager trying to close like another deal. And so I'm going to step out so that my clients don't view me as like being not engaged with what I'm being paid to do, people telling tea is always cute to hear, but I just think that it's really disrespectful when some stylists or artists on set are talking about other celebrities because other talent or other notable names, because like you don't know who works with who's friends with whom, or how that will get back to them. And it just shows that like you're not to be trusted.
Yeah.
You just got off the set the other day with this talent, but now you're on our set on our job and you're talking about that person. What are you about to say about what's going on right here?
Yes.
People don't think about what they do now, how that affects them later.
Yeah.
I've seen the look on talent's face like, okay, never again with that person.
Wow. Yeah.
That's what makes our businesses go round, is doing a great job, being referred and being asked to work other jobs or you know what I mean? So it's just important to like show up and do your best.
I totally agree. I think you're right on with that. Because etiquette.
Being really, really late.
What'd you say?
Like really, really late, and like the talent is like waiting on you. Like, obviously there are issues that come about and you'll be a couple of minutes late, but sometimes you see people rolling and it's like, I mean, did you just come from the club? Like, what, like you're that late? But like, that's what they're known for. Like, that's what they do. And I just don't understand how.
That's the weirdest thing from when I see that happen.
Right?
Because I'm just like, if I'm not early, then I'm late. You know? But even sometimes, like, even when I show up right on time, I still like feel like, oh my gosh, I should have been here way before, you know? But it's just that is like I've seen that happen before where it was like late, but not like 5 minutes late, like late. You
like,
know?
You forgot you had that job that day late.
Yeah, exactly.
Another thing that is annoying to me, when people who are like on a set, like walk in, like this is how I move. When I walk in on a set, I go around and I introduce myself to everybody on that set. Because at that point, you still don't know who is who if you haven't worked there before. You don't know the client from the craft service person if they stepped away, from the seamstress, from the whomever. Like, you don't know who anyone is. So I think to show every single person on set respect is like really, really important, because you just don't know who is who. And also, you all are there for a collective goal, which is to produce a really good product, right? And so I think it's just important to kind of establish from the get-go, like, a good working relationship for the day.
And then also, I think that makes you like stand out in the mind, because that probably is not something that they're used to.
Because I want people to know who I am. If you don't know who I am on set, I want you to know I'm Portia Cooper. I'm the key makeup artist for today.
Yeah.
And they have a face to the name. They're not like, where's makeup? Who's makeup? Like, no, you know it's me.
Yeah, right. Okay. I love it. Okay, we got some more questions coming in.
Okay.
Trina asks also, what do you think on working in a salon versus working independently?
Whatever's working for you right now.
Yes.
I think that for makeup artists, you know, the ability to work in salon, or not the ability, but the number of makeup artists who work in salons versus like working for a brand at a counter in a store is a lot lower. I think, whereas hairstylists, you know, who have their like cash and carry clients and then they also work on set, like that's like more of a that's like more of a pair. But I feel like makeup artists, a lot of us have had our starts working in a store at a counter. And I feel like that's so beneficial because you are taught how to work with so many different complexions, so many different types, so many different wants and needs and preferences that you really kind of like, it's like a speed course of learning how to be a better makeup artist. So I think any setting that you can learn the most, the fastest, I would say definitely do that. I know my start working, I used to work at Sephora. Work at Sephora back in the day. Then I moved to working for MAC. And although I never assisted an artist, for me, that was like my training. That was me from other artists who are around me. If we found out, if you put these two products together and blend it like this, then you get this. Like, we would just exchange ideas and knowledge about products and things that we had kind of stumbled upon. And for me, that was learning. And I want to just go back to the point that I never assisted an artist, but it doesn't mean that is not important. There are so many valuable lessons and tools that you can learn from someone who is more seasoned than you that will save you a whole lot of grief, save you a whole lot of mistakes in your career. But that is not the only blueprint to achieving the career that you want to have. You know what I mean? And I just want people to know that that is not the only way to get to where you want to get to.
Yes, yeah.
It's super important. Is it really, really valuable? Of course it is, but it is not the only way.
Okay. I think we have another question that has come in. Carolyn, can you give an example of when you were uncomfortable with someone's behavior or jokes on set, and how did you handle it? That's a good question.
Ooh, that is good. Oh man, I mean, so many things. I definitely feel like if it's someone that I have a relationship with or someone that I wouldn't want to put them on blast for maybe something that they said that was inappropriate. I would just pull them to the side and let them know how what they said or what they did, how that could be received, you know, and that it looks like somebody may have taken offense to it. So I would watch that, you know, but I think talking to people and not talking at them or down is super important as it relates to watching things go down on set. As it relates to someone being disrespectful to me, I mean, it has happened. It definitely doesn't happen often. But I think that to let people know where that line is and that they've crossed it is important because, like I said before, just like you know, you working with a client is a benefit to you. You are also a benefit to them. And I feel like people always try to make artists, hairstylists, stylists, whatever, seem like the help. Like, no, I'm something too. You know what I mean? I'm not on set trying to be the talent on someone else's job, but I do recognize the value that I bring to a job. And I think it's so important to not dumb down what it is that you do. Someone being disrespectful, definitely having a conversation, because who wants to go through a day of work and it be uncomfortable, you know? I feel like if you can muster up the gumption to have that type of conversation so that it hopefully doesn't happen again, I would definitely do it. See something.
I have a question. What are some of your plans, PQ?
Yes.
If you want to share, like, or, you know, of course you don't have to share everything, you know, because I definitely am like, yes, exactly. But, you know, like, I don't know, like maybe something creative you want to share or something, you know?
What I love about being a creative is that we are fluid.
Yes.
There are so many things that we are good at, so many different vessels that I feel like our creativity kind of expresses itself in.
Yeah.
And so I think if you look at what I show you from my life, which I've been trying to show more of myself as of late.
Yes.
Like people probably didn't have a good idea of who I am as a woman. But I think if you look at what I do and what I present, everything that comes from this point going forward would make sense, because what I like to do is move organically. Okay? I like for the things that I do to make sense to like who I am as a person. So I think I'm not just going to attach myself or attach my name or put a stamp on anything just to be doing something. But I think that I have kind of stepped into a new light, you know, in my career. And a lot of that has stemmed from me just being more open. I knew that I needed to be more boisterous, but I really just didn't have the energy because I was so used to working 5, 6, 7 days a week. And so now that, you know, I have a place where I can like kind of be still for a minute, now I have the energy to do more. So I have like, I'm in conversations to work on like 2 different branded situations with my life that I love and I respect. And so I'm super excited about that. But everything I do is going to be true to who I am. Like I'm not going to come out with some BS with my name on it just because. Those opportunities have come and I've turned them down because it's like, that's actually not what I want to do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is, like you said, stepping in with integrity and dignity, like walking in that path of that. So I love that.
And doing the things that bring you joy. Whatever I do going forward, I want it to bring me joy. I want it to bring me happiness. I don't want to roll my eyes having to do this job. I mean, not every facet of every job is going to be great, but definitely moving forward with the things that you have always wanted to do and trying to push yourself to move closer and closer and closer and like taking those necessary steps to do the things that you want to do. I mean, I love interior design. I love fashion design. I love skincare. I love travel. I love all these things. But the one thing that kind of, you know, marries all of the worlds of my life together is that I love for it to be beautifully done. And I love for it to make sense.
Yes.
If I come out with, it's gonna be cute.
Okay. We're gonna talk after this. I want some tea. No, I'm just kidding. We have another question from Ash Lauren. When did you know it was time for you to move out of the retail space? What time did you take to transition?
Because I hated it. I got tired of helping these women say that they wanted a red lipstick, but they were pointing to pink.
Oh my gosh.
Or black or bubble gum. I was like, I can't spend another hour helping you find a lipstick and we try on 30 lipsticks and you say you want to go home and think about it. And I know my makeup artists that have literally worked in a counter, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Yes. Yes. They go back with the same lip they came in with.
Girl.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it. And I think that it really became depressing in a way for me because I knew that I was ready for something else. I knew that I had it in me. I knew that I had done the work. I knew that I had built up my artistry. I knew that I had what it took, but I just didn't have the opportunities. They hadn't aligned with my ability and my knowledge and my willpower to like go to the next level. But I will say this, when you make yourself available for what the universe has for you, those opportunities come. If you stay locked up in helping somebody else fulfill their dream, whether it be a brand, a person, whatever, and you're not making space in your life for the things that you want to do, the opportunities will not come. You have to be open and ready and willing to receive the next phase of your life. You have to be ready to elevate. You have to be ready to go to the next level. And I always say, like, don't waste all of your time helping other people grow their companies, grow their brands. And you know good and well, you have 5 ideas you're sitting on.
Yes.
You know, it's hard to get started. I get that. But sometimes you just got to push yourself to do the unthinkable. Come on.
That's true right there. Okay, so I want to add something to what we need from you. We also need a Portia Cooper book. Okay. Motivational book. Yes. I would. Yeah. Okay, so all of it. So I'm just adding things to your list, okay? Just so you know.
To get a ghostwriter so I can have a motivational book. Okay.
Okay, Angelica, what is your favorite old school MAC lip combo?
Let me tell you something. The first thing that I ever bought at MAC, I thought it was so fly. I thought I was so grown because I went from wearing like Clinique that my grandmother would buy me because she was a Clinique lady. Then going to the MAC counter and get my makeup. So I started off with Studio Fix, but my lip combo was cork with O lipstick. That was
I was an O girl too. Yes.
Were you an O girl?
I loved O. O was my jam. Yes.
Because O was like, I'm a lot of things. I'm not strong. I'm not with a little bit of ruby. I'm not with a little bit of gold. Like, I'm a lot of things. And I love about that color. But then I would also put lip gloss on top. So cork, chestnut with some clear lip glass was the jam. I actually did a press with like one of my favorite people to work with, Andra Day. And 90s makeup is really my favorite makeup because it is timeless. You look at images from the 90s of Iman, Naomi, Chrissy Turlington, Kate Moss, and the way that their makeup was done, it is still relevant and it's still beautiful to today. But I was like, girl, let's do like a 90s look. And I said, let's do like a dark chestnut lip pencil just with clear gloss in the middle. Like, let's keep it separate, you know? And it was a lot. So yeah, always a clear lip glass and a chestnut is always a good look.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, I think we have another question. Ann S., thank you for tuning in. At this point in your career, with many years of experience under your belt, how do you approach continuing your education and or learning new techniques?
You know, sometimes I just like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, I know that this technique works. I know that if I layer this, set it with that, buff it out, wait 60 seconds, I know it'll do this. But it doesn't work how I want it to for everyone. So let me try to remix what I do. And so I feel like even just what am I trying to say? Like, what's the word? Like even just trying to like remix what you do. And I cannot believe I cannot think of this word. I feel crazy.
Remix.
Motivate yourself, whatever. Y'all know what I'm saying. Motivate yourself to try to think of new ways and new techniques. I know a lot of people are into YouTube videos. Like you see like these great YouTube bloggers who are trying new products and you can watch them use it. A lot of people like that. I actually don't watch a lot of YouTube videos, but I see what can be enticing. So I definitely think, you know, as it relates to like new products and new techniques, I would say watch videos online. Another thing that I actually want to start watching more of is, and it has nothing to do with makeup, are those masterclass series on Instagram where they have all the legends and all the different fields. I would love to watch that because I think that although it may not be makeup related, they are still creatives. And I feel like creatives, we have so many similarities. And so there's so many things that I could learn from like watching other creatives at the top of their field. But you're just kind of like forcing yourself to try new products. I'm like an old school girl. I really don't put a whole lot of new things into my kit because I like to know that what I use, how I apply it, I know how it's going to perform throughout the day. But definitely try things on yourself first. I think it's a good idea when implementing new products and techniques into your kit. Try it on yourself and see how it works. You have your own canvas right now, right? You can make up on anybody else right now, but you can do it on yourself. So why not like beat your own face?
You know what? I have a question. What do you say to artists, especially nowadays? What do you say to artists who can't do every single skin tone?
Girl, bye. I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Yes. Of every artist not knowing how to do every human's makeup. Yeah. If you're a real artist and you claim to be at the top of your craft, no matter who sits in your chair, you should have a remedy. You may have to wipe something off. You may have to try another combination, but you need to figure it out. You need to have all the colors of all of the spectrum in your kit. You need to be able to, like I said before, whoever sits down know how to provide a service to them. I can't tell you how many times I have been on a set with like Black models who I hadn't worked with before at that time. And they come in and they are so elated to see a Black makeup artist. And I've never looked like this on a set. And I'm like, Black models of color deserve to look just as beautiful and feel just as beautiful as a white model. It's fair that our girls, our women, and even our men who are getting groomed and getting makeup on set always feel like I don't look as great as everybody else on set. They don't even know what to do with me. Be better at your craft. Like I said earlier, you are never too good to be better. So if you don't feel comfortable with doing Black skin, then you need to find you a young up and coming model, a friend, and you need to figure that out. Yeah, I agree. You're not doing your job if you can't do your job on everybody. I used to get so disheartened when I would be backstage during Fashion Week and all the black models would just be sitting there, and you could clearly tell that they were being avoided. You know, like nobody wanted to do their makeup. And it's just, to me, it's so sad because it fucks with people, pardon my language, but that's all I can do to say, and it messes with people's self-esteem. For sure. You know, like it really does. And I think that is, those are the types of quiet moments where people don't realize like that is the type of stuff that affects people the most. Because think about it. If you're working with a talent or a model or whomever, and they have to be on camera to perform, they have to be in front of a camera or go out and make an appearance, they need to feel built up, they need to feel beautiful, they need to feel like physically they are ready for whatever they're about to do. And if they sit in your chair and you're looking like, oh snap, what am I supposed to do? Yeah. Like you are bringing down their energy levels. Yeah. And their self-confidence so fast. Yeah. You know, because that also can affect their future jobs with that client. If they look crazy in the photos and it's because of you not knowing how to do your job, that also affects how they perform on camera and what the images look like, which that person gets rehired for a job. You know? Yeah. I mean, it's so crazy, especially when I see like say for instance, a Black model that has short hair. And someone's like, "Oh no, you're fine," and it's like it's all about the human touch.
And the fact that you almost kind of like dismiss people and like act like you can't touch them, or even it's just like, oh yeah, you're fine. It's like you're not yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is exactly what happens. That little, let me do like this, and then you're good to go. Yeah. Right. And it's just like, I think that is, to me, when you just like dismiss people and who they are and what they do and act like you don't want to touch them, that to me is when I'm like, I get angry. Like, I'm like, and that's why at one point when I was doing Fashion Week, I used to always like, I wanted to practice my skills. I wanted to do every skin tone. And after a while, I was like, you know what? I want all the Black girls to come to me because I want them to know that somebody's here in their corner and not going to let them sit there and not feel like they're just as important as anybody else sitting here.
Oh, yeah. And when I see people doing stuff on set that I know that the Black model is not looking right, I say something. Now, I say it from a place of, softness.
I get what you're saying. But you gotta call a spade a spade, so I get it. Yeah.
I'm not letting my sister go out like that. Yeah. And times where there have been hairstylists that are trying to do black hair, Afro hair, whatever they love to call it, all different kinds of names on set. But I'll tell them, like, I'll first ask the talent, like, do you feel comfortable with how you look? Because I'm not about to go above somebody else's head if they're fine with how they look.
Yeah.
If I see that they feel uncomfortable and they need someone to speak up for them, I'm totally fine with doing that.
Yeah.
That's what creating this synergy in our relationship as Black creatives and as just Black professionals in our industry. That's the kind of stuff we need, is to speak up for each other, to see each other, to be there for each other. Like, we need more of that.
Yeah.
I feel like there is that, but like, we always can do better. We always need more.
Always, 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 always. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we only have 4 minutes left to our conversation. So it's got to be a part 3 eventually, right?
Okay.
Okay, because I just love talking to you, and I just love getting riggedy raw. Like people like really need to know like rawness. It's not about the tiptoeing anymore, because this is so important. That we, of course, we're not trying to go out and hurt people, but at the same time, like you said, let's do it from a place of love and let's be real.
And I'm also ready for more people to like back up what they say they do. It's like, if you don't want to go above and beyond or do things to pay it forward for other people, or like really be like a ride or die for your people, then like just don't say it.
Yeah.
But I'm so tired of like seeing some people, and not a lot of people, but just some people say, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. And behind the scenes that they ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just sick of that. So I'm so happy that you have created this platform where the people who are, ready and willing and wanting to, just envelop our community with like love and appreciation and support. And I know that if there's any way that I can support other people, I definitely am willing and open and ready to do that. And I also want to say that support does not always have a dollar behind it. Your support can be, sending words of encouragement, seeing someone and letting them know that they did a great job, seeing someone do something and saying, I believe in what you did. Like, support is all of us showing up to support you in our community. That's support, and it costs us nothing.
Yes. And look, so speaking of that, I want to thank every single person that has supported me on my first day of the AVE Summit. Okay. I mean, some people have been here the whole entire day, and I like really appreciate that. Like, seriously. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Top of the day.
I
want to order some herbs from your herbalist that you had on this. It was dope.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. So we're going to have day 2 tomorrow. It's going to start at 11 a.m. If you guys are on the email list, you're going to get an email and let you know who all is going to be on. Guys, can you believe it? Can you believe it? I can't believe it. Like, I really can't believe it. Like, seriously, like, I'm sitting here like, Oh my gosh. But I am so happy. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Portia, I said it earlier and I said it earlier and I say it again. I really appreciate you. I know you get tired of me always being like, thank you, girl, thank you. Listen, I really appreciate you. Every time I've asked you to do something, you're immediately it's a yes. And I appreciate that. And you a real one, you know? You a real one.
I see what you're doing. I believe in what you're doing. And in any way that I can support you doing that, it costs me nothing. And that's why it's so important to support each other, because we literally can do it without any type of effort. It took me nothing to throw on a little makeup, a little concealer, a little brow, a little powder, a little lip, you know what I'm saying? To show up and have this talk with you. And I really have enjoyed it. And I want to thank everybody that's tuned in. Like, I appreciate all these messages. Like, y'all are so dope. Joy, you're so dope for having this vision. I'm so proud of you in any way that we can support you. Girl, we got you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Everyone, we'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Come, like everyone says, come hydrated, stay hydrated, bring your snacks, everything, because we're going to hit the ground running again. And tomorrow morning, we're going to have Crystal Wright as our first guest. So if you guys want to tune in for that. Thank you again, Portia. You guys have a great, great night. Y'all be safe. Be safe, okay? And because the world needs each and every one of you guys. Have a good night, everyone. Sending you kisses. Goodbye.